New York, a wild, glamorous party roared with music and laughter. Under the flashing lights, models and celebrities moved like waves through the crowd, smiles sweet, eyes sharp. Every few seconds, someone's gaze would drift toward the bar, because that's where the real prize was: Tony Stark, billionaire, genius. The city's most infamous playboy. And right beside him, dressed in a perfectly tailored black suit, stood the party's second target, Sumo, the third largest shareholder of Stark Industries. "Damn," Tony said with a lazy grin, an arm wrapped around this month's cover model like she was an accessory. "Look at them, just staring at you like you're the main dish." Sumo lifted his glass, calm and unreadable. His eyes stayed in the purely aesthetic appreciation zone. Fresh chicks, please. Tony's parties had more new faces than a Fashion Week runway. Tony leaned closer, voice full of mischief. "You're gonna die friendless if you keep acting like a monk. Learn to talk, especially to women. Stress relief, bro." He kissed the model on the cheek like it was part of the conversation, then raised his drink. "Trust me. You'll open the door to a whole new world." Sumo clinked glasses with him, bourbon meeting whiskey. "Your world and my world are not the same." It had been a month since Sumo arrived in this universe. A month of learning to live with a new name, a new identity, and a new set of responsibilities. The original owner of this body had died along with his parents in a car crash, and Sumo had inherited everything: a mountain of wealth, a seat among the top shareholders of Stark Industries, and the title of chairman of Umbrella Biotech. Tony stared into his glass for a moment, the usual arrogance fading into something quieter. "Sumo, I know you're hurting. Thomas and Martha were good people." His voice lowered. "I miss them too." He reached out and patted Sumo's shoulder, his hand smelling faintly like alcohol and something else he definitely shouldn't have on it. For Tony, those two weren't just friends, they were family. Especially Martha, who once made him feel warmth he hadn't felt since he lost his own mother. Emotion points plus 66, a soft system prompt echoed inside Sumo's mind. He glanced sideways. Tony's face was downcast, jaw tight, eyes distant, so it was real. The 10,000 Realms phishing system didn't care about acting. It cared about emotions. Harvest emotions. Convert them into bait. Fish rewards from infinite worlds, one free fishing attempt per day. Sumo opened the daily reward preview and nearly choked. Today's free bait was Starlight's used diaper, Gan. Sumo had washed his hands 80 times that morning. He considered using concentrated sulfuric acid just to feel clean again. Tony's mood lasted exactly 3 seconds, then his true nature snapped back like a rubber band. "Okay," he announced brightly. "I'm going upstairs to play with my babies. I fly to the Middle East tonight, so I don't have time to waste." Sumo sighed. Why did he ever expect Tony Stark to stay serious for longer than a heartbeat? Still, 66 emotion points proved something important. Even the biggest playboy on Earth had a heart. "Bye, brother," Tony said, patting Sumo's shoulder again like they were comrades. He turned to leave. "Wait." Sumo grabbed his arm and pulled him back toward the bar. Tony blinked, then laughed. "Whoa, your grip is insane. What, you've been working out? I thought you lived in a lab all month." He squeezed Sumo's bicep with a shameless grin. "And I prefer exercising in bed, you know, heh." Slap! Sumo smacked the salty pig hand away instantly, face stiff with pure disgust. He wiped his sleeve with a napkin like Tony's fingerprints were poison, then calmly pulled a silver coin from his pocket and placed it in Tony's hand. "The lucky coin I gave you." Sumo's voice was steady. "The Middle East is not safe. I hope you never need to use it." "You will absolutely use it," Sumo cursed silently. Tony glanced at the coin and hesitated. I don't really need it. The military's protecting me." Sumo didn't blink. This was from Martha. That name hit like a switch. Tony's expression changed just a fraction, but enough. He took the coin. On the front was a modern building stamped with small letters, Umbrella Corporation. On the back was a red and white umbrella viewed from above. Tony's eyes softened with memory. Martha's Umbrella Company. Sumo nodded like it was the most natural thing in the world. Company commemorative coin, a gift from her. A lie delivered cleanly. Then Sumo slapped Tony's shoulder again, harder this time, his voice low and meaningful. "If you ever get desperate, say my name." Tony stared at him like he was insane. "Shit." He quickly shoved the coin into his pocket like it was treasure. "This is Martha's gift to me." He lifted his glass, drank it in one go, and immediately wrapped his arms around two models. Then he disappeared upstairs with the speed of a man running toward salvation. Emotion points plus 123. Sumo clicked his tongue softly. Your mouth says one thing, your emotions say another. Ordinary people gave 1 or 2 points, strong emotions gave more: fear, rage, grief. The kind you couldn't fake? Tony Stark apparently was an emotional goldmine. Sumo leaned on the bar while the bartender silently refilled his drink. He opened the system panel. Host, Sumo emotion points, 1222. Extraordinary ability, Moonlight Beast blue quality, sealed state 90% strengthens physical functions. During a full moon transforms into a gigantic white tiger. Current sealed state unable to transform. Skills: biology intermediate, medicine intermediate, programming intermediate, information technology intermediate, firearms beginner, fighting beginner, inventory none. His eyes narrowed with satisfaction. Finally, over 1,000. That meant he could craft green-grade bait. Sumo finished his bourbon in one gulp. He was ready to go home, shower, and burn incense like he was preparing for a ritual, because the system's fishing wasn't a cute hobby, it was a gamble. His first ever catch had been Nakajima Atsushi's Moonlight Beast. And it almost ruined him. Every time the moon grew even slightly rounder, the transformation would trigger. A massive white tiger, pure instinct, no self-control. It had taken an entire month of Umbrella's cutting-edge nanotech just to seal 90% of it so he wouldn't randomly lose his mind in the middle of the city. He set the empty glass down, eyes full of quiet pain. Why don't I have a few Kuzawa Yukichi in my life? Straightening his suit, Sumo headed toward the exit, ignoring the greedy stares trailing him like hooks. Then a girl stepped into his path. Young, slim, elegant. Her cheeks were a little red, whether from alcohol or embarrassment it was hard to tell. The party atmosphere around her felt dirty, but her presence felt clean. "Hello, Mr. Hamilton." She extended her hand, nervous but determined. Sumo paused, gaze landing on her face. Pretty, youthful. Smart eyes, a student probably. "And you are?" The girl took a breath, then smiled politely. "Oh, I'm Gwen Stacy." Sumo's eyes shifted slightly. Gwen Stacy, now that name. He smiled and reached out, gently taking her hand. "Hello, Gwen." "Have a drink?" Gwen lifted her small, pale hand, eyes bright with courage that didn't match her age. "Definitely." Sumo smiled and followed her back to the bar. "One bourbon," Sumo said casually, then he glanced at her. "And you, 2 vodkas." Gwen didn't hesitate for a second. She even shot him a provocative look like she was daring him to comment. Sumo paused. Understood, but the real question hit him immediately. Why was Gwen Stacy at Tony Stark's dirty party? And why was she ordering vodka like she came here to fight a war? This wasn't supposed to happen. No matter how he replayed the memories of his past life, this scene didn't exist. The bartender slid the drinks over with a practiced smile. Sumo picked up his bourbon and lowered his voice. "Miss Stacy, you're not even 21. America was absurd like that. You could buy a gun before you could legally drink, but alcohol, that was apparently where they drew the moral line." Gwen narrowed her eyes and pointed at his glass. "HMPH, Mr. Hamilton, you aren't 21 either. Even if you're the president of Umbrella Biotech, you can't break the law." That tone was sharp and stubborn, like a cop's daughter who grew up watching rules get enforced. Sumo took a slow sip anyway, calm as ever. "Private party," he said smoothly. "No guilt. A perfect excuse. The kind young people used to lie to themselves with a straight face." Gwen immediately smiled, then she raised her vodka and downed it in one gulp. Her cheeks flushed instantly, turning her already pretty face into something dangerously charming under the dreamy lights. Sumo watched her for a second, then asked quietly, "Gwen, can I call you Gwen?" In the West, first names weren't casual, they meant closeness. If you weren't close, it was Stacy, or Miss Stacy. Gwen coughed twice, throat burning, and nodded. "Definitely." She exhaled slower now, like she'd finally realized she might have overestimated herself. Sumo leaned slightly closer, his voice turning serious. "Gwen, why are you here?" "Tony's party isn't a good place." His eyes scanned the room, the smiles, the deals, the hunger behind people's faces. This wasn't a party, it was a marketplace, and Gwen looked like a white rabbit that had walked into a lion's den wearing perfume. Gwen's smile faded. She coughed again, forcing down the sting in her throat. Then she reached into her bag, a resume. She slid it across the bar toward Sumo like it was her last card. "This is my resume," she said softly. "I want to join Umbrella as a lab assistant." Sumo froze. What? Join Umbrella? In his memories, Gwen should have been working with Dr. Connors. She should have been inside Osborn's world. But now she was here, in front of him, asking for Umbrella. Sumo took the resume and flipped through it. It wasn't just good. It was terrifyingly good. Grades, projects, lab work, recommendations, everything was polished, detailed, and impossible to ignore. He looked up. "Why?" Gwen's eyes lowered. "I got fired." Her voice was calm, but the bitterness underneath was obvious. Osborn cut a bunch of researchers to suppress Dr. Connors. "I was one of them?" For the first time she looked young, not confident, not stubborn, just powerless. "Doesn't matter how good you are," she continued, jaw tightening. "When Capital wants you gone, you're gone." She swallowed, and someone wanted to make the future successor happy. Harry Osborn? To clear his path, they cleaned the lab like it was trash day. Gwen's assistant position was replaced by Peter Parker. Sumo's fingers tightened around the resume. Inside his chest, everything churned. He'd been locked in the lab for a whole month. He finally walked out into the world, and the plot had already collapsed. Completely. "Sorry," Sumo said quietly. "That happened to you." Gwen reached for her second vodka, anger and humiliation mixing into the kind of burn you can only drown, before she could drink it. Sumo snatched the glass and drank it himself in one go. The vodka hit like fire, pouring down his throat, warming his body from the inside out. Gwen stared at him like he'd committed a crime. Her eyes were full of betrayal. The CEO of Umbrella Biotech. Stealing alcohol from a girl who just lost her job? Ridiculous. Shameless. Sumo placed the empty glass down calmly, then held her resume in one hand. With the other, he tapped her shoulder gently. "Come." Gwen blinked. "What?" "I'll take you to visit Umbrella." His voice was steady, sharp, full of authority. "I'll give you a chance. Whether you pass our entry assessment and training, that depends on you." Umbrella didn't hire based on pity, it hired based on process. Cold, scientific, absolute. Even Sumo had gone through it when he inherited this identity. Gwen's mouth opened slightly. "Ah, thank you." She looked genuinely stunned. Everyone knew Umbrella's hiring was a legend. Professors begged and got rejected. Doctors with awards got turned away. And she, Gwen Stacy, just got an opportunity after one conversation. "Mr. Hamilton," she asked carefully, like she was afraid the world would snatch it away, "are you serious?" Sumo met her gaze. "Definitely." Then he added, blunt and honest, "Your resume is outstanding. And also, if Gwen was already delivered to his doorstep and he still rejected her, that would make him know." Stop. That word had a lot of meaning, and none of it was safe to say out loud. Gwen hesitated, then asked the obvious question. "How did you even know I was here?" Gwen gave a quiet sigh. "I got fired. Dr. Connors couldn't do anything." She looked down, embarrassed. "But he heard from a friend you'd be at this party. He gave me an invitation and told me to try." Sumo nodded slowly. "So Connors pushed her here, not because it was safe, because this was her last shot." The two walked side by side through the building until they reached the underground parking garage, and that's when Gwen stopped. A black Lamborghini sat there like a predator among tame animals. It wasn't just expensive, it was arrogant. It crushed every supercar around it without even trying. Gwen's eyes lit up instantly. "Wow." She stepped closer and reached out, fingers tracing the cold, sharp lines of the body. "This is so cool." It made her dad's car look like it belonged in a museum. Then reality snapped back into her brain. She jerked upright, suddenly alert. "Wait, we've been drinking, we can't drive." As NYPD Commissioner George Stacy's daughter, she wasn't just worried, she was terrified. If traffic police caught them, her father would appear in under 5 minutes. And if George and Helen found out she drank, attended a Stark party, and almost drove, Gwen didn't even want to imagine it. Sumo pulled out his phone. "Okay, I'll call off Fu." The screen lit up. He didn't even get to dial. Something cold and hard pressed into his lower back. His entire body stiffened. Every hair rose. "A gun." "Mr. Hamilton," a man's voice said from behind, calm and cruel, "don't move." Sumo's phone was yanked out of his hand. Gwen's face drained of color. A second muzzle pressed into her lower back too. Her drunken haze vanished instantly, replaced by icy fear. 7, maybe 8 men stepped out of the shadows, big, rough, experienced. The bald man leading them grinned, grabbed Sumo's phone and smashed it on the ground like it was nothing. Crack, pieces scattered across the concrete. "Mr. Hamilton," the bald man said almost politely, "it's really hard to meet you." Sumo slowly turned his head, eyes cold. His expression didn't panic, it sharpened. "Who are you?" For a split second, something dark flickered in his gaze, a murderous intent so pure it didn't feel human.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Cannon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The enemy of his original parents, or a competitor of the umbrella company? Now that Gwen can get the news, some people or organizations with illegal intentions against him can also know his whereabouts. "I'm sorry, Mr. Hamilton, but you're going to die." The leader, a bald man with a big beard and a ferocious smile, took out his pistol. The cold muzzle was aimed at Sumo's eyebrows. The perception of danger from a ferocious beast causes a pinprick-like pain on the skin. Sumo's black pupils shrank slightly. He was able to deal with the two pistols pointed at him. However, it is impossible for him to rescue Gwen on the other side at the same time. Once the gangster gets frightened and the gun goes off, Gwen will die. "Stop. If you dare to kill us, my father will not let you go." "My name is Gwen Stacy. My father is the commissioner of the NYPD, George Stacy." Gwen hurriedly shouted that she could not just sit back and watch Sumo be killed. The bald man was startled, looked at Gwen carefully, and asked sharply, "Your father is the director? Don't lie to me, otherwise your end will be ugly." "No, that's right, there are photos in my phone." Gwen mustered up her courage, stretched out her finger, and pointed to her pocket. The bald man's eyes flashed and he glared at Sumo fiercely. "Hands up! If he makes any move, kill him immediately." Sumo raised her hands obediently. At the same time, he clearly felt the muzzle of the gun pressed against his lower back, exerting force in a demonstrative manner. "System, use 1,000 emotion points to make fishing bait." "Fishing!" Sumo's heart calls to the system. 1,000 emotional points flashed away instantly, forming a ball of emerald green light, and suddenly fell into the endless void. In his raised right hand, an ethereal fishing rod appeared, extending into the air, hanging down a thin line, pulling the bait tightly. "Green bait shouldn't catch white trash, right?" Basic white bait costs 100 emotion points, mostly common items such as bras, diapers, firearms, and medicines, abbreviated as white trash. The bald man took Gwen's cell phone and found the family photo. Comparison with publicity photos of George online confirmed Gwen's identity. "Hey, things are in trouble." The bald man had a headache. According to the usual practice, they should be silenced, but Gwen's identity is destined to be a big bomb. Killing the daughter of a highly qualified New York Police Department commissioner who worked her way up from the bottom would be the rage and pursuit of nearly 80,000 regular police officers in New York City. The bald man is able to survive till today, and he also knows who he can mess with. No one can touch it. He called his boss directly to report the situation. Ding! Fishing successful. Sumo's palm sank and the fishing rod was automatically recovered. A group of emerald green light emerged from nothingness, and a system prompt sounded in my mind. Gene Lock Level 1, awakening human combat instinct and danger perception, greatly improving physical fitness and nerve reaction speed. Side effects: special toxins, genetic collapse, body pain. Note, each time you get through a side effect, your physical fitness will improve and the next side effect will weaken. The emerald green light melted into the heart. Sumo suddenly felt an invisible shackles spreading to every corner of her body. The bald man looked serious, picked up his phone and took a photo of Sumo and Gwen, then continue reporting to the boss on the other end of the phone. "Gene lock turn on." Sumo's pupils shrank suddenly, her heartbeat was like the thunder of war drums, and the invisible shackles were suddenly released. The piercing crisis in the lower back, the 7 strong men stood scattered, their expressions and body movements were reflected in Sumo's mind one by one. including the strong man who kidnapped Gwen and the dangerous figures lurking in the darkness. Next moment, whoosh, the raised hands were like phantoms falling down and instantly snatching away the M9 pistol that was pressed against the waist. The black pupils narrowed like a hunting cat, staring intently at Gwen and that strong man. Boom, clang, boom, 2 consecutive brisk gunshots mixed with the crisp sound of steel impact instantly stimulated the sensitive nerves of everyone present. The 6 strong men bent down in fear, trying to find obstacles to avoid. Gwen was trembling with chills all over her body, looking at the strong man who fell next to her in shock. His right hand was pierced by a bullet, and there was an extra bullet hole in his head with viscous liquid flowing out. How fast do people react? Gwen, the god of learning, tells you that the normal human nervous reaction time is 0.1504 seconds. Even the best athlete can only take 0.139 seconds. This is already the limit of human beings. Gwen looked at Sumo holding an M9 in shock. In just 0.15 seconds, Sumo grabbed the gun, aimed, calculated the trajectory, and fired 2 shots. The first bullet hit the Lamborghini and ricocheted, accurately piercing the strong man's right hand and pistol at Gwen's lower back. The second bullet hits the head directly. In just a few tenths of a second, it was a classic counterattack that even the top Special Forces king could not accomplish. Not far away, the former top killer, John Wick, looked shocked. Even when he was at his peak, he could not replicate Sumo's 0.15 seconds to seize the gun, aim, and kill with 2 shots. He was not sure that he could save Sumo and Gwen at the same time. He was worried that after a headshot, the remaining biological nerve reflex of the human body would pull the trigger and accidentally kill the 2 of them. He didn't take action for a long time, waiting for the opportunity. But Sumo did it. At the limit of human nervous reaction, save yourself, counterattack, boom, 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 boom. 5 brisk gunshots seemed to be continuous into one dull gunshot. The strong man who had just bent down was hit in the head instantly before he could figure out the situation. Fresh plasma fluid splashes, the heavy body fell limply to the ground. Kuzma, what happened? The sound of electric current accompanied by a Russian accent came from the phone. Sumo's cold eyes, filled with brutal murderous intent, looked at the last one and the leader, the bald man. Kuzma, how could you? The bald man was extremely frightened. In an instant, 6 loyal and reliable men were shot in the head. He just blinked and there were corpses lying at his feet. Hot blood splashed on his face and fear grew and spread in his heart. The phone slipped down and the bald man hurriedly pulled out his gun, trying to aim at Sumo but too slow. Like a phantom, Sumo rushed directly in front of him and grabbed his wrist. Boom. Ah! There was a crisp sound of bones breaking. The bald man screamed, his right hand bent into a weird arc and the pistol dropped. Sumo directly destroyed the bald man's limbs, turned around instinctively and turned the muzzle of the gun, pointing to an inconspicuous black spot among all the luxury cars and supercars. Are you here to kill me too? Sumo said coldly. The beast's perception and the dangerous perception of genetic locks blended together, and he clearly felt a fierce and suppressed sight hiding in the pile of luxury cars. I'm John Wick. I have received information that Joseph Trasov wants to kill you. I wanted to find Joseph, so I came to you. The slightly hoarse magnetic voice is full of depression and coldness, like a beast at the end of its rope. Sumo's heart skipped a beat and she couldn't believe her ears. John Wick. Is it the retired legendary killer I know who caused countless bloody storms because of a dog, John Wick? Gwen, come here and help me. Sumo whispered, slowly exiting from the state of opening the gene lock. As the daughter of the New York police commissioner, Gwen quickly calmed down, ignored the bodies around her, and ran to Sumo, somewhat at a loss. How to help? Boom! Sumo threw the pistol into Gwen's arms. A special toxin was secreted and spread between the internal organs, intertwined between the internal organs, fascia, skin, and flesh. Pain, the side effects of turning on the gene lock explode like wild beasts. Sumo. Gwen exclaimed, reaching out to hold Sumo's violently twitching body, and the hot breath hit her face. Nitrate, naloxone hydrochloride, or pyracetam sodium chloride, several neurostimulant drugs quickly appeared in Gwen's mind and he eliminated them one by one. What drug can cause muscle tissue spasm, nerve excitement, and severe pain in humans? Gwen, a former laboratory assistant at Osborne Biotech, couldn't answer this question either. What's up with him? Not far away, John Wick walked out of the darkness, looked at Sumo, who started to twitch, and asked, "I don't know, call an ambulance." Gwen looked anxious and laid Sumo flat on the ground according to standard rescue procedures. John's eyes darkened and he looked at the corpses with their heads shot around. If an ambulance is called, they will probably be handcuffed directly to the New York Police Department, but you can call the doctor at the Continental Hotel. Love, Liz, no. Sumo made a hoarse and low sound in her throat and hit her heart hard with her right hand. What? Who is Alice? When Gwen heard the slight moan, she quickly lowered her body and put her ear to Sumo's mouth. It is speculated that Alice may be Sumo's personal doctor or emergency contact. Ellie Silk, accompanied by the percussion of a specific rhythm. Sumo was shocked. It was as if a special flowing liquid was pouring out of the torn heart and tense spine, pouring into the channels of blood vessels and nerves. The nanorobot that sealed the Moonlight Beast began to detect and treat Sumo's body. The system panel is updated and the sealed status 90% sign disappears. Extraordinary ability, Moonlight Beast blue quality, extremely strong regeneration ability, comprehensive strengthening of body functions. When the moon is full, it transforms into a white giant tiger. Sumo felt a wild and ancient power rushing out from deep inside her body like a tiger coming out of its box, raging wildly. Call! He sat up suddenly and exhaled a puff of turbid air. Moonlight Beast's full regeneration ability, coupled with the top-notch nanorobots of the Umbrella, began to repair Sumo's collapsed genes and digest the special toxins in the internal organs. In just a few breaths, the side effects of the gene lock disappeared quickly. Gwen was startled by Sumo, who suddenly sat up and asked worriedly, "How are you feeling?" "I have a bad guess in my heart because there is also a saying in the West that the light will come back." Sumo rubbed the residual pain in her heart, stood up freely, arranged her dusty suit, and explained, "The side effects of the gene lock have been overcome." "Hello, Mr. John Wick." He stretched out his hand and looked at the tall and powerful legendary killer. "Hello." John reached out and shook his hand vigorously. Sumo's palms are very clean, with no calluses from long-term gun practice and no special marks from training, but his hands are strong, the muscle density is amazing, it must hurt to hit someone. As a legendary killer, John instantly analyzed Sumo's strength and certain experiences with a simple handshake. "Why did Joseph Trasov want to kill me?" Sumo asked doubtfully. "The mafia prince who killed John's dog, why did he send people to kill him instead of running for his life?" Sumo can guarantee that the original person and the original parent have nothing to do with the Eros Mafia. He spent a month sorting through all the property and transaction records and there was absolutely no interest. "Have no idea. Vigo, place a reward at the Continental Hotel. Your life is worth $100,000, John explained in a deep voice. He interrogated Perkins and learned that Yusef wanted to kill Sumo, but he didn't know why. "Shit, he's so deceptive." Sumo cursed and turned around to walk to the only surviving bald man, a foot stomped hard on his kneecap. "Gaba." The creepy sound of bones breaking. "Ah!" The bald man wailed in pain, his face twisted in horror. "Do you know how much my suit is worth in dollars? $570,000. This is the cheapest suit in my wardrobe. I wore it specifically for Tony's party because when I go back I will throw away this suit worth 570,000 yuan. Damn it, you actually offered me a reward of just $100,000. Sumo rage, veins appeared on his face. The heart is beating violently and the body is vaguely strange with a tendency to transform into a tiger. The most damning thing is, someone really wants to kill me for a reward of 100,000 yuan. Some inexplicable assassinations that I encountered recently when I went out were finally solved. Both he and Afu believed that this was an assassin sent by a business rival. After a long investigation, they could not find the murderer behind the scenes. Unexpectedly, someone would actually offer a reward of $100,000 to kill the chairman of an umbrella biological company worth tens of billions. Funny, he's so funny. A bunch of clean-faced rookie killers were a naked insult to him. Gwen. A piece of clothing costs $570,000, so throw it away. George sits in the position of director and his annual salary is only about $80,000. This is the commissioner of the New York Police Department. The annual salary is only $80,000. So if George worked hard for 7 years and didn't spend a penny, he could probably buy one of Zio Chu's handmade suits. Gan, evil capitalist. Gwen suddenly felt sorry for George. John was silent. He could afford a 570,000 yuan handmade suit and it was bulletproof, but what's the use? His wife died and Daisy was killed. He couldn't even protect the last gift Helen gave him. Yusef Trasov, where is he? If you don't explode in silence, you will die in silence. The Baba Yaga, who had retired for 5 years, burst out with cold and piercing murderous intent and suddenly rushed in front of the bald man. His voice was like a tumbling corpse, hoarse and heavy. I can't say, they'll kill me. The bald man cried and shouted that the mafia treated members who leaked secrets with extremely cruel methods. He doesn't dare, he is afraid. They're going to kill you, what about me? John's face was cold and stiff and he reached out to hold one of the strong man's arms. Boom, Gaba, Gigi Tilda with his bare hands, he folded a thick arm to 90 degrees and then twisted it hard. Kuzma, the bald and strong man, let out a miserable cry. Sumo couldn't help but take 2 steps back and looked at the non-human-shaped arm compared with the top killers in the profession, his crushed kneecaps pale into insignificance. Red Circle Club. The boss has arranged for the most elite personnel to protect Yusef and they are all hidden in the Red Circle Club. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The bald man told everything he knew about the situation, crying and begging. Kuzma. John looked directly at the bald man's face with suppressed and deep eyes and then wring his neck without mercy. Gwen's scalp was numb. Who is this? Countless times more terrifying than the murderers and antisocial psychopaths arrested by George. You can go. John whispered, I will take care of the scene and no one will track you down. Sumo shook her head, bent down to pick up the broken mobile phone on the ground and put it into her pocket. It's too late. He took a photo of me and Gwen and has already informed the boss behind him. Gwen, lend me your cell phone. He stretched out his hand. Gwen was slightly stunned and quickly handed the phone to Sumo. Yes, you can call the police. My father is the commissioner of the New York Police Department. He will protect us. Moreover, we were acting in self-defense and they attacked us first, Gwen suggested, taking courage. No, John rejected it directly. What a joke. He is a retired killer seeking protection from law enforcement. Is he seeking death? Sumo made a silence gesture to shut up the two of them. Call Afu's phone number. I'm Sumo, bring that equipment truck over. I know who wants to kill me. Go to the lab and get a battery, some of the latest bulletproof suits, the sizes are. Sumo summarized the heights and body shapes of John and Gwen to Afu and hung up the phone. Hand the phone back to Gwen. Gwen, call your father now and ask him to take people home and protect your mother and family. Sumo said in a deep voice with deep eyes, when Afu comes he will escort you home. Why? They dare not touch mine, let alone provoke a New York Police Department chief. Gwen was a little panicked, her pretty face turned pale and a trace of cold sweat broke out on her forehead. That's right, they won't provoke. John suddenly spoke up, his deep voice like a devil who had been living in the darkness for a long time. But you are not injured, so the New York Police Department will not go to war with the Ross Mafia for you. Impossible. They attacked me and the police station will definitely get to the bottom of it, Gwen argued subconsciously. She knows many similar cases where some mafia members attack the family members of police detectives and will be hunted down by the local police department. But you're not hurt. John's temperament was cold and he emphasized, there are rules here. Although Vigo crossed the line, you were not injured, so he will not touch you or provoke your father. The NYPD will knock Vigo, but they won't do it because the reason isn't good enough. But Vigo will use his connections to make a director step down. It's not difficult for him. Then there are a series of methods such as bribery and framing. John didn't say the last word. Gwen's face turned pale and she couldn't believe it. Sumo reached out, patted the girl's back gently and explained, They are not ordinary criminals, they have complicated interests involved. The mafia has a handle on some people. It's complicated, Gwen. Call George and tell him what's going on here and tell him to go home and don't do anything. Some things need to be solved in the dark. Sumo put the phone into Gwen's hand and dialed George's number personally. Gwen was ignorant and told her father George everything about this place. They wanted to kill me, so I killed them back. Is this reasonable? Sumo looked at the retired killer with a cold temperament and asked, John, reasonable. Sumo, I provide the best weapons, you kill your target and I kill mine. John took a deep look at Sumo and nodded. Okay. The tacit understanding between men was achieved in an instant. John needs Sumo's help. He has been retired for 5 years and his skills have deteriorated a lot. Sumo needs information from John. He knows nothing about the underground forces in New York and needs an acquaintance. The two looked at each other and nodded, and John called the Continental Hotel's cleaning team. Mr. Hamilton, George wants to speak to you, Gwen said softly after regaining her composure. We have lived and died together, just call me Sumo. Sumo smiled and took the phone. Chief Stacy, I'm sorry to involve your daughter. The angry and depressed voice of a father came from the other end of the phone. Sumo Hamilton, I don't care how you solve this matter, but if Gwen is harmed in any way, I will definitely kill you. I promise. No matter how rich you are, no matter your last name is Hamilton, George threatened almost through gritted teeth. Definitely, I will not let any harm come to Gwen, I promise you, Director Stacy. Sumo was not angry and said in a deep voice. Because of him, Gwen was innocently involved. As a father, George had the right to be angry. I will resolve this matter as soon as possible and will not let them disturb your lives. That better be it. Give the phone to Gwen, George said coldly. Sumo returned the phone to Gwen with a thoughtful look in her eyes. The easiest way to solve this matter is to kill Vigo Trasov, the leader of the Eros Mafia. George's use of his connections with the police department will arouse strong resistance from Hell's Kitchen, the Mafia and other forces in New York. But Sumo took action and it was justified. It won't cause greater chaos and fire. Offer him a reward of $100,000. This is a naked provocation and insult. The underground garage fell into a brief silence. A black Chevrolet suddenly broke in and parked diagonally in front of everyone. A group of black-clad bodyguards armed with guns poured out of the car and quickly checked for dangerous factors at the scene. Then a black Ford F-550 slowly drove in. Master, are you okay? Are you injured? Do you need to call an ambulance? I brought a team of security. Is that enough? If not, I can also shake people. Ah Fu anxiously checked Sumo up and down and then breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that there were no wounds. Alfred, I killed someone with this gun, please remember to deal with it. Sumo handed the M9 pistol to Ah Fu. The gun has fingerprints and sweat on it and must be cleaned, preferably by grinding off the rifling. In this way, even if someone conducts ballistic analysis based on the scene, Sumo will not be found. Definitely, Master, I will melt it into a puddle of molten iron, leaving absolutely no trace. Ah Fu promised happily. Even after killing someone, the young master remains calm and cautious, and he has indeed grown a lot. This is Gwen, the daughter of Commissioner George Stacy of the New York Police Department. You will take her home in a moment. This is John Wick, Sumo introduced. Ah Fu looked at Gwen and said in a unique British gentleman's accent, Hello, Miss Stacy, I am Master Sumo's butler, Alfred Pennyworth. Hello, Mr. Pennyworth, Gwen replied somewhat cautiously. I'm curious, does the profession of housekeeper still exist now? Ah Fu looked at the cold and gloomy John in the corner, his eyelids twitched and he stretched out his hand. Alfred. John Wick. John stretched out his hand and shook it vigorously, his voice low and hoarse. Killer, retired Special Forces. Killer, I'm retired air crew. John answered truthfully and at the same time told the army where Ah Fu had served. One of the world's top special forces, the SAS Special Air Service Regiment. Sharp. Ah Fu's eyes were sharp and he said in a deep voice, Then you should know my style of doing things. If you hurt Master Sumo, I will kill you. I retired. John's voice was hoarse and he raised his wrist to check the time. A van with the words Professional Waste Disposal printed on it suddenly broke in. The cleaning team of the Continental Hotel used professionals to deal with the underground garage scene with professional methods. Finally, John handed a pile of gold coins to the leader, Charlie. "Afu, do you know why we didn't find any clues about the killer?" Sumo asked suddenly. "Afu, we started too quickly and left no one alive." Sumo shook his head. "No, it's because they are too poor, they don't even have a gold coin, and they come to assassinate them." Afu suddenly fell silent. A killer at the Continental Hotel doesn't even have a gold coin in his pocket. What does it mean? A pure novice, so they couldn't find any clues at all because these people were desperate. "Master, I can talk to the manager of the Continental Hotel and ask them to cancel the reward on you," Ah Fu whispered. "No, I want to find out the person who issued the reward and kill him." A cold light flashed across Sumo's eyes and she reached out and patted Ah Fu on the shoulder, indicating that she would go back and talk later. He had a hunch that things here were not simple. Gwen and John got into the Ford F-550 RV together. The interior of the vehicle has been professionally modified to completely replicate the CIA agent's equipment vehicle. Various firearms and equipment are hung on both sides and there is even a C4 grenade. Sumo handed Ah Fu his suit jacket. "Throw away this dress, Tony's party will be really dirty. It's more of a psychological dirty thing. From time to time, if you get close to someone, you have to have physical contact with him. And Tony, those hands, I don't know what they did, but they touched him." Gan. "When you are kidnapped by terrorists, you will be allowed to be a caveman for a few more days." "Definitely, master." Ah Fu took the clothes with a smile and handed the prepared bulletproof suit to Sumo. There were 2 more sets which were handed to Gwen and Wick, who were a little confused. "This is the latest bulletproof suit developed by the laboratory. Between the fabric and lining there are silicon carbide laminated materials and nanoplating. Bulletproof, knife-cut, grenade shrapnel, corrosive solution, etc. Currently the most advanced body armor. The only disadvantage is that it is expensive and requires timely charging." Sumo put on the suit and explained to the 2 of them. "Charge?" John stroked the somewhat heavy suit fabric and asked doubtfully. "Suit, can it still be charged?" Gwen's eyes were full of curiosity and she looked at Sumo in a straight suit. "Nano coating is a sandwich layer constructed of nanorobots. The current energy problem has not yet been solved, that's it." Sumo took out a small safe from under the podium and opened it. "Pull out a silver metal block baby fist file size." He stretched out his finger and tapped lightly, ding. The metal block instantly turned into a liquid state like bright mercury, mottled and undulating in the transparent vessel. "This is the world's top nanotechnology developed by Umbrella Company. You use it to make bulletproof coatings on suits?" Gwen's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. "Sumo actually used such cutting-edge technology to make clothes? What a waste! This is the nanotechnology that many biologists, pathologists, and medical experts have dreamed of. It can be used to study biology and treat diseases." Dr. Zhao Heilun is in charge of nanomedicine, and the future of nanotechnology goes far beyond the biomedical field. Sumo explained. "Gwen, suddenly I thought about it very much. What should I do if I go to work in an umbrella company? No one who studies biomedicine can resist this temptation. The world's most cutting-edge nanotechnology means that many industries are about to undergo great changes and many truths and rules will be subverted. The world will usher in a new round of scientific change." John didn't understand this, so he put on his bulletproof suit and adjusted it to a comfortable position. "Sumo, Afu, send Gwen home first and then go to the Red Circle Club." "Wait, I can stay and help." Gwen's heart tightened and she hurriedly spoke. "I know Krav Maga fighting technique and George taught me how to use a gun. I can help." She didn't want to sit at home and be protected, she wanted to help. Ah Fu refused. "This is not playing house." "Yes, as long as you can convince George, I can let you stay." Sumo suddenly spoke up and agreed. "Master," Ah Fu looked at Sumo in confusion. "This is not child's play. They're about to invade a club full of erotic thugs and it's war. How could you bring a civilian with you?" "Okay, I will convince George." Gwen's pretty face was overjoyed. She quickly picked up her phone, sorted out her words, and gave George a CPU plus PUA. The Ford F-550 RV parked slowly near the Red Circle Club. Alice, project the club's architectural structure. Sumo put the Glock pistol on her waist and arranged the magazines. The roof of the car projects a ball of light and shadow, forming the architectural structure of the Red Circle Club with 2 floors above ground and 1 underground. The first floor is a dance hall and bar that is open for business with a large number of unrelated people. The second floor is a VIP floor where some wealthy people spend their time. The basement has a huge space. Based on the club's previous decoration records, it is speculated that it is an entertainment venue for mafia insiders. The internal monitoring equipment is old and physically disconnected, so it is impossible to know the details of the internal situation. Alice reported quickly. "Thanks, Alice." Sumo thanked her softly. Alice is an artificial intelligence developed by Sumo's parents. Although it is not as good as Tony's JARVIS, it is still the best in the industry. Is Umbrella Company's artificial intelligence so advanced? Gwen, who had convinced George, admired in a low voice. Osborne also has artificial intelligence, which is very dull and is more about maintaining system operation and security. He is not as smart as Alice. John felt the power of capital. Genuine weapons from Stark Industries, the most advanced bulletproof suit in the laboratory worth millions. And the intelligence power brought by artificial intelligence and private satellites. Using such power to kill Yusef is like hitting a mosquito with a cannon. The one with GPS positioning too. Thinking about the weapons and body armor he once owned, John felt a little sad. Sumo placed the container containing the nanorobot on her wrist. The bright mercury fades quickly, leaving only a transparent vessel. System panel updated. Extraordinary ability, Moonlight Beast blue quality, sealed state 30%, extremely strong regeneration ability, comprehensive strengthening of body functions. In the current sealed state, it cannot transform into a giant tiger. The strange feeling inside the body disappeared and the mood became much more stable instantly. Gene lock level 1 is only of green quality and cannot help Sumo fully control the blue quality Moonlight Beast. This is nanorobots participating in human circulation. Is Umbrella's nanotechnology already so mature? Gwen saw this scene and exclaimed. As an expert, she has done a lot of research on the nanotechnology achievements announced by Umbrella. But obviously, the true technological level of the Umbrella far exceeded her imagination. Yes, according to the latest research, nanorobots can lurk in the human body and be activated through special instructions or frequency tapping. For example, Alice is not Alice, and tapping the heart with a specific frequency will actively wake up the nanorobots in standby to detect and repair the body. Physical wounds, viruses, internal organ damage, broken bones, etc. can all be cured. Sumo stuffed the transparent vessel back under the podium and explained. He used nanorobots to interrupt the transformation process of Moonlight Beast and suppressed the physical changes to the extreme so that he would not transform into a giant tiger every night. Little stars appeared in Gwen's eyes and she even wanted to go to work at the Umbrella. "What should I do? Can it cure cancer?" John suddenly spoke up and asked. His wife died of cancer. It is the eternal pain in his heart. Sumo understood clearly and calmly explained. In the early stage of cancer, the cure rate is 50% 90% depending on the location of the cancer. In the middle stage of cancer, the cure rate is 10% 30%. In the late stage of cancer, it is better than chemotherapy. It can extend the patient's life for a few days and make the patient's life more comfortable. John was silent. When his wife found out that she had cancer, it was already in the advanced stage, but she kept it secret from him. "Until I can no longer hide it." Click. Turning on the insurance, John opened the door aggressively like a desperate beast and walked towards the Red Circle Club. "What's up with him?" Gwen asked carefully. John's cold and crazy aura made her suffocate. "Perhaps you can wait until the matter is over before asking him." Sumo tapped Gwen on the shoulder without explaining. John didn't say it and he couldn't spoil it. "Stay well here and contact me anytime if you need anything." Sumo pointed to the headset. Gwen nodded vigorously and sat in front of the podium. An ambiguous smile appeared on the corner of Ah Fu's mouth and he watched quietly. "Afu, let's go." Sumo waved her hand, got out of the car with the butler Ah Fu and entered the Red Circle Club through the main entrance. "Master, are you?" Iafu was curious and wanted to ask about Gwen. "The master and his wife have passed away, and the young master should also consider marriage issues. Gwen is a very good choice." Sumo glared at Ah Fu and interrupted him to continue. He pointed at the headset indicating that Gwen was listening. Red Circle Club. In the ballroom on the first floor, demons danced wildly. The violent drum beats, deafening music, and dreamy lights allow countless men and women to dance and release their nature. Sumo and Ah Fu squeezed to the bar, ordered 2 glasses of whiskey, and observed the surrounding environment. "Master, there are people guarding the stairs, 3 on the dance floor and 2 at the door." Ah Fu whispered, "I'm getting older, but I haven't forgotten anything." Sumo nodded, picked up the glass and shook it but did not drink. A strong man in black had his eyes fixed on him. It was probably because of his majestic and luxurious temperament that he was incompatible with the Luan dance hall. The strong man in black walked forward and felt that Sumo's face was familiar. You are Hamil." Bang! A faint, brisk gunshot. The strong man suddenly had a bloody hole in his head. The body fell limply. Ah Fu quickly helped the person sit down in front of the bar, pretending to be drunk and falling asleep. Sumo hid the pistol so that no trace was revealed during the whole process. At a distance of 3 meters, his gun was fast and accurate without even needing to activate the gene lock. Good marksmanship. Ah Fu instantly noticed the improvement in Sumo's marksmanship and couldn't help but admire him. "Go clean the dance floor first," Sumo said softly, and together with Ah Fu blended into the chaotic and crowded crowd on the dance floor. Quietly, he took care of the 3 strong men and dragged them to a corner to hide. At the same time, John enters the basement of the club through the side door. Victor, who killed Daisy, was pressed against the pool and his neck was broken. "Daisy is more than just a dog." John shook his hand, violent, murderous intent rising in his head. Walking out of the bathroom, I quickly discovered Yusef Trasov intertwined with a woman in the bath. The fire is on the verge of breaking out. John was discovered and the 2 sides fought fiercely. Yusef wrapped himself in a bath towel and used the woman as a shield to successfully escape from the basement. Arriving on the first floor, I rushed into the crowd and looked around in a panic, but there was no man sent by my father. John then rushed out, staring at Yusef's back with murderous eyes. Yusef quickly ran to the VIP floor on the second floor and then harsh gunshots rang out. "Master, don't we need to help?" Ah Fu sat at the bar and asked doubtfully. Yusef, who had just put on his bathrobe, ran past them. Immediately afterwards, John also ran past the 2 of them. "No, this is his prey. If we help, maybe he will resent us for interfering," Sumo said slowly. "A top killer full of revenge and anger will not allow others to touch his prey." But the harsh sound of gunfire echoed. Men and women venting their hormones fled the club in panic. It's obvious that people from the Ross Mafia don't know how to install silencers. Gene lock open. The heart beats like war drums and thunder, the blood rushes and the perception of danger is released. Sumo perceived the movement upstairs, the sound of gunshots, fighting, and the sound of broken wine bottles, accompanied by a roar. A black shadow fell from the sky. Sumo's eyes lit up and she reacted quickly, stretching out her hands to catch it. "Tough guy in my arms." John Wick looked confused. "What's the situation?" While fighting with Kirill, he accidentally hit a bottle of wine. His head was dazed, and then he was picked up and thrown down the second floor. He was ready to land physically, but he was actually caught. As a legendary killer, John instinctively opened his eyes. Walter, emotion points plus 99. "Hello, Mr. Wick, are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Sumo said with a smile that he had been preparing for this moment for a long time. In his previous life, he saw John land directly from the second floor and his body hit the ground hard, which made him feel terrified. Therefore, he deliberately turned on the gene lock, guarded John's landing point, and had a wave of tough guys fall into his arms. "Careful." John pulled out the pistol from his waist, raised the gun and fired towards the second floor, forcing Kirill back. "Thanks." He broke away from Sumo's arms neatly, turned around and chased Yusef. Emotion points plus 23, another big player in emotional points. It seems that people like these who are born to be protagonists contribute far more emotional points than ordinary people. Sumo clapped her hands and looked up towards the second floor. Kirill, the right-hand man of mafia leader Vigo Trasov, was looking at him. Sumo Hamilton. Kirill shouted in disbelief. Why did Sumo, who was hunted down by his boss Vigo with a bounty, suddenly appear in the Red Circle Club and get together with Baba Yaga? What about Kuzma? Can't he even deal with a small, rich second generation? A bad premonition arose in Kirill's heart. Emotion points +11. Hi Tilda, please tell Vigo that I will kill him tonight. Sumo smiled, but her eyes were cold. He would not keep a mafia leader who has been in New York for many years overnight. Shet. Kirill slapped the railing bitterly, knowing that their assassination of Sumo had been exposed. Now it's just John Wick alone that's giving them too much to deal with. Plus a rich and powerful second generation getting involved with John. God doesn't know what chemical reactions will happen. The boss must be notified as soon as possible. Kirill quickly took out his mobile phone and prepared to report Sumo's incident. No, don't kill me, a horrified shout came from the rioting crowd. Yusef Trasov raised his hands with a panicked and helpless face and begged, please, I'm so sorry, I shouldn't have robbed your car. John's face was gloomy and the hand holding the gun was shaking a little. Seeing this scene, Kirill hurriedly picked up the dropped pistol and wanted to shoot to rescue Yusef. Boom! The bullet hit the metal railing, creating a dazzling flame. The Glock pistol in Sumo's hand was aimed at Kirill's head and he whispered, "You'd better stay still and leave John and Yusef alone for a while." Kirill's mouth twitched. Get along for a while? Let the legendary killer in the industry spend a while with a useless second-generation ancestor. Do you think it's too easy to kill Yusef with one shot, Daisy? You killed Daisy? That was Helen's last gift to me and you killed her. John's hoarse voice was like a tumbling corpse exuding strong murderous intent and coldness. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have touched your dog, I'm sorry. Yusef was so frightened that he knelt on the ground and begged John. The arrogance he once had was gone and he tried his best to apologize and beg John not to kill him. I have lots and lots of money, beautiful women, arms, territory. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you, give it all to you. Don't kill me, I'll give it all to you. Yusef cried and begged, you shouldn't have killed my dog. The suppressed madness and anger in John's eyes seemed to be about to burst out and he slowly exerted force with his fingers. He doesn't care about money, power, and women. He just wants revenge. Don't want. Boom, bang, 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 bang. There was a gunshot followed by intensive gunshots. The palm of the hand holding the gun was sore as if all the anger and hatred were hitting the enemy's body one by one with the brass-colored cuties. Yusef's body burst into clouds of blood. The neck was directly torn apart by the dense bullets. Only some flesh and tendons are left to connect the head and body. Daisy had her neck broken. Now he has returned. John held the gun stiffly and stood there looking at Yusef, who was dying in pain with complicated eyes. Kirill's expression changed and he took a deep look at Sumo and John. Get away immediately and leave without any hesitation. Emotion points +11. Emotion point +1. Emotion points +2. The system prompts in Sumo's mind kept ringing. There's Kirill and the dead mafioso, there's the bartender and the frightened young men and women. John, he's dead. Sumo stepped forward, placed her palm heavily on John's shoulder and comforted him. We should go, someone has already called the police. Ah Fu walked out of the surveillance room. He destroyed all the surveillance cameras and would not leave any video data as evidence, on a Ford F-550 touring car. John was in a depressed mood, sitting in the corner looking at the weapons on the wall in a daze. Have a drink? Sumo took out a bottle of whiskey from the wine cabinet. Ah Fu found the wine glass and started pouring the wine. Thanks. John took the glass and drank it in one gulp. Gwen's beautiful eyes were shining, looking expectantly at the movements in Ah Fu's hands. The thought of drinking was already written on her pretty face. Miss Stacy, you are not 21 years old and cannot drink. Ah Fu refused righteously. Gwen's face suddenly fell. Ah Fu turned around and poured Sumo a glass of whiskey. He's not 21, he can't drink, you can't double standards. Gwen suddenly became energetic and shouted unconvinced. There were 4 people in the car, why couldn't she drink alone? This unscientific? Be good, Tilda, I'll give you a drink when I go back. Sumo couldn't help being amused and stretched out her hand to rub Gwen's little head. Gwen's pretty face instantly turned red and she was so nervous that her toes buckled on the ground. Strange emotions arise in my heart. Emotion points plus 99, emotion points plus 13. The system prompt sounds. Sumo glanced at Gwen in surprise. He just rubbed her little head and didn't do anything out of the ordinary. How could Gwen contribute such a huge amount of mood points? Also, whose emotions are these 13 points? Sumo glanced at John in the emo and it was definitely not him. Looking at Ah Fu again, he had an ant's smile on his face and winked greasily at him. Vomit, case solved, this old housekeeper has a dirty mind. Sumo had no choice but to take a sip of whiskey, open the system panel and check the mood point balance. Emotional point, 911. Oops, what auspicious numbers, Sumo almost wanted to call it out. After the last fishing trip, I have more than 200 emotion points left. This action resulted in a huge gain of 700 emotion points, half of which came from Gwen and John, two emotional experts, so why kill Yusef? Sumo sat next to John, took the initiative to touch John's wine glass and asked in a low voice, "Let's see if you can collect some more emotion points, collect enough to get 1,000 and make another green fishing bait. My wife Helen died." John's face was cold and hard with pain and confusion hidden in his eyes and he spoke slowly. "I had nothing to worry about until the dog came to my door. That was Helen's last gift to me. Then it seemed like I had some hope that I wouldn't have to suffer alone. Until Yusef Trasov killed Daisy for robbing my car, my wife's last gift to me." John's hoarse voice recounted what happened in just 2 days. He raised his glass and clinked it with Sumo. "So I'm going to kill Yusef Trasov. Also, thank you for your help. Ding tilde emotion points plus 199. Sumo looked sympathetic and glanced at balance. Emotional point 1110. Nice, he is indeed a born protagonist. High yield is like that? Ah Fu had a serious look on his face and expressed sympathy for John's experience. It seems that it is difficult for retired soldiers and retired killers to have a good ending. Gwen listened intently with shock in her eyes. Are the reasons for the fire merger in the dark world so simple and crude? Because of a dog, the man in front of me came directly to the door and killed countless people in public. The culprit was executed directly, Yusef Trasov, a mafia prince. Fortunately, she loves small animals. Gwen glimpsed a corner of the dark world which was a little different from her previous knowledge. Sumo poured another glass of wine and sat next to the two natural protagonists, Gwen and John. Just some luck. System, make green bait and go fishing. Calling the system in his heart, 1,000 emotional points were instantly crossed out, condensed into a ball of emerald green light, and suddenly fell into the endless void. A void fishing rod appeared in Sumo's hand, extending into the air with a fishing line hanging down, hooking a ball of light. For a moment, the palm of my hand sank. Ripples appeared in the void, a dark blue light and shadow appeared, and the fishing rod disappeared in his hand. Hold the grass, the Emperor of Europe is here. Sumo was shocked and suddenly ecstatic. Could it be that he had the luck of being a born protagonist and was directly possessed by the European Emperor? The system's bait quality is divided into white, green, blue, red, and gold. The production price is very expensive. The white bait costs 100 emotion points, the green bait costs 1,000 emotion points, the blue bait costs 10,000, and the golden bait costs 1 million. Green bait has a 50% chance of fishing out green quality items or skills and a 40% chance of fishing out white trash. 10% probability of fishing out blue quality items. This made Sumo, who has always been a non-chief, overjoyed. The dark blue light group integrated into the body and the system prompt sounded, perfect crime, perfectly eliminate all criminal evidence including but not limited to fingerprints, footprints, body dander, body fluids, video recordings and memories. Note, perfect crime can affect anyone. Sumo perceived the changes in her body with a mixed expression on her face. The auxiliary ability has the same origin as Atsushi Nakajima's Moonlight Beast. Niyubai, very cool, he can kill the President of the United States in full view of everyone and erase everyone's memory. But why did he kill the President of the United States? As the chairman and president of Umbrella Biotech, the third largest shareholder of Stark Group, needs to commit a crime, tasteless. Even the blue quality abilities are nakedly useless. Perfect crime on. The next moment, Sumo activated perfect crime and targeted himself. My thoughts were like invisible lines following the rules of the world and came to the messy red circle club. Among the chaotic footprints, the footprints belonging to Sumo blurred and disappeared. Fingerprints, sweat, and various physical traces accidentally left behind are erased. The memories of passers-by and bartenders who had seen Sumo's appearance began to blur and certain qualifiers quietly changed. On the other side, Kirill, who was on the phone with his boss Vigo, was in a trance for a moment. He couldn't help but rub his temples and didn't pay attention. "Boss, I have recalled all my men, even John Wick and hiss. There seems to be another person. Boss, John Wick still has help, it's just that I didn't see his appearance clearly." Kirill, who came back to his senses, said seriously. On the other end of the phone was a confused Vigo Trasov, nanny helper. "Isn't it Sumo Hamilton? Did Kirill suffer a concussion from John's beating and begin to lose his memory?" Vigo put out his cigar and asked tentatively. "Kirill, you just said that Sumo and John got together and even Kuzma was killed by Sumo. What Sumo? That rich second generation? Impossible," Kirill retorted loudly. "How could a second-generation rich man join forces with the legendary killer John Wick? Is he worthy?" Vigo's heart sank. It was Kirill who forgot. What method can be used to erase human memory? Mutant, magic, witchcraft, or the devil? He was in no mood to explain and asked Kirill to return to the base as soon as possible and hang up the phone. Vigo hurriedly walked to the vault and dug out a hidden grid from under the floor. He took out the black safe, opened it, and carefully picked up the gold box inside with both hands. Extraordinary power, able to erase memories. I didn't expect that a rich second generation whose parents both died would actually possess extraordinary power. However, it's not that simple to kill me. Vigo's eyes are complex, including fear, ferocity, sadness, and deep anger. The pain of losing a child, it broke our hearts. John Wick, his most capable subordinate ever, actually for a car and a dog, just kill his son. Unforgivable. Even if they die together, he will make John and Sumo pay with their lives. Besides, it doesn't necessarily mean who will die. In the small vault, a low Russian accent echoed. Sumo's thoughts returned and she perceived the specific role of perfect crime. It can eliminate all traces and clues and erase the memories of witnesses. But if someone tells others about the crime before he activates his superpower, the superpower cannot be erased. Only erasing the memory of the witnesses is enough. According to the laws of the United States, if I commit a crime, the district attorney and the United States courts cannot convict me at all. Even the New York Police Department can't do anything to me. Sumo thought secretly and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. By the way, he erased the criminal traces left by Ah Fu. As for John, keep it. After all, it is a revenge worthy of everyone's memory, a murder caused by a dog. Moreover, Sumo has some special plans. Master, we have locked the position of the leader of the Eros Mafia, Vigo Trasov, Little Ross, the church next to Cannon Court. Currently, a large number of Mafia members have gathered around the church to form a tight defense. Alice's voice sounded. Then, a three-dimensional map is projected on the roof of the car, combined with imaging from satellite scanning. A light blue church appeared in front of everyone. Dense red dots gathered inside the church, and a large number of cars served as bunkers to guard the entrance to the church. Everyone stood up and observed the layout of the church and the flow of people. Master, this is simply a war fortress. With our current manpower and weapons, it is impossible to rush in and kill Vigo. Ah Fu frowned and explained in a deep voice. From his professional perspective, this chapel is easy to defend but difficult to attack. The internal structure is simple, with only the lobby and basement which are full of people. There are car bunkers on the outside. There are tactical masters in the Mafia. The defense measures and personnel arrangements are very professional. John frowned slightly. With such defensive power and measures, even he can't sneak in. There is no other reason than there are too many people. They can't maintain this state forever. We can choose another time to attack suddenly. Gwen offers advice. She can't help in terms of force, but in terms of IQ, she is a god of learning. Master, we are not in a hurry tonight. When tomorrow their defense will be relaxed, we can take advantage of it, Ah Fu advised. In a head-to-head confrontation, they have no advantage. Sumo thought deeply, looking at the layout of the church and the dense red dots. Alice, notify UTS, send a team of everyone equipped with heavy firepower to surround and kill the Eros Mafia. Synchronize all intelligence block signals in this area via satellite and do not attract the attention of other forces. Sumo put down the wine glass and said coldly, now that someone has set up the stage, he can't stop performing. There is a reward of $100,000 for him. This shame must be washed away with blood and fire. Master, you are starting a war. If we do this, what's the difference between us and those mafia bastards? Ah Fu exclaimed, UTS is the crisis management unit of Umbrella Company. It is formed by mercenaries and retired special forces and has extremely powerful combat effectiveness. It was secretly organized by Thomas Hamilton. Its main job was to deal with company crises, protect the company's top employees, and transfer the company's important assets. Ah Fu advised seriously, Master, sir, and madam, we don't want you to do this. He doesn't want Sumo to indulge in fighting with the mafia. Sumo's future should be a scientist who studies cutting-edge technology and the chairman and president of an umbrella company. Instead of using the company's armed forces to deal with a reckless young man from the mafia, as a guardian, he cannot let Sumo go astray. Sumo had deep black eyes, tapped her finger on the table and said, Alfred, this is in order, but Master, Iafu, do you really think that Thomas and Martha were killed in an accidental car accident? Sumo shouted suddenly, a frightening dark color surging in his eyes. He had a premonition, a very, very strong one, ready to come out. Walter, Master, Detective Gordon has investigated clearly. It was a truck failure that caused a series of car accidents. The driver is clean, has no unknown income, has not received any threats including his family and friends, and there are no problems. Ah Fu looked extremely serious and explained in a deep voice. Sumo's reaction was very much like post-traumatic stress disorder and overreaction to danger. Many veterans and disaster survivors will suffer from this terrible disease. Could it be that the young master is also unfortunate? Gwen stood aside, as quiet as a quail and as quiet as a chicken. It's so scary, the atmosphere here is so scary. Thomas and Martha died unexpectedly. I was put on a reward for assassination and Tony went to the Middle East. What do you think would happen if we all died? Sumo looked at Ah Fu with cold eyes and asked. This? Ah Fu was stunned. A deep whirlpool of horror surged into his heart and he suddenly woke up. Meeting. According to the agreement signed by Mr. during his lifetime, if there is no successor to the Hamilton family, Umbrella Biotech will be owned by Tony Stark. If Tony Stark dies, Obadiah Stane will become the largest shareholder of Stark Group. Umbrella Corporation will be folded into Stark Corporation and owned by Obadiah Stane. Alice faithfully told everyone present the results of her speculation. Afu and Gwen shuddered. If Sumo and Tony die, the Stark Group with assets worth hundreds of billions and the Umbrella Company worth tens of billions will belong to Obadiah Stane. Faced with such temptation, no one will be tempted. Sumo also figured it out not long ago. This Obadiah is a bit awesome. The Iron Overlord Obadiah, who has an online IQ, not only deceived the Stark family but even forced Tony into a desperate situation. The most important thing is that Tony was sold and still truly loved this good uncle. So, I want to catch Viggo Trasov with my own hands. Ask clearly who is the person who instigated him, then kill Obadiah Stane. Sumo spoke coldly and pointed at the picture of the mafia leader in the three-dimensional projection. Master, don't worry, my interrogation is very professional and I will definitely make him reveal the color of his mother's underwear. Ah Fu rolled up his sleeves and gritted his teeth. This is no longer the impulsiveness of a reckless boy. Now it's a Hamilton family affair when it comes to Mr. and Mrs. Well, you just like it, you don't need to tell me. Sumo immediately let go and stopped looking at Viggo's stubble-covered face, his mother. The housekeeper Ah Fu is old and has no significant other. It is normal for him to have a bad taste. Master, I didn't mean that. Ah Fu was down for a moment and hurriedly explained, he really has no interest in the mother of the mafia leader. He just said it casually. Ford F-550 close to Little Ross. Alice projected a satellite map and the entire UTS team was dispatched, including 7 bulletproof special vehicles to block all exits around the church. All the members of the mafia gathered in the church and the dense red dots looked like an ant nest. Master, shall I take command? You don't need to take action. One team can attack and capture Vigo alive. Ah Fu was eager to try, feeling like he was back on the battlefield. I want to capture Vigo alive myself, there can't be any surprises. Sumo said calmly he knows the working style of the UTS Crisis Management Unit. Once Vigo resists, he will be shot on the spot. This is the consistent style of the United States soldiers, SWAT teams, and mercenaries. You helped me, I'll help you too. John and Emo stood up, picked up the weapon hanging on the wall, and said in a deep voice. He could carry it clearly and knew that without Sumo, he would not have been able to kill Yusef so easily. Master. Ah Fu was worried, gritted his teeth, and picked up the submachine gun on the wall. I promise, sir and madam, that I will protect you. He will not stop Sumo from finding the truth, nor will he stop Sumo from taking revenge. Gwen looked around. Where is she? Stay in the car, I will need your command later. Sumo chuckled and reached out to rub her little head. Come and watch a grand fireworks show. Gwen, Alice, satellite link, spread all drones out. Sumo looked at the floating 3-dimensional projection and said softly, Okay, master. Accompanied by Alice's clear voice, from 7 special bulletproof vehicles, a dense crowd of drones suddenly appeared and swarmed towards the brightly lit church. The black drone has a matte finish and seems to blend into the dark night. The mafia thugs hiding behind the car shelter did not notice anything unusual above them. Image transmission. Inside the Ford F-550 RV, there are many narrow windows showing live video. Gwen and John were a little surprised and looked at the thugs holding guns in the picture. Before the fight even begins, you already know the opponent's location, appearance, and even weapons and equipment. It's like seeing through. Deploy bombs, launch drones, and notify the first team to prepare for battle. Sumo ordered. The drone suspended in the air dropped pieces of black stuff and instantly took off. Next moment, boom, a violent explosion resounded through the sky, breaking the silent and tense night. The mafia thugs immediately picked up their weapons and looked towards the explosion site, but before they could react, boom, 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 boom. Boom, a series of explosions lit up the dark night sky. The explosion blew away the car bunker and landed next to the thugs, blowing them into pieces. Ah, get down, run, run, enough, enough. Ah, 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 ah. The screams were endless and the roars were deafening. The relatively tight defense lines suddenly fell apart and more than 90% of the mafia outside the church died instantly. The drone descends slowly, providing a view. Sumo's eyes were cold, looking at the bloody and tragic scenes in the picture without any emotion. Which member of the Ross Mafia has no one killed? These people don't deserve sympathy. Gwen's pupils were shocked, she covered her mouth and was speechless. For the first time I experienced the brutality and bloodshed of war up close. This is the ultimate visual impact and 3-dimensional impact on Gwen, who has lived on campus for a long time. Emotion points plus 199. The corners of John's lips pursed and his eyes couldn't help but look at Sumo and Ah Fu, who had normal expressions. A trace of fear actually arose in my cold and fearless heart. If a bomb falls from the sky, who will not be afraid if it is placed on someone? Especially the power of satellites and artificial intelligence is simply foul. Emotion points plus 49. Sumo picked up a full glass of whiskey and handed it to Gwen. Drink something to warm yourself up. None of these mafiosi are clean and deserve no sympathy, he whispered relief. Gwen is too kind and beautiful, which is her shining point and the source of her misfortune. Both ordinary Gwen and Spider Gwen suffered a lot of pain and even death because of their kindness and beauty. Sumo lets Gwen see this dark world. I don't want Gwen to follow the same path as in the movie plot. Gwen's little hand shook slightly as she took the glass and drank the whiskey in one gulp. My feet were numb as if the ground was shaking due to the explosion. A blush instantly appeared on her pretty face and her eyes shone with determination. "I'm fine," Gwen said firmly. "Those who study biology have better psychological quality than ordinary people. After all, frequent dissections and animal experiments can be considered frequent exposure to blood and death." "Okay, it's time to take the next step. One team action." Sumo gave the order, the virtual projection changes and an M134 machine gun rises from each of the 7 special vehicles. John's eyelids twitched and his pupils shrank suddenly. As a retired legendary killer, he still knows the M134 machine gun, a rotary tube, external energy-driven automatic weapon using the Gatling principle, with a rate of fire of up to 7,000 rounds per minute. Naked battlefield meat grinder, buzz tilde. The barrel of the gun rotates and then brilliant tongues of flame spit out, forming a deadly line of fire. The surviving mafia thugs were caught off guard and torn in half by the dense bullets. The overturned car bunker was as fragile as a piece of paper. After repeated bombings, it was directly torn apart by machine guns. A fireman holding an M134 machine gun and wearing special glasses. Through the drone's image transmission and Alice's precise calculation and analysis, no vision is required and the firepower can easily lock the target. The scene was quickly cleared, leaving a mess of smoke. Gwen and John were immediately paralyzed. I couldn't help but look at Sumo, who was holding a whiskey next to me, and I suddenly felt how different the world was. Is this the power of upper-class capital? Drone bombs, M134 machine guns, elite private armed forces. There is no need for Sumo to take action at all. The mafia has been destroyed by half. Gwen, I can't understand it. I really can't understand it. The CPU in my little brain is about to burn out. This is different from her understanding. George is the commissioner of the New York Police Department and he is not so bold. John, seeing his former employer being ruthlessly ravaged and crushed. I can't help but feel sad in my heart. Killers and mafia are destined to be invisible and cannot be put on the stage. In real upper-class circles, it is not worth mentioning. John looked at Sumo with a calm expression and other thoughts could not help but appear in his heart. One team, bombard the church with heavy fire, be careful not to blow it down. Alice, the drone is ready to survey and kill the survivors. A team cordoned off the scene. I don't want anyone to escape the encirclement. Sumo quickly gave the order and reached out to secure a magazine on his waist. He beat his chest, unlocked the nano seal program, looked at Ah Fu and John and smiled. It's our turn, the words just fell. Boom! RPG rockets and M3E1A missiles carried out 2 small rounds of bombing. The church door was blown open and the side door and windows were blown open. Huge amounts of holes were blown open and thick smoke was released. The car also has special anti-tank AT-4 rocket launchers, Carl Gustav M3 rocket launchers and FGM individual anti-tank missiles. Because the power was too great, they were afraid of blowing up the church, so they only carried out 2 rounds of small bombings. The ground shook and even the Ford F-550 RV shook. Sumo got out of the car with Ah Fu and John, who were fully armed. There are dead bodies and debris everywhere and these mafias don't even know who the enemy is. Where he died in a daze. If you choose this path, you are destined to die a bad death. Sumo shook his head, ignoring the blood on the ground, and looked at the dilapidated church. John, do you feel like you are tapping me? Ah Fu looked around, pressed the headset and said, Master, the surrounding area has been cleaned up. There are still some survivors in the church hall and the main mafia masters are hiding in the basement. Sumo nodded, gene lock open. The blood is pumping, the heart beats like war drums and thunder, and the perception of beasts and the perception of danger blend together. Peeping eyes, a biting sense of crisis emerged in my heart. Boom. Sumo raised his gun and aimed at the hole on the side of the church door and a cute yellow-orange shot out. Accurately hit a mafia thug with a probe. Ah Fu was startled and looked at Sumo in surprise. When did the young master's marksmanship become so good? Walk. Sumo said in a deep voice. Her temperament changed as if she was a different person, from a luxurious and proud rich second generation to a bloodthirsty and cold hunter in an instant. The black eyes narrowed like those of a feline as they locked onto the prey. Sumo took the lead and walked towards the church door. Afu and John, holding onto their submachine guns, used professional tactical formations to cover him. Boom. A strong man who just stuck his head out was instantly shot in the head as the drone lands enter the interior of the church. There was a brief burst of gunfire inside, followed by silence. Master, the drone has killed the remaining survivors. We can go in. A few Huey reports. Sumo nodded and entered the dilapidated church first. Tables and chairs were blown to pieces and large holes were sunk in the ground, proving the brutality of the bombing. Only the basement is left. Vigo must be hiding there, John whispered. Vigo cherishes his life and must hide in the safest and most important place for him. The three found the basement entrance. The people inside wanted to fight back but were shot in the head by Sumo twice, giving Fu and John no chance to shoot. John. Then I leave? I used to be a legendary killer too. You're making me lose face like this, Sumo said. I am also helpless. His nerve reflexes were too fast and he sensed the danger in advance, took aim and shot the headshot. This is the body's fighting instinct and it doesn't even require him to think actively. Going down the stairs, the space is small and cramped. John and Afu became cautious and the three of them cooperated with each other to deal with the emerging enemies in an instant. The Mafia men want to break out of the basement, but facing Sumo, who has unlocked the Gene Lock, retired killer John Wick and retired Special Air Service Regiment Afu, this group of cannon fodder only delayed them for some time. Sumo stepped on the body and walked into the basement. Bang, bang, bang. The muscles in the palm of his hand flicked slightly and the muzzle of the gun was adjusted. Each yellow-orange cutie accurately hit the head of the strong man stuck in the corner. I know a little bit about tactics, but not much. Sumo's accuracy and speed are faster than them, that's enough. He slowly stepped forward and saw the mafia leader Vigo Trasov sitting in the vault. You came. Vigo looked at Sumo and actually showed a weird smile. Boom! A stinging sense of crisis came from his side. The tall figure was like a wild bull crashing directly into Sumo. Boom! His back hit the hard wall and his waist and abdomen were locked by a huge force. Sumo suddenly raised her leg and her knee hit the man's heart hard, making a muffled sound. The next moment the pistol was pressed against the man's neck. Bang, 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 few weird noises. The magazine was emptied and he immediately threw away the pistol and pressed his hands on the opponent's shoulders. The ancient and wild power surged, his legs curled up and he kicked off suddenly. The opponent was kicked out and hit the other wall hard. Kirill. Seeing the other party's appearance clearly, Sumo couldn't help but be surprised. In front of Kirill there was a big gash in his neck and red and green blood was flowing out. The exposed skin has green veins protruding, the face is ferocious and the eyes are round like an irrational beast. Back off, he's got some kind of virus or he's been injected with some kind of failed super serum. Don't come in, be careful of getting infected. Sumo reminded loudly. Captain America's super serum is already a mess with a lot of inferior and failed products. Anyone with some connections can buy some failed super serum on the black market. There is no guarantee that some scientific madman will combine super serum with the virus, resulting in Kirill's current ugly and crazy appearance. Master, Fu exclaimed and wanted to rush into the basement but was stopped by John. I have nanobots and I can't get infected, you don't? Sumo shouted, asking the two to retreat temporarily. Kirill detached from the wall and landed heavily on the ground. A pair of cloudy eyeballs were full of madness and cruelty. He stretched out his thick and powerful hands and rushed towards Sumo. Failure. Is this your last resort? Sumo sneered. Gene Lock Level 1 Moon Beast fully activated. Nanorobots enhance body functions. With 3 layers of buffs stacked, he has nothing to fear. Boom. The iron elbow struck Kirill horizontally and hit Kirill's chest hard, making a bone-crushing sound that was heartbreaking. Roar! Ignoring the sunken chest at all, Kirill stretched out his hands and grabbed Sumo's face. Crisis is unkempt and the skin is prickly. Sumo reacted quickly, grabbing Kirill's wrist with both hands and twisting it hard. Boom! The wrist bone was detached and shattered. Die! Sumo pulled hard with both hands and tore off both of his arms. Then he punched Kirill hard on the head, knocking him to the ground. Lift your foot and crush your head with one final kick. Damn, Kirill, who was irrational, was completely tortured by Sumo, easily obliterated. Gas mask, quick! Outside the basement, Gwen's voice suddenly sounded. Afu and John, wearing portable gas masks recently developed by Umbrella, walked into the basement. Kirill's head was stepped on and he could not die anymore. Master, are you okay? Afu anxiously ran to Sumo and put a portable gas mask on Sumo's face. I have nanobots inside me, no need for a gas mask. Sumo returned the gas mask to Afu and looked deep into the basement. Inside was a small vault with Vigo sitting in the center with a small table in front of him. The table was full of US dollar bills, cash and Continental Hotel gold coins, and a gold box. Welcome back, John Wick, Mr. Hamilton. Vigo, who was sitting in the vault with the Damascus golden knife, showed a weird smile. There was no fear, it was as if he already knew the outcome of tonight. Vigo, John looked at his former employer with mixed feelings in his heart. He has been retired for 5 years and is Vigo's son, allowing him to pick up the butcher knife again. Mr. Vigo Trasov, I'm sorry to interrupt your reminiscence. Sumo interrupted the reminiscence between the mafia leader and the retired killer, looked coldly and asked. I want to ask a question. Who instigated you to put a reward on my life? Cough, cough, cough. Vigo suddenly laughed, laughing wildly, his chest heaving violently, and he even couldn't breathe from laughter. You upper-class capitalists have a dark heart. You are cold-blooded, you will always hide it. Vigo's eyes were wide open, his face was trembling with flesh and stubble, his face was extremely ferocious, and he growled, Order me? Who can order me, Vigo? I will kill you because someone set a price. Arms worth tens of millions, high-quality weapons produced by the Stark Group. Fu's expression changed slightly. Is the young master's guess true? Obadiah Stane wants to kill Master and Tony, take over Stark Group and Umbrella Corporation. Want to know who that person is? You and Wick, come up to me and I'll tell you. Vigo smiled strangely and said loudly on purpose. It's clear, I invite you to enter the urn. Master, no, this information is enough for us to find Obadiah. Fu immediately grabbed Sumo's arm and persuaded her. He was worried that Sumo would get angry and be provoked by Vigo. John's face was cold and unmoved. Gwen's pretty face was wearing a half-covering gas mask and she cautiously stuck her head out to look around. Is this a game between capitals? So dark, so scary. Okay, you want to kill me? I want to kill you too. There is a reward of 100,000 yuan and I will use your head to pay for it. Sumo said coldly. He glanced at John and glanced at Kirill on the ground with his peripheral vision. Then get rid of Fu's pull and walk directly into the vault. With 3 layers of buffs stacked on his body, wouldn't he dare to face a mafia at close range? Master, Fu shouted worriedly, raising the submachine gun in his hand and aiming at Vigo's head. If this B*** D makes any move to harm the young master, just shoot him. John's susceptive perception caught Sumo's gaze, sideways and close to the wall while aiming at Vigo. Pay more attention to Kirill, who was shot in the head. How arrogant, arrogant. Just as cruel as Obadiah Stane. Vigo laughed wildly and unabashedly, showing no trace of malice. Then die, become my kind, give me everything you have. Vigo roared angrily and decisively opened the gold box. A black ancient statue appeared in front of Sumo. Half squatting on the coastal reef, it has the shape of a human with a flat face and no hair. The skin is covered with fish scale-like carvings and there are deep black gaps on both sides of the shoulders and neck. The statue was covered with damp moss and dripping with water stains. Sumo's pupils shrank, feeling that something strange was drilling deep into his brain. Hiss! Are you going to grow a brain? Next moment. Roar! A desolate and deep tiger roar came from deep within the body. Sumo woke up instantly. A layer of fine white hair appeared on her skin, her fingers flexed and stretched, and sharp claws proliferated. Moonlight Beast tiger transformation. Vigo smiled weirdly in front of him and the hair on his head fell off piece by piece. The air was filled with the moist smell of the sea and a large amount of seawater gushed out of the ground at some point, covering everyone's calves in an instant. Shet, are you really just a mafioso? Sumo couldn't help but swear. Such a cultist who worships evil gods. Sacrifice everything you have to me, sacrifice it to the great Father God. Vigo roared angrily, his body gradually expanded, his skin dyed dark green and some scales appeared. An oppressive and heavy pressure of terror erupted in the small basement. Everyone felt the fear in their hearts as if they were locked by some huge ancient creature, and the crisis instinct of human beings issued a warning. "Master, run!" Ah Fu yelled, his finger trying to pull the trigger, but his body was trembling. He let go of the submachine gun, fearing that he might accidentally hurt Sumo, and took steps to rush into the vault. Boom! A gunshot broke the tense and stagnant basement. Ah Fu was grabbed by John and retreated. Wow! The water splashed violently, and thick and long dark green tentacles emerged from the water, staring at them like poisonous snakes. "It's Kirill!" John's voice was low, and he witnessed the whole process of how a headless corpse divided and proliferated into tentacles. The skin and flesh are cracked, the internal organs are exposed, and small tentacles come out. It's like a terrifying plant virus that uses corpses as fertilizer to grow dark green flesh and blood tentacles. John felt a little dizzy, as if his brain was filled with lead. "Thicket, what kind of monster is this?" "Master, be careful." Afu did not see the scene of Kirill's mutation and shouted loudly. Gwen's face turned pale as she poked her head around, covering her mouth and not daring to make any sound. "Afu, get out, protect Gwen." "I can take care of Vigo, but you will be in danger." Sumo's pupils narrowed, his blood was dilated, and he shouted loudly. Afu's face changed slightly, and he and John slowly retreated towards the exit. He has seen Sumo's incarnation as a giant white tiger, completely irrational, full of destructive desire and bestiality. The safe house made of special metal was almost torn apart. "Vigo, is this your trump card?" Sumo showed an arrogant smile and said provocatively, "Then why not?" "Guess my trump card?" Afu and John, wearing portable gas masks recently developed by Umbrella, walked into the basement. Kirill's head was stepped on, and he could not die anymore. "Master, are you okay?" Afu anxiously ran to Sumo and put a portable gas mask on Sumo's face. "I have nanobots inside me, no need for a gas mask." Sumo returned the gas mask to Afu and looked deep into the basement. Inside was a small vault with Vigo sitting in the center with a small table in front of him. The table was full of US dollar bills, cash, and Continental Hotel gold coins, and a gold box. "Welcome back, John Wick, Mr. Hamilton." Vigo, who was sitting in the vault with the Damascus golden knife, showed a weird smile. There was no fear, it was as if he already knew the outcome of tonight. "Vigo," John looked at his former employer with mixed feelings in his heart. He has been retired for 5 years and is Vigo's son, allowing him to pick up the butcher knife again. "Mr. Vigo Trasov, I'm sorry to interrupt your reminiscence." Sumo interrupted the reminiscence between the mafia leader and the retired killer, looked coldly, and asked, "I want to ask a question. Who instigated you to put a reward on my life?" "Hey hey hey ha ha ha, cough cough cough." Vigo suddenly laughed, laughing wildly, his chest heaving violently, and he even couldn't breathe from laughter. "You upper-class capitalists have a dark heart. You are cold-blooded, you will always hide it." Vigo's eyes were wide open, his face was trembling with flesh and stubble, his face was extremely ferocious, and he growled, "Order me? Who can order me, Vigo? I will kill you because someone set a price." Arms worth tens of millions, high-quality weapons produced by the Stark Group. Fu's expression changed slightly. "Is the young master's guess true? Obadiah Stane wants to kill Master and Tony, take over Stark Group and Umbrella Corporation. Want to know who that person is? You and Wick, come up to me and I'll tell you." Vigo smiled strangely and said loudly on purpose, "It's clear I invite you to enter the urn." "Master, no, this information is enough for us to find Obadiah." Fu immediately grabbed Sumo's arm and persuaded her. He was worried that Sumo would get angry and be provoked by Vigo. John's face was cold and unmoved. Gwen's pretty face was wearing a half-covering gas mask, and she cautiously stuck her head out to look around. "Is this a game between capitals? So dark, so scary." "Okay, you want to kill me. I want to kill you too. There is a reward of 100,000 yuan, and I will use your head to pay for it." Sumo said coldly. He glanced at John and glanced at Kirill on the ground with his peripheral vision. "Then get rid of Fu's pull and walk directly into the vault." With 3 layers of buffs stacked on his body, wouldn't he dare to face a mafia at close range? Master, Afu shouted worriedly, raising the submachine gun in his hand and aiming at Vigo's head. If this B*** D makes any move to harm the young master, just shoot him. John's susceptive perception caught Sumo's gaze. Sideways and close to the wall while aiming at Vigo, pay more attention to Kirill, who was shot in the head. How arrogant, arrogant. Just as cruel as Obadiah Stane, Vigo laughed wildly and unabashedly, showing no trace of malice. Then die, become my kind, give me everything you have, Vigo roared angrily and decisively opened the gold box. A black ancient statue appeared in front of Sumo. Half squatting on the coastal reef, it has the shape of a human with a flat face and no hair. The skin is covered with fish scale-like carvings and there are deep black gaps on both sides of the shoulders and neck. The statue was covered with damp moss and dripping with water stains. Sumo's pupils shrank, feeling that something strange was drilling deep into his brain. Hiss, are you going to grow a brain? Next moment, roar, a desolate and deep tiger roar came from deep within the body. Sumo woke up instantly. A layer of fine white hair appeared on her skin, her fingers flexed and stretched, and sharp claws proliferated. Moonlight Beast tiger transformation. Vigo smiled weirdly in front of him and the hair on his head fell off piece by piece. The air was filled with the moist smell of the sea and a large amount of seawater gushed out of the ground at some point, covering everyone's calves in an instant. Shet, are you really just a mafioso? Sumo couldn't help but swear. Such a cultist who worships evil gods. Sacrifice everything you have to me, sacrifice it to the great Father God. Vigo roared angrily, his body gradually expanded, his skin dyed dark green and some scales appeared. An oppressive and heavy pressure of terror erupted in the small basement. Everyone felt the fear in their hearts as if they were locked by some huge ancient creature, and the crisis instinct of human beings issued a warning. Master, run! Ah Fu yelled, his finger trying to pull the trigger but his body was trembling. He let go of the submachine gun, fearing that he might accidentally hurt Sumo, and took steps to rush into the vault. Boom! A gunshot broke the tense and stagnant basement. Ah Fu was grabbed by John and retreated. Wow. The water splashed violently and thick and long dark green tentacles emerged from the water, staring at them like poisonous snakes. It's Kirill! John's voice was low and he witnessed the whole process of how a headless corpse divided and proliferated into tentacles. The skin and flesh are cracked, the internal organs are exposed and small tentacles come out. It's like a terrifying plant virus that uses corpses as fertilizer to grow dark green flesh and blood tentacles. John felt a little dizzy, as if his brain was filled with lead. Thicket, what kind of monster is this? Master, be careful. Afu did not see the scene of Kirill's mutation and shouted loudly. Gwen's face turned pale as she poked her head around, covering her mouth and not daring to make any sound. Afu, get out, protect Gwen. I can take care of Vigo, but you will be in danger. Sumo's pupils narrowed, his blood was dilated, and he shouted loudly. Afu's face changed slightly and he and John slowly retreated towards the exit. He has seen Sumo's incarnation as a giant white tiger, completely irrational, full of destructive desire and bestiality. The safe house made of special metal was almost torn apart. Vigo, is this your trump card? Sumo showed an arrogant smile and said provocatively, then why not? Guess my trump card? Why do I still dare to come in alone when I know the vault is in danger? Gene Lock Level 1 plus Moonlight Beast, fully open plus Nanorobot, 3 layers of buffs are superimposed, which is Sumo's confidence. What? Vigo was a little panicked and asked in confusion, why don't you mutate? You should become my kind, become a great deep diver. Father God, why didn't Father God transform you? Vigo roared, his eyes almost falling out of their sockets. Haha, that's ridiculous, just a deep diver. And Dagon, Sumo looked at the black statue in the gold box with a disdainful smile on her lips. The wild animal nature and power originating from the Moonlight Beast impacted his mind and body. Sumo reached out and grabbed the black statue. Stop it, you damn infidel! Vigo raged straight over the table towards Sumo. The tall and broad body is like a standing brown bear, squeezing the vault into a tight space. Sumo lowered her waist, the muscles in her legs bulged and the power of a beast emerged. Wow, turbid sea water splashes. Sumo flexibly bypassed Vigo's huge body, twisted her waist, and kicked him hard in the lower back. Boom. Huge amounts of force instantly kicked Vigo away, and his tall and generous body got stuck in the vault door frame. Ho, stop, pagan, how dare you disrespect God the Father? Vigo bared his teeth and roared angrily, trying to escape from the vault door frame. Sumo directly grabbed the black statue, and an abnormal tearing feeling came from the palm of her hand. It was as if something wanted to get into his arm. System, consume all emotion points, special fishing, target black statue. Sumo's inner calling system, which had just accumulated over 1,000 emotional points, was instantly cleared. A ball of green light condensed in the hand, wrapped the black statue, and then fell into the endless void. There are two types of system fishing. One is making bait and fishing normally. The second type of special fishing involves fishing with bait and special items, which can improve the quality and explosion rate of fishing. Sumo held the fishing rod in her hand and looked at Vigo, who escaped from the door frame. The water on the ground disappeared, and the frightening and terrifying pressure disappeared. The stench of rotten seafood lingers in the air. Vigo looked ferocious and let out a hoarse roar. Father God, Father God, Father God. The statue of Dagon disappeared, and Vigo lost contact with his father, Dagon. He took heavy steps, looked at Sumo with crazy and angry eyes, and suddenly grabbed him with his generous palm. How dare you, an amphibian B*******D, claim to be a god? What a big joke. Sumo sneered and punched. Boom! It collided with Vigo's generous palm and made a thunderous sound. Vigo staggered back a few steps with a hint of disbelief in his angry and crazy eyes. How can this be? He is a deep diver who is favored by God the Father, received the blessing of the deep sea, possessing unparalleled power, the powerful regenerative healing factor. The Sumo in front of me is just a second-generation rich man. Although he has the extraordinary ability to erase his memory, he is still just a mortal. How could it be possible to defeat him, who had become a noble deep diver with one hand? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Vigo's sanity began to collapse, and the power of madness and chaos filled his brain. Sumo felt her palms sink and closed the club. Next moment, a dazzling golden light shone in Sumo's eyes. Hold the grass, golden legend. Sumo lost his mind and started swearing. Endless ecstasy suddenly surged in my heart. This is a golden legend. The golden bait can only be made with 1 million emotion points, and there is only a 50% chance of catching the golden legend. He only spent 1,000 emotion points to catch the golden legend. Sumo was dizzy, looking at the ugly and ferocious Vigo. She felt cute. What kind of mafia cultist is this? This is simply a money-splitting boy, the great saint who sacrificed himself to achieve others. If he hadn't disliked him for being too ugly, Sumo would have wanted to chat with him and ask about the origin of the Dagon statue. Buzz tilde, the bright golden light gradually dimmed and a gray mist lingered inside. The next moment, the golden light fell on Sumo's face and a strange feeling emerged. Mask of the Faceless One, obtain the favor of the old god Nyarlathotep and possess some of its abilities as follows. Imitation, you can be anyone or any creature. Duplication, duplication does not have any extraordinary ability. Current number of duplications, 1. Facial defense max, as the name suggests, your face is thicker than the city wall. Psychic defense max, invading your brain will be absorbed by the mask. The white fuzz on Sumo's body disappeared, the sharp fangs retracted, and the bulging muscles returned to normal. Moonlight Beast's ferocious animality is perfectly controlled. Hey! Comfortable tilde. Sumo moved his body, but his strength did not improve, but his control over his body reached its peak. Roar! A green fist as big as a casserole slammed into his face fiercely. Blank! Sumo's face changed slightly, although she was defensive about Max, but he is not a masochist and has no such tendency. His body moved, his thin palm caught Vigo's fist and he pulled hard. Boom! Vigo's huge body stumbled and he was knocked down, his flat face pressed against the safe. Bang! The face and the metal safe made a violent sound which was painful to hear. If I didn't kill you just now, I can't kill you completely. Now your immortality is just a joke. An excited smile appeared on the corner of Sumo's mouth, arrogant and cold. Sumo knew that Vigo mutated into a deep diver and could not be completely killed by normal means. It was his plan to snatch the black statue and go fishing as soon as possible. Now everyone has the power of restraint. Who is afraid of whom? Boom. Sumo directly stepped on Vigo's lower back and spine. Ah! Vigo screamed, his body shaking uncontrollably. His mind was in a state of madness and confusion, and he perceived on his back a being that was even more terrifying and noble than the father god Dagon. The inferior bloodline of the hybrid deep diver is trembling. Whale, you are who? Vigo's voice trembled like an abused stray dog without the ferocity and majesty it had just now. I'm Sumo Hamilton, I'm the one who wants to kill you. A smile appeared at the corner of Sumo's mouth, her palms swelled and proliferated, covered with strands of white hair, and 5 sharp claws appeared. Whoosh! The tiger's claws, as sharp as knives, pierced directly into Vigo's head. Vigo let out a miserable and shuddering cry, his whole body shaking violently. Next moment, thick tiger claws downward, Gila, 5 horrifying wounds from the head to the neck all the way to the lower back of the back. The skin and flesh were rolled over and the chopped bones were exposed to the air. A faint gray layer clung to the wound, preventing it from healing. Sumo shook his hand and his palm quickly returned to normal. The perfect control of Moonlight Beast allows him to transform part of his body into a tiger without any side effects. The frequency of Vigo's struggles gradually became smaller and his body gradually turned gray. Bang. It was as if the weathered clay sculpture had turned into a puddle of powder. Emotion points plus 688. Sumo was shocked. This deep diver had a lot of emotions. Could it be a factor that inhibits biological beings and has an unusually abundant amount of emotions? Bang, bang, bang! There was constant gunfire outside. Sumo came back to her senses and looked outside into the basement. Afu, John and Gwen hid at the exit and kept shooting at the wildly dancing tentacles. 7 or 8 tentacles kept trying to attack everyone but were repelled by bullets. It can ignore the damage of bullets, but it cannot ignore the kinetic energy of bullets. Afu, John, cease fire, Sumo yelled, pushed her legs hard and rushed out of the vault. Afu stopped firing instantly and John even pressed the gun in Gwen's hand to prevent it from going off. Whoosh! Sumo, who was running with all his strength, appeared behind the pile of tentacles in an instant. He wrapped his hands around each other, wrapping all the tentacles around his arms. The palm of his hand turned into a tiger and he stabbed downwards suddenly. The main body of the tentacle was a squirming mass of green flesh which was cut into several pieces in an instant, making a sharp and weird cry. The pieces of flesh squirmed and struggled, gradually turning gray and finally weathered into a puddle of powder. Sumo's hands returned to normal and the tentacles wrapped around his arms turned into ashes and disappeared. Emotion points plus 388. That should be the case. Gram-type creatures provide a lot of emotional points, so they are the focus of attention. Sumo wrote it down in a small notebook. Gwen, blinking her beautiful eyes, she was shocked. JPG, what did she see? Human hands turned into tiger paws. Why did he change back again? He actually changed back again. This unscientific. How can tiger genes coexist with humans? Even Dr. Connors only extracted a certain substance from the lizard's self-healing, purified it, and used it. Gwen's CPU was burning out. She felt like her biological edifice was collapsing. Emotion points plus 199. John. His pupils suddenly shrank and he took a deep look at Sumo's hands and the monster on the ground that turned into powder. Mutant, extraordinary race, Wiccan magic, many thoughts flashed through his mind. He had assassinated mutants and even been exposed to some supernatural events. Unexpectedly, the boss of a tens of billions of companies also has extraordinary abilities. For a time, the image of Sumo became even more mysterious in John's mind. Emotion points plus 51, emotion points plus 73. Master, are you okay? Are you injured? Afu put down his gun and ran to Sumo anxiously, carefully checking whether he was injured. I'm fine, I even gained a little bit. You don't have to worry about losing control in the future. Sumo took out the handkerchief from Afu's pocket and wiped her hands. Although the tentacles have weathered and dissipated, the sticky feeling is still disgusting. Master, this is great, Afu said in surprise. After the accidental death of the master and his wife, the surviving young master awakened his extraordinary ability and transformed into a giant white tiger. But Sumo couldn't control this powerful force, which became Ah Fu's heartache. Now, the young master it's a very strange ability. You can actually kill them, I'm very curious. A strange female voice sounded, breaking the post-war tranquility. Who? Ah Fu pulled out the pistol from his waist and locked onto the woman who suddenly appeared behind him. Yellow robe, bald head, slender figure, deep eyes full of wisdom. Ancient One? Sumo couldn't help but blurt out with such a classic image and ability. There is no other in the Marvel Universe. But as soon as the words came out of his mouth, he regretted them. You know me? Ancient One asked curiously, holding a wooden fan. She observed in the dark for a long time, preparing to take action when Sumo couldn't hold on anymore to show off the strength and style of Sorcerer Supreme. However, Sumo actually killed the deep diver. Obliteration in the sense of physical rules, that gray, strange power, she has never seen it even after traveling in the universe for hundreds of years. I don't know, I haven't seen him, please leave. Sumo denied. Sanlian turned directly to the vault and started rummaging through the safes. Who does he least want to meet in the Marvel Universe? Ancient One Top 1. Sorcerer Supreme, Earth Dimension Asgardian, Level God Father Strongman, Time Gem Owner, Camertage Master. Under a series of titles, there is a woman who is hundreds of years old, has borrowed Mephisto from many dimensions and is still alive and well. There are so many evil minds. Are you looking for something like a black statue? Ancient One gently shook the wooden fan and revealed Sumo's thoughts with one word. Gan, can she read minds? Sumo won't listen. The B***** D chants sutras. Don't get curious about the Ancient One. He's afraid he won't be able to stop the car. Accidentally, he was taken to the sewer. Ma'am, you should leave. This is not the place for you. Ah Fu blocked the Ancient One and said politely, I came here for that black statue. Sumo Hamilton, can you tell me the whereabouts of that statue? The Ancient One smiled, not minding. She shook the wooden fan in her hand, and the guns in Ah Fu's and John's hands instantly disintegrated into countless parts. The bullets were dismantled and the powder inside was dumped on the ground, thick and greasy Zai tea. Ah Fu backed away in shock and looked at Ancient One in disbelief. Magic, mommy, really magic? John instinctively reached for the pistol at his waist. Mr. John Wick, I don't mean any harm. Ancient One said softly, looking at Sumo, who was busy in the vault. The black statue was purchased by Vigo on the black market 3 years ago. It came from a salvaged shipwreck from the last century. If you want to know more, we can talk. Sumo paused slightly and continued to search the vault, but there was no response. Is he not moved? Definitely tempted. That is a special item that can fish out golden legends. He was almost tempted to death, but she is the Ancient One. Being able to say these words proves that the Ancient One has found the sunken ship and is even tracking down the ancient items that leaked out of it. Sumo knew very well what kind of disaster an item with the power of defeating myths would cause. The Ancient One also knows it, so she will definitely destroy it. I won't keep it for the new year or give it to him. Sumo swept around and threw some ledgers and evidence as well as a box of Continental Hotel gold coins to Ah Fu. Let's go, it's almost dawn. Ignore the Ancient One and head out of the basement. Ah Fu, holding various pieces of evidence and suitcases, glanced at Ancient One uneasily and followed. Ancient One, are you polite? For the first time in hundreds of years, I tasted the Ancient One, who was completely ignored and treated as a transparent person. Actually, a little happy. Sumo is full of mysteries. A moment ago, Ancient One could still detect the special potential bursting out of Sumo, Gene Lock, the power of beasts, Moonlight Beast, and nanorobots. The next moment, there seemed to be a layer of fog covering all her perception. When she investigated again, Sumo turned into an ordinary person. She couldn't perceive any energy fluctuations, not even the existence of those nanorobots. This allows the Ancient One, who masters the time gem and is nearly omniscient, to encounter an unsolvable puzzle. When everyone returned to the Ford F-550 RV, they suddenly felt like they were in another world. Welcome back, Master. Alice's clear voice sounded. Alice, crap the team, let's go home. Sumo took off his suit jacket, sat in front of the podium and poured a glass of whiskey. Okay, master, Alice responded and conveyed the order to the crisis management team. Sumo picked up the wine glass, drank it all in one gulp, looked at Gwen, who looked a little dazed, and said, "Afu, send Gwen home first. Director Stacy must be going crazy with worry." "Okay, master." Afu put away the harvest, took out his walkie-talkie, and informed the driver to start the car. There was a deep silence in the car as everyone was digesting what they had just experienced. Sumo used perfect crime to erase all traces of everyone. After deliberately adjusting the mutated images of Vigo and Kirill, Afu and Gwen recalled that they were blurry mosaics, put an end to all mental pollution. Under the thick darkness, a ray of golden sunshine broke through the fog. The Ford F-550 was parked in front of Stacy's house. George had been waiting at the window all night, holding a shotgun and looking warily. Seeing Gwen's familiar figure, he immediately jumped up from the sofa and rushed out of the room. "Gwen, Dad." The father and daughter hugged each other, and George saw Sumo with a smile on his face, and his eyes suddenly became dangerous. He reached out to protect Gwen, pulled the shotgun with his hand and loaded it. Emotion points plus 33. Director Stacy, I'm sorry for the unintentional disaster I caused to Gwen and you. Sumo sincerely apologizes. He was the one who put a bounty on the mafia's head, and Gwen was accidentally implicated. George was even more innocent. The mafia saw the photos and confirmed the identity of the father and daughter and was involved in this whirlpool. "You're putting our family in danger. I need an explanation." George raised his gun and asked. He knew exactly what would happen if he was targeted by a Ross mafia that had been entrenched in New York for many years. "Definitely, I bring my apologies." Sumo was not angry and handed a document to George. Afu also handed a thick stack of ledgers to Gwen. The ledger records various transactions of the Ross Mafia. I believe Director Stacy will make good use of it. This document records a senior executive of the New York Police Department's Internal Affairs Department. What to do depends on Director Stacy's choice. Also, Vigo is dead. Sumo smiled and said, "The Eros Mafia will be wiped out. They will not disturb your lives." He had processed all the photos and insiders. George's brain buzzed and he was confused. What? The Mafia's criminal ledger? A high-ranking official in the Ministry of Internal Affairs has ties to the Mafia. Vigo Trasov is dead. The Ross Mafia is completely wiped out. One information bomb after another made the commissioner of the New York Police Department, George Stacy, dizzy. The Ross Mafia is the dominant underground force in New York, second only to the underground Emperor Jin Bin, who suddenly appeared in recent years. In just one night, it was destroyed. Emotion points plus 68. George didn't believe it. He looked at Gwen with a questioning look. "It's true, the Mafia was completely wiped out. I saw it with my own eyes." Gwen held the account book, nodded vigorously, and said, "The location is at the Cannon Court of Petros next to..." Wait. George covered his forehead and felt that a string called reason was broken. Smallroth, an hour ago, putting the NYPD on full alert, the place where a terrorist attack was suspected. George was completely paralyzed. Looking at Sumo with a relaxed smile on his face, he completely lost his temper. "You better not leave any evidence the NYPD has taken over the place." George was in a trance and said quietly, "Emotion points plus 99. Definitely my people are professional." "My powers are more professional, your nemesis perfect crime," Sumo said with a smile. George was in a daze. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether the Sumo in front of him was the CEO of a tens of billions company or a genius criminal who could not find any clues to the police. "Gwen, go back and have a good sleep. The umbrella company will always reserve a spot for you. You can come to the company to report at any time after you decide." Sumo looked at Gwen, who was holding the ledger, and said softly, "Thanks." Gwen nodded in surprise and wanted to say thank you. "Wait. What's the reserved quota? There's no way Gwen can go to your company." George interrupted roughly, shouting, "What a joke. Gwen joins Umbrella tomorrow. The police station investigates the case the day after tomorrow, and then he leads people to surround Umbrella Company. Arrest and interrogate your own daughter? Don't even think about it. This kind of thing is absolutely impossible to happen. Dad, what are you doing?" Gwen was a little angry and hit George hard with the ledger. I don't agree and Helen won't agree either. Gwen, don't be fooled by good-looking men, George was unmoved and said seriously. This kid has clearly fallen in love with Gwen and he must guard against all possibilities. Also, Helen is waiting for you in the bedroom, you'd better have a full explanation. Well. Gwen was startled and looked behind her with a guilty conscience. She insisted on staying but was firmly opposed by George and Helen. Although they were finally persuaded, a three-chamber trial was inevitable after returning home. And you, stay away from Gwen, I'll keep an eye on you. George looked at Sumo warily and said seriously, making such a big noise, overthrowing the mafia that has been entrenched in New York for many years overnight. Can he be a good person? It looks like you have some family conflicts that need to be resolved. Goodbye then, Gwen, Director Stacy. Sumo said goodbye with a smile and got on the Ford F-550 with Ah Fu. The RV drove away slowly. George suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Gwen. Gwen, danger. George snatched the account book from Gwen's arms and said angrily, Helen is very angry, you can figure it out yourself. You don't ask me, I still have a lot of work. The mayor was alarmed by Ross's movements. Gwen immediately stepped forward and started saying nice things. Finally, in exchange for everything that happened last night, George reluctantly nodded and agreed to help appease the angry Helen. Hamilton Manor. John got off the car early and went home, and Ah Fu went back to his room to rest. Living room, Sumo sat on the sofa and poured a glass of bourbon. Holding the wine glass, looking out the window at the dawn, the sun breaks through the layers of fog and rises. A lot happened overnight and needs to be digested slowly. Earned more than 3,000 mood points and went fishing 3 times. Green quality gene lock level 1, blue quality perfect crime, golden legend mask of the Faceless Man. Sure enough, the gold belt of murderer and arsonist made him rich overnight. Sumo finally realized the correct way to harvest emotional points. Wave. Fly into the waves and become the brightest kid in the audience. In this regard, he must learn from Tony. If he was like Tony, holding a celebrity model and appearing in front of the camera every day, his emotional points would probably have exceeded 10,000. Where is it like digging and digging now? Tony, when were you kidnapped? I've waited so hard for you. Sumo sipped her wine and sighed in her heart. He's ready to save Tony himself and get a wave of mood points. Fish and then surf. The capital is a bit small now, so I have to be a bit shabby. Tony is spending the night with a woman named Kachai and he shouldn't have time to miss you. A strange yet familiar voice sounded behind him. Shet. Sumo was startled and spread some of the bourbon in his hand. He turned back to look at the Ancient One who appeared at an unknown time. Don't you magicians know how to knock? Also, you are trespassing on private property, please get out. Sumo said angrily, is Ancient One very idle, haunting him so hauntingly? I want to talk to you. Ancient One smiled peacefully and sat on the sofa on the other side. You know me, you know my identity, but you are not afraid of me, which makes me curious. Wow, madam, you should listen to the young master and get out of here. There was the sound of a firearm being cocked. Afu appeared behind the Ancient One holding a shotgun. As a qualified housekeeper, how could he go back to sleep peacefully? Ancient One looked at Sumo with a smile and said nothing. It would be difficult for human firearms to harm her as long as she didn't want to die. Afu, put down the gun, this thing is useless to her. Sumo shook his head helplessly. He seemed to have gotten into a big trouble by accident. I can't beat you again and again, I can't argue you again and again. If you're not careful, you might be taken into a ditch by an old goblin who has lived for hundreds of years. Okay, master, Afu said hesitantly, putting the shotgun back where it belonged. So, what are you going to do to leave? Sumo poured the wine again and looked at the Ancient One opposite, feeling helpless. When he becomes a god, the first thing he will do is beat up the Ancient One. Write this down in a notebook. The black statue, where is it? Ancient One's eyes flickered and he asked in a deep voice. Her intuition told her that the black statue was the key. The statue suddenly disappeared and even she could not find any trace, but Sumo suddenly had a strange ability. Emotion points plus 39. Sumo was shocked. It turned out to be the Sorcerer Supreme who had lived for hundreds of years. He directly asked the key point in one sentence. He can't always say, I'm a time traveler, I have a system, and the black statue is used as bait, right? The Ancient One will definitely slice him up. Sumo took a sip of bourbon and subconsciously touched her face. A flash of inspiration. It's time for him to pull the tiger's skin and pull the flag. Ahem. Sumo coughed twice. With the mask, he was not worried about anyone seeing through his thoughts. The black statue has been sacrificed to an old god. Accordingly, I also received a reward. Buzz, Ancient One's warm eyes were instantly cold, and the pressure belonging to the powerful level Godfather was released a little. The space was stagnant, like a lead weight pressing down on everyone. Emotion points plus 199. A gray, smooth, and round mask suddenly appeared on Sumo's face. Ancient One, what are you doing? If something happens, go find Nyarlathotep. Why are you taking your anger out on us? Sumo shouted loudly. I'm afraid this Ancient One is not menopausal. He is so angry. Time after time, they fall out. However, it provides quite a lot of emotional points. Nyarlathotep, the evil god you believe in? Ancient One asked coldly. She is the sorcerer supreme who protects the Earth dimension. She has one word for any Mephisto invasion from another dimension: kill, non-ono. The old god is not the evil god. Don't change your concept. Also, put away your pressure. Sumo shook her finger and drank the bourbon in one gulp. The mask is a bit powerful, and it can actually ignore the pressure of the powerful level Godfather. Ancient One's eyes flickered, and he looked at the smooth gray mask with no features or holes. Like a smooth gray braised egg, any magical perception falling on the mask seems to be sucked into a black hole and swallowed silently. She couldn't see Sumo's face behind the mask, nor could she detect the owner of the mask, Nyarlathotep. Ancient One restrained his pressure. His eyes were solemn, and he said in a deep voice, "Give me a reason not to kill you." Emotion points plus 211. Well, that's a good question. Sumo paused, supporting her chin with her palm, and tapped the gray mask lightly with her fingers. Show that cynical face. He smiled and said, You watched the Hamilton family die and he saved me. Is this reason enough? Because the original body died, he was able to cross over, and the Ancient One who owns the time gem must have foreseen the outcome of the Hamilton family. Ancient One's eyes were complicated and he nodded. Yes, you should have died in that accident, but you survived. So, the future changes. I want to ask you one last question. Answer me truthfully. I will leave and will not interfere with your life. Emotion points plus 369. Sumo picked up the wine glass. Ask, believe it or not. The emotional point has exposed how strong your thoughts towards me are. Has the evil, old god you believe in blocked the timeline? Ancient One asked solemnly. Puff. Sumo sprayed the bourbon in her mouth. Walter, timeline blocked. What is the situation? You said I interfered with the timeline, I admit it, but you can't grab the shit basin randomly. Where do I have the ability to block the timeline? The Ancient One waved his hand and all the wine returned to the glass. She seemed to know the answer. Wait a minute, you said the timeline. I'm a good boy. Sumo put down the wine glass and felt a little dizzy. You mean the time gem? That is, the eye of Vivi motorcycle can no longer observe the timeline. Ancient One nodded with a deep look in his eyes and said, Yes, you know a lot. That is the eye of Agamotto, the holy relic of Kamar-Taj. It is also one of the 6 infinite gems in the universe time gem. I accidentally let something slip again, so be careful next time. Sumo rubbed his head, looked at Ancient One with a sincere face and said, If I said that Nyarlathotep did not block the timeline, would you believe it? I believe. Ancient One actually nodded. You believe it? Sumo was a little surprised. You have no respect for the so-called old gods. Ancient One said slowly. His warm and clear eyes seemed to be able to see through his soul. Calling God by name, disrespectful tone, sacrifice transaction, and the mask on your face, I can probably guess the relationship between you. Emotion points plus 110. Sumo felt that Ancient One meant something and he couldn't help but touch his nose. Ahem. Our relationship is pure. I become its apostle and it resurrects me. I sacrifice special items and it rewards me. We have a very legitimate relationship. He explained righteously. Ah Fu, who had been standing not far away, scratched his head. This sounds so familiar, it seems like Tony says it often. I know, you did not attempt to summon it to come or to open a dimensional passage. I'll keep an eye on you, and if you do, I'll deal with you myself." Ancient One took a deep look at Sumo and stood up. She really has no reason to kill Sumo now, tangled up with the evil god, but she had never heard of Nyarlathotep. Summon evil gods to invade. Sumo didn't disrupt the timeline. Now that the timeline is blocked, she doesn't know what will happen in the future. Moreover, disrupting the timeline is not within her jurisdiction. Bah! A circle of golden sparks flickered behind him and a circular portal opened. Inside is the tea room where she drinks tea. The Ancient One walked into the portal and the golden sparks disappeared. Sumo fell into deep thought, saying, "What Marvel universe am I in? The original plot has not been changed, it has been split before the original plot was born. But Stark and the Ancient One are still alive, so it's not a big problem." Master." Ah Fu looked at Sumo worriedly and whispered, "Ah Fu, don't worry, she won't kill me." Sumo was extremely determined. He is very clear about the principles of Ancient One and will not interfere with the worldly. Moreover, there are lessons learned from the past. Ghost riders and witch heart demons in the past generations all emerged from the Hell dimension, and the Ancient One has not seen them deal with them. So Sumo is determined, as long as he doesn't summon the evil god, doesn't open the passage to another dimension, and doesn't destroy the holy place barrier, the Ancient One won't hurt him. "Master, did you really give your soul to the evil god?" Ah Fu asked worriedly. He heard everything. Sumo survived because he made a deal with the evil god. Well, first, Nyarlathotep is an old god, not an evil god. The evil gods of the Marvel Universe are a specific group and the two are not the same. Second, I didn't give my soul to him, I just collected special items for him and he would reward me. Sumo explained seriously, he will catch a lot of things in the future and must find a reasonable explanation. The old god Nyarlathotep is very good, no one knows about it and it still exists. Sumo touched the mask on her face, but after he explained this, Ah Fu felt that Sumo had mistakenly entered a cult and had been deceived into having her soul taken away by the evil god. "Master, you have to be sensible and don't deal with evil and old gods again. We will go to the New York Cathedral tomorrow and ask the Archbishop to help you drive away the evil." Ah Fu kept mumbling, preparing to make an appointment with the Archbishop of New York to give Sumo a holy baptism. "Alfred, let's go to the basement. Remember to bring a full-length mirror, I want to use it." Sumo's scalp was numb and she said hurriedly, "It's a bit difficult to convince an old housekeeper who cares about him." Basement, training room made of special metal. Ah Fu brought a mirror that was as high as the person's height. "I sacrificed the black statue to him and got this mask," Sumo explained. A smooth gray mask covered the face. It is said that this mask allows the wearer to imitate anyone. Sumo tried to use the mask and a figure appeared in her mind. The outline of his facial features began to blur, his face became elongated and stubble appeared on both sides of his chin. The white shirt turned into a black suit with a strong and straight figure and a cold temperament. Ah Fu opened his mouth little by little. The retired legendary killer John Wick appeared in front of him again. Ah Fu's mind went blank. Waterfalk. Has the young master turned into a killer? Emotion points plus 66. Sumo touched her face. The stubble and nose were all real. John Wick. The low and hoarse voice is exactly the same as John's. Next moment, Thomas Hamilton, Tony, George, Gwen, Ancient One hiss. It seems like something strange has gotten in. The face changed and Sumo felt the power of the faceless man more truly. It's not just changes in muscle tissue but changes at the genetic and cellular levels. Imitation, you can be anyone or any creature. Sumo recalled the system prompts again. The description of the system is worthy of its name. Ah Fu was stunned. What did he see? Sir is resurrected. Tony went to the Middle East, Director Stacy, and the most outrageous thing is thick and greasy Zai tea. How could the young master do this? Ah Fu's outlook on life was greatly impacted and his eyes changed when he looked at Sumo. Emotion points plus 99. Sumo returned to her original appearance and was a little surprised. This was the most emotional point Ah Fu had ever received. "Master, I know you like Gwen but you can't." Ah Fu stopped talking. "If you don't know how to strike up a conversation with a girl, I can teach you and we can pay someone to sign a confidentiality agreement and no one will know." Sumo's face turned dark instantly. Alfred, shut up. I'm trying the power of the mask. I'm not a pervert, and I don't need anyone to teach me how to talk to girls. Sumo's brain hurts, but the housekeeper Afu's imagination is a bit big. He actually couldn't catch it. Hiss. As expected, people become more refined as they age, and their hobbies are also extraordinary. He didn't even think about it. He was shuddering. Sumo pressed her forehead and swore in her heart that she would never imitate the opposite S*X in the future. Master, I understand. Fu nodded seriously. He will definitely help the young master keep the secret. You know what, a hammer? Sumo was speechless. Perhaps he should use practical actions to prove how dirty and outrageous Fu's thoughts are. By the way, there's another ability. Sumo got rid of the distracting thoughts in her mind and tried the second active skill, duplication. A figure walked out from behind him. Black hair, black eyes, tall figure, fair skin, white shirt and black trousers, exactly the same as Sumo. The perspective is divided into two and the consciousness is shared. Sumo feels like she is divided into two halves. Master, you changed into two people. Fu was startled and quickly stepped forward to check. According to his familiarity with Sumo for many years, he couldn't tell which one was the real Sumo. The two of them are exactly the same, down to a hair, a duplication but just an ordinary person. Sumo explained, extending his palm that gradually turned into a tiger. Duplication. Sumo also stretched out his palm but did not transform into a tiger. Powers cannot be shared. Gene lock, open, the heart suddenly speeds up like the thunder of war drums and the blood is rushing. Duplication raised his fist and hit Sumo hard. Boom! Sumo easily caught the punch that unlocked the genetic lock and raised her brows lightly. The strength is not bad enough to deal with ordinary people. Gene locks stimulate the human body's own potential and are not considered supernatural powers or extraordinary powers, so duplication can also unlock gene locks. Master, Fu is a little confused. Are the two young masters fighting? Which one should he help? Duplication turned off the gene lock and the expected side effects did not appear except for some weakness. Hey, interesting. Sumo circles around duplication. He clearly perceived that the special toxin produced in duplication's body was quickly decomposed and there was no sign of gene collapse. It is more adaptable than my body. Is it a special attribute of the mask? Sumo lowered her eyebrows and thought. Nyarlathotep is also known as the god of thousand faces and has countless incarnations. For example, Black Pharaoh, Night Howler, Faceless God, Baron Samedi. Each incarnation has unique abilities and characteristics. Could it be said that duplication is immortal, and if he has extraordinary ability he will metamorphosis into an incarnation? But how does duplication gain extraordinary ability? Fishing, but the landlord doesn't have any surplus food. I haven't become a god yet. Where can I find the extra ability for duplication? Sumo touched the mask and looked at Fu, who looked dumbfounded. A kind of enlightenment cleared away his confusion. Correct usage of duplication. It's open source. There is only so much wool he can gather by himself. By opening a vest he can collect an extra batch of wool or even collect the same batch of sheep twice. Sumo's eyes gradually lit up. Ross's case was characterized as a mafia merger and was eventually dropped. The New York Police Department found no clues and eventually closed the case hastily. George had the crime ledger appear in his office at the police station reasonably, at the right time, in the right place, and by the right means. In the end, it led to the largest operation of the New York Police Department in recent times, and George became the main person in charge, keeping his feet busy. Sumo lay at home, waiting happily. Was Tony kidnapped first? Or will John's blood contract come to your door first? Or did Gwen choose the onboarding umbrella? For a whole morning Sumo was struggling. If three things happened at the same time, which way would he go? There is only one duplication, so he can only take care of two ends, but here are three. But it turns out, Sumo thinks too much. 1 or 2 days passed and nothing happened. A week has passed, 2 weeks have passed. Sumo has started to go to work, no more waiting. Who the hell wants to wait? The real strong ones take the initiative. Sumo goes to work every day and visits the umbrella company to earn a round of mood points. The military's operations in the Middle East are classified and cannot be probed casually. Sumo asked Alice to investigate the Camorra Mafia. Gianna D'Antonio's coronation has been postponed. According to internal information, the high-level table is currently attaching great importance to the news of the complete destruction of the Eros Mafia, and is fully committed to tracking down the murderer behind the scenes and even publicly offering a reward for the information. So, that Santino D'Antonio is too scared to ask John to fulfill the blood contract? Sumo felt that she was sincere and fed the dog. The stage is set up and you actually stop performing. How can this be okay? Ding bell tilde master, Miss Stacy is calling. Alice reminded in a clear voice. Sumo was immediately overjoyed, leaving the blood contract and the mafia behind, and answered the phone happily. "Hello, Mr. Hamilton, I'm Gwen." Gwen's polite and reserved voice came over the phone. After Sumo's hearing strengthened, she even heard two other breathing sounds besides Gwen. There's someone next to Gwen. George and Helen are there too. His mind was spinning and he spoke politely. "Hello, Miss Stacy, what do you think about the invitation extended to you by Umbrella Biotechnology?" Cosplay, who wouldn't? He is the real chairman and president of the company. Call. Gwen on the other end of the phone breathed a sigh of relief. She was worried that the two of them would act too familiar and make the glaring George next to him regret it, so she grabbed the phone and hung up. "Mr. Hamilton, I have a very unreasonable request," Gwen whispered, looking at the expressions of George and Helen from time to time. "You say," Sumo said politely. There was a guess in the bottom of my heart that Gwen was about to convince George, and she probably still had a finishing touch and he needed to make up for it. "George and Helen, I would like to invite you to have dinner at home to get to know each other," Gwen invited sheepishly. Her heart was filled with guilt. She hadn't joined the job yet or even passed the assessment. Let the big boss of the company come to the house for dinner and help convince George and Helen. So guilty? Well, okay. Sumo pondered for a moment and agreed. "Boss, you must have the style of a boss, don't be too anxious." "What time? Do you need me to prepare anything in advance?" he asked directly and reservedly. Gwen was shocked. Did she agree? She looked at George in panic. At this time, they seemed to have forgotten to discuss it. How to do? George's face darkened. He grabbed the phone directly and said in a deep voice, "At 7:30 tonight, you don't need to bring anything." "Okay, Chief Stacy." The two chatted for a moment and then hung up the phone. "Afu." Sumo shouted and summoned Afu. "Master." Afu appeared and looked at Sumo, who was swinging the computer in the main hall of the basement. "Tonight at 7:30 there will be a dinner for Stacy's family. Go prepare it." Sumo stood up and moved her shoulders and neck. "Really? Has George finally found out your details?" Afu said in surprise. Has he finally waited for this day? In the past 2 weeks, Helen learned about the Umbrella Company through various means, and George even used his own connections to inquire about inside information about the company. The parents are particularly concerned about Gwen's future employer to avoid repeating the mistakes of Osborne Enterprises and wasting Gwen's youth. Both Sumo and Afu knew it and even deliberately let people reveal some information to George. She was afraid that George would become angry because of running into obstacles which would prevent Gwen from joining Umbrella. Sumo, feeling tired. "We'll find out what George and Helen mean at tonight's dinner. Prepare me a bulletproof suit first, nanos." Sumo and Afu walked to the changing room of the manor on the ground together to choose clothes. "George is inviting us to a feast tonight, so we must take precautions." He was afraid that George wouldn't be able to bear it anymore and would shoot him directly. This director, who once worked hard at the bottom level, has the best shooting record of drawing a gun, shooting, and clearing the warehouse in 1 second. Now that the authorities are in charge, I wonder if the hand speed is still there. Afu asked while matching Sumo's clothes. "Master, what gifts should we bring tonight? Watch, necklace, perfume?" Sumo put on a white suit which looked too eye-catching and made her look like a target. He took off his suit and pondered. "When you meet for the first time, don't bring too expensive gifts according to George's income. The best red wine under 100,000 for George. A bouquet of flowers. Ask the shopkeeper what flowers are suitable for Helen. Gwen." Sumo scratched his head. The CPU couldn't turn around. There are a lot of jewelry at home, but they all start at hundreds of thousands. If he dares to give them away, Gwen dares not to accept them. When people give gifts in the West, they usually give gifts of corresponding value in return. If the gift he gives is too expensive, George and Helen will not accept it if they cannot return it. Then at the dinner table, wasn't he embarrassed? Diamond ring. Ah Fu said something subconsciously. Are you crazy? This is your first time delivering a diamond ring to your door. You still think George didn't pull out a gun and blow my head off? Sumo was speechless. This old housekeeper still wants to teach him how to chase girls, but he has this strength. Bai Yin praised him. Ifula lowered her presence, matched Sumo's clothes, and then went to the flower shop to order flowers. It's really exciting to get a diamond ring as a gift for the first time. It makes me excited just thinking about it. It's going to be delivered sooner or later. I'll go check it out in advance. Isn't that too much? Ah Fu's car driving to the flower shop was diverted to a luxury store selling diamond rings in advance. Night, 7:30. Sumo appeared in front of Stacy's house on time. Boom, the door opened and it was George who looked unhappy. Good evening, Chief Stacy, a gift for you. Sumo smiled politely and handed over the red wine in her hand. I told you, you don't need to bring a gift, George said displeasedly, but his hand instinctively took the red wine. I lowered my eyebrows and looked. What a guy, 1 year's salary. George's pupils shrank. He had seen this kind of wine in criminals' homes. It's very expensive, with prices ranging from 80,000 to 100,000 USD. Dad, is Sumo here? Seeing that George didn't open the door, Gwen ran over curiously and opened the door. Hand, Mr. Hamilton, hello? Seeing Sumo, who was wearing a neat and low-luxury black suit, Gwen was unconsciously nervous. Come in, dinner is ready, she said in a strange yet polite manner. Thanks, Gwen, this is a gift for you. Sumo smiled slightly and handed a black square box to Gwen. A gaze full of murderous intent fell on him. George looked dangerously at the box in Sumo's hand, and his other hand had already touched the handle of the gun on his lower back. This thing is a diamond ring, right? The first time you visit him and give him a diamond ring in front of him? Are young people today so arrogant? Gwen's heart suddenly accelerated and she looked at Sumo at a loss. This is not good, is it? Too fast. She wasn't ready, it was so sudden, and she didn't know what to do. No, this is normal. Sumo said righteously that it was normal to come to the door to give gifts for the first time. Where is it faster? This is all normal process. Gwen hesitated. She felt that George's gaze was dangerous. Opening it, I'm also very curious. It's a gift from Mr. Hamilton, George said with a smile. His gun was thirsty. As long as it was that thing, he would make Sumo unable to even enter the door today and just go out sideways. You can open it and see if you like it. Sumo nodded directly and asked Gwen to open the black square box. Gwen gritted her teeth and opened the box. The light reflects a bright silver light. On the flannel there is sparkling silver. Bracelet. Gwen's tension instantly relaxed. George let go of the gun handle in disappointment and glanced at Sumo bitterly. Who is a good person who uses the box that contains diamond rings to store bracelets? This person must have done it on purpose. This is a provocation, declaring sovereignty in front of him. Sumo was innocent, he couldn't find the right box. Ah Fu went to buy flowers and ended up buying a bunch of diamond rings. Sumo was stunned at that time. The silver bracelet is handmade by me. I wonder if you like it, Sumo asked politely. I like it very much, thank you. Gwen happily put on the bracelet and handed the box to a disappointed George. Afu prepared the box. This was not my idea. Sumo explained that he would not take the blame. Well, where's Mr. Pennyworth? Didn't he come with you? Gwen asked, confused. Afu is usually inseparable from Sumo, but today he was nowhere to be seen. He went to drink with John, saying it was a friendship between a retired soldier and a retired killer. Sumo explained. In his opinion, it was Afu's reason to avoid the embarrassment of the diamond ring box and escape. George, Gwen, is Sumo here? A gentle woman's voice came from inside the room. The three of them woke up and entered the house one after another. Gwen's mother, Helen, came forward with a smile. Mrs. Stacy, here are the flowers for you. Sumo gave Helen a bouquet of brightly blooming flowers. Thank you, that's really sweet of you. Helen suddenly beamed, took the flowers, lowered her head to smell the fragrance, and praised. What woman doesn't love flowers? There is only clumsy and emotionless George, don't you know? Helen couldn't help but glance at George. Her heart became angry and said, "Why don't you go get the children to eat quickly?" George touched his nose and suddenly realized something. Damn it. He was actually outclassed by Sumo. How did this kid know that Helen liked flowers, by the way? When was the last time he sent Helen flowers? George gritted his teeth, fell into deep thought again, and went upstairs to ask the three children. Helen warmly greeted Sumo to sit down, and a sumptuous dinner began. "This is the lemon sea bass I made. Try it and see how it goes." Helen looked at Sumo expectantly. On the dinner plate was a whole sea bass with a slice of lemon on the head. Sumo, I've seen what I thought was film art before, but it turns out it's reality. Sumo picked up the knife and fork, cut off the fish, and tasted it. Refreshing and smooth, without fishy smell, with a hint of lemon sourness and sweetness. "It's delicious, Mrs. Stacy," Sumo said sincerely. "Aside from the appearance, the lemon sea bass is really good." "Oh, thank you for the compliment." Helen suddenly became even happier and completely forgot about her interrogation plan with George. Gwen also smiled happily and winked at Sumo. George coughed twice and asked, "I recently looked at the information about the umbrella company and there was no recruitment posted on it. Your company shouldn't be short of people, right?" Sumo shook his head and explained, "This kind of open recruitment has been abandoned. Because more than 99% of the people who come to take the exam will be kicked out due to various bad records." Later, Martha changed the recruitment rules. HR selects talents from major universities, laboratories, and industries and directly issues invitations. So the invitation I extended to Gwen was in line with the company's recruitment process. Perfect explanation, Sumo nodded quietly in her heart. "Bad record? What kind of bad record?" George asked curiously. If Gwen had, would she be kicked out now? "Addictive drug dependence, long criminal record, academic scandal, and connections to the underworld. In fact, the first one is enough to reject more than 90% of the applicants." Sumo explained solemnly, "Because Martha is from the Dragon Kingdom, she attaches great importance to this aspect. Now the company conducts relevant physical examinations every week to ensure that employees are not infected with addictive drugs." George, damn it. "According to you, 90% of those who are dismissed can be sent directly to the police station. But Umbrella has a formidable armed force that can overthrow the Ross Mafia overnight." Helen expressed her biggest concern. "Sumo's approach is a bit scary. The Eros Mafia, which even George could do nothing about, was wiped out by Sumo overnight. How can they trust Gwen to work in such a company?" "Haha, Mrs. Stacy, you misunderstood." Sumo instantly understood Helen's concerns and explained with a smile. "First, the company's possession of private armed forces is a reflection of its own strength because it needs to protect the company's property and important people. Company like Osborne also has its own hired security forces. Second, the Ross Mafia has put a reward on my life. I should use the power of the company to solve the problem. Besides, the New York Police Department can't solve Vigo's bounty on my assassination, right?" Sumo looked at George, whose expression suddenly became unnatural. "The power of the Ross Mafia is not only reflected in force, but also in the connections it has built over many years, which is enough to leverage the entire New York. With lightning speed, he can defeat all laws with one force. But the New York Police Department is different. There will be internal opposition. Externally, there will be a lot of pressure. Interests are involved, favors are involved, and it falls on the police detectives who are doing practical things. It is all an unreasonable disaster. I've told Gordon that he will investigate your parents' case secretly." George picked up the wine glass on the table and changed the subject. "Jim Gordon, you're pushing him into a pit of fire. He's going to die," Sumo said quietly. For a moment he thought he was Batman. His parents Thomas and Martha died unexpectedly, the housekeeper of Fu and Jim Gordon who was in charge of the case. A perfect template for a master. Obadiah Stane is not a good man. Sumo picked up the lemonade and took a sip. Gordon is a very righteous police detective and this is his choice. George said in a deep voice that he was very optimistic about Gordon. He even deliberately cultivated Gordon to climb up and sit in a higher position to make the New York Police Department better. But what worries me the most is you. George looked at Sumo with sharp eyes and his tone sounded a bit like an interrogation. You know the truth about the unexpected death of your parents, but you do nothing, Mr. Hamilton. Emotion points plus 33. Hee hee. Sumo chuckled, picked up the cup, looked at George, and said very seriously, Director Stacy, unfortunately there is something in this world called evidence. When you destroy the mafia, you don't use evidence, George sneered. So Vigo Trasov is unknown. I want revenge, and I want to kill Obadiah openly and openly, in front of the whole world. Kill him, instead of being sneaky and erasing all traces. Sumo raised her head, her eyes shining brightly. Killing an Obadiah is easy. But he wants the whole world to know that it was Sumo Hamilton who killed him. This is a sacred ritual of revenge, by the way. Get some emotional points. Just by the way, the corners of George's mouth twitched. Sumo's solemn and holy look is more pious than the priest who declares his prayer, but he wants to kill Obadiah in front of the whole world. Declaration of murder, or foretelling a murder. Are you a perverted murderer? In front of a New York Police Department commissioner, he said he was going to kill people and still looked solemn and sacred. Do you take him as the director seriously? George even wanted to take cuffs and handcuff Sumo to the New York Police Department to sober up. Helen glanced at George, then at Sumo, and finally at Gwen. Only Gwen can interrupt the tit-for-tat atmosphere between the two. The food is getting cold, eat it quickly. Feeling her mother's gaze, Gwen had to speak to break the tense atmosphere at the dinner table. Okay, Gwen. Sumo lost her awe-inspiring aura and smiled gently. George gritted his teeth and drank the whiskey in the glass. He secretly made up his mind that he must not let Sumo steal his own cabbage. Listen, if you say kill, kill, have a look. If you say change your face, change your face. If Gwen was really together with Sumo, wouldn't she be deceived to death? The atmosphere at the table gradually became harmonious and lively. Sumo talked about the development direction of the umbrella company as well as Gwen's future positions and precautions. Gwen and Helen listened with great interest. George had a great ear and understood every word. But I didn't understand a word of it. Ding ding tilde, Master, there is an urgent message that you need to check. Alice's voice suddenly sounded. The lively atmosphere suddenly stopped. Sumo took out her phone and saw what was displayed on the screen obediently. He looked at Helen and said sheepishly, The company has urgent matters to deal with. I have to leave. Thank you for your hospitality. Okay, it's too late now. Should I ask George to take you back? Helen stood up and said worriedly. It must not be an easy thing to get Sumo to return to the company to deal with it. Gwen quickly handed the coat to Sumo, her eyes a little worried and nervous. No, Afu will be here soon. Sumo took over the suit jacket and put it on, feeling a little excited. Aren't you going to kill Obadiah right out of the house? George said quietly from the side. What did you say? Helen patted George dissatisfiedly. Although she was also worried, how could you say that? After all, Sumo had just vowed to kill Obadiah openly and openly. Leaving in a hurry now is indeed a bit suspicious. Gwen's eyes were complicated and she couldn't tell what was justice. The Ross Mafia has committed countless crimes, but the New York Police Department is helpless. Obadiah killed Sumo's parents. They basically determined the fact, but they suffered from the lack of evidence. The bad guys are getting away with it and the good guys are suffering. Gwen doesn't understand what's wrong with the world and why it's like this. Sumo saw Gwen's confusion and reached out to rub her little head. Cosplay later, hiss, the sound of air conditioning. George's murderous gaze fell on Sumo's hand. This matter is currently considered confidential, but it has spread within a certain range. You will know sooner or later. Sumo was not afraid and put her palm on Gwen's shoulder to show comfort. While explaining, Tony Stark was attacked by terrorists in the Middle East and disappeared. Walter, thick and greasy's it, Helen and George exclaimed. Gwen felt cold all over and her hair stood on end. She turned to look at Sumo, her eyes full of worry. If the Hamiltons, Sumo, and Tony all die, Stark Group and the Umbrella will all belong to Obadiah Stan. Now Sumo's speculation has come true. A week ago, Middle East, in a cave in a remote canyon somewhere. Tony dragged the car battery and disassembled a batch of missiles produced by the Stark Group. The pain and suffocation in his chest made him stop moving and collapse on the ground. How are you feeling? Does the wound still hurt? Ethan, the kidnapped doctor, squatted next to Tony and checked the wound on his chest. Definitely, doctor. There was a hole in my chest. It definitely hurts. Tony gasped violently, leaning against the missile. The medical conditions here are limited and there is an urgent need for certain medicines. Ethan was also helpless. Here, medical drugs are scarce, as good as gold. Oh, Makar, I should listen to him. The Middle East is really unsafe. Tony said dejectedly, taking out the silver coin from his pocket. Even though he was in a cave and detained by terrorists, he still kept the coin. A gift from your father? Ethan guessed, pretending to be busy to confuse the terrorists behind the surveillance. Shet. He is not my father. My father has died a long time ago. Tony shouted with force. How could Sumo be his father? He is obviously older. He is my best friend, Sumo Hamilton. The chairman of Umbrella Company and the third largest shareholder of my company. You should have heard of it. A smile appeared on Tony's lips. This is a gift from Sumo's mother, Martha. Sumo said this is a lucky coin. Reading his name can bring good luck. Now I've pronounced your name, Sumo Hamilton. The air suddenly stagnated. Ethan couldn't help but stop and look at the silver coin in Tony's hand curiously. 1 second, 2 seconds, half a minute passed. The coin is motionless, nothing happens. Shet, I must be crazy to believe his lies. A look of despair appeared on Tony's face. He put down the coin dejectedly and leaned against the missile casing. How could someone as smart as him believe such outrageous things? Jesus is coming. Tony, look, Ethan shouted in shock, his eyes full of disbelief. Walter, Tony lowered his head and looked at the coin in his hand. The silver coin melted into a pool of bright silver liquid and penetrated into his skin. Shet, Nami. Tony was shocked and subconsciously covered his mouth for fear of alerting the terrorists outside. Umbrella nanobots. The lucky coin is actually made of nanobots. His eyes were covered with a silver-gray film. The nanobot composed a message. Tony, when you say my full name, it means you are in danger. The functions of lucky coins: 1. Positioning, 2. Treatment of injuries. The following is a detailed instruction manual. Definitely, if you are bored and pronounce my full name and discover what the coin does, please give it back to me. Tony read the operation manual in surprise and his expression suddenly turned ugly. How about it? Your best friend, can you help us escape? Ethan continued to pretend to be busy and asked in a low voice. It can be located and we have a chance to wait until rescue. Tony braced himself and continued to dismantle the missile. But Sumo, you are a real dog. He gritted his teeth with hatred and said very reluctantly, I like men and I'm gay. Shet, you actually have this hobby? Ethan jumped up and subconsciously covered his butt. Why didn't he realize that this billionaire actually liked men now? There are only 2 of them in the cave, but danger, damn, this is a mechanical password. It's used to control nanobots. Tony growled. He vowed that after returning to New York, he would have a duel between men with Sumo. Come and wash away today's shame. Bright silver liquid emerged from the back of Tony's hand, gradually forming into 3 tiny silver spiders. He put his hand on the ground and the 2 spiders began to crawl and escaped outside along the crack of the door. The remaining spider transformed again and returned to a silver coin the size of a button file. This can locate my specific location. Those 2 little Spider-Mans will automatically look for places with signals, release special frequency signals, and be locked by satellites. Tony carefully put the coins away and explained. Amazing technology, but will it run out of battery? The place we are in is very remote. It is difficult to find a place with signal. Ethan expressed his inner worries. Baking in the sun and recharging is its way of recharging. Tony's face was complicated and his heart was moved. Sumo can be said to have considered the worst-case scenario: no signal, no network, no nano-charging device, being seriously injured and not knowing where he is. Damn it, he actually guessed them all. Now, late night in New York, Umbrella Biotech Building, top-floor offices. Alice, mobilize all satellites of the Umbrella, lock on the Middle East and search for Tony's signal. Sumo sat on the boss's chair with a solemn expression. Thanks to the military and Pentagon's blockade of news, it's unknown how long it has been since Tony was kidnapped by terrorists. He had to lock Tony's position as quickly as possible. Otherwise, Tony almost escaped by himself. Master, Miss Potts and the FBI want to see you. Ah Fu opened the office door and asked, "Let them in." Sumo's eyes flickered and she closed the projection screen in front of her. Ah Fu nodded, turned around and took the person with him. "Sumo, Tony is missing in the Middle East." Pepper Potts rushed into the top office anxiously. In the huge Stark group, the only one worthy of Tony and her trust is Sumo. As for Obadiah, there is a generation gap. Pepper, calm down, I already know. Sumo stood up and poured Pepper a glass of whiskey. "Pepper, is it appropriate for you to let me drink when my boss is missing?" But she took the whiskey anyway. "Hello, Mr. Hamilton, this is Agent Phil Coulson of the FBI. Phil Coulson, who was wearing a black suit and his hairline was obviously receding, stretched out his hand and said politely, "FBI, if you guys hadn't blocked the news, I would have known that Tony was missing. How dare he appear in front of me?" Sumo's eyes suddenly turned cold and he said without mercy, "You are not welcome here, Afu." Ah Fu walked forward and politely extended his hand. "Agent Phil Coulson, you should leave. Mr. Hamilton, please don't get me wrong, we don't mean any harm. We want to know if you have any leads on Tony Stark or any kidnapping and ransom information." Phil Coulson's face changed slightly and he quickly explained, "Tony's disappearance shocked the military and SHIELD. And they began to search for the whereabouts of this talented scientist. He is responsible for investigating Tony's interpersonal relationships in New York and looking for any possible clues." Wow, Sumo pulled out his Glock pistol and aimed it at Phil Coulson in front of him. "Stop wearing the FBI's skin and pretending to be a ghost in front of me. Last warning, get out." Sumo's eyes were cold and he did not hide the hostility emanating from his body. "Run up to him and ask for clues. You are afraid that the terrorists will not be able to kill Tony, so you want Hydra to take action." Phil Coulson was shocked and the agents behind him subconsciously reached for their gun holsters. "Gentlemen, friendly reminder, don't make dangerous moves," Ah Fu reminded loudly. The door to the top-floor office opened and a group of well-trained security personnel rushed in. The dark muzzle is aimed at every agent who wants to draw a gun. Pepper, thick and greasy ZT, Umbrella Corporation wants to merge with the FBI. She picked up the glass and drank the whiskey in one gulp, calmly and calmly. Phil Coulson's expression changed. It was the first time he encountered someone more arrogant than the Territorial Strategy and Bureau. Sumo obviously knows their identities because of the friendship between the Starks and the Hamiltons. Phil Coulson made a quick judgment. "Sorry to bother you, Mr. Hamilton." After that, he left with all the agents. He needs to go back and ask the director for instructions. Sumo put the Glock pistol on the table, picked up a prepared document and handed it to Pepper. "With this document, you are my agent and have actual rights within the Stark Group." Pepper took the document, her brain was working rapidly and she instantly understood what Sumo meant. Tony disappeared and her backer was gone. Her status as an assistant was awkward and she found it difficult to move forward in the company. Now, Sumo has become her new patron. "Pepper, what do I do?" "Stabilize the Stark Group and wait for Tony's return. If anyone asks about my situation, just say that I am trying my best to find Tony's whereabouts and don't know anything else." Sumo poured a glass of whiskey with deep eyes. "He wants to play a big game, Obadiah Starr, don't let him down." "I will." Pepper squeezed the document, looked at Sumo and said seriously, "We must save Tony." "I will." Afu, let Jack lead a team of people to protect Pepper. Also, the group of people who just left will be blacklisted, do not have any contact with them. Sumo quickly ordered. Ah Fu nodded and told Jack to bring someone up. "Aren't they FBI agents?" Pepper came back to her senses and asked doubtfully. She verified the certificate and it was genuine. "No, it's a secret organization, don't let Tony get involved with them." Sumo warned in a low voice, not only Aegis Hydra but also Fury, the old yin coin. Holding onto Howard's belongings, he deliberately appeared to help Tony when he was most helpless. Link by link, Fury has completely grasped the human heart. Pepper nodded and left under the escort of Jack. "Afu, please contact John, I need his help to go to the Middle East." Alice, inform UTS Team 7 that I will personally go to the Middle East to prepare them. Sumo put down her wine glass and got into working mode. Ah Fu nodded and immediately went to contact John. Sumo, Alice put me through JAR. VIS, okay, master. Hello, Mr. Hamilton. Tony's smart butler JARVIS is online. Do I have the right to move all Stark Group satellites over the Middle East? Sumo asked. Definitely, you are the third largest shareholder of Stark Group and have this authority. JARVIS replied. Sumo nodded. I want you to find an encrypted signal in the Middle East. It needs to be kept secret and cannot be known to anyone. Can you do it? JARVIS, your system has secondary access and cannot be viewed by anyone but Mr. Stark. Sumo was stunned. Second, I haven't become a mistress yet, a little unwilling. Alice, share Tony's signal with JARVIS. Use all the satellites of the Stark Group to locate it as soon as possible. Okay, master. Okay, Mr. Hamilton. As the two artificial intelligence voices sounded, the two behemoths Umbrella Company and Stark Group began to reveal the tip of the iceberg. Tony. I'm coming to save you with my plane cannon. Sumo smiled and took out a medical kit with an umbrella pattern printed on it from the desk drawer. Go to the airport and meet John. Sumo was ready to go. Afu, the Umbrella Company has been handed over to you. Wait for me to come back. Master, you must come back safely. Ah Fu was moved and said reluctantly, the other side, sit down, good dog. John touched the little black dog's head and warned, take care of it. Ah Fu nodded, definitely John. Sumo and John boarded the plane and headed to the Middle East. Half lying in a comfortable seat, the beautiful stewardess served bourbon. I'm going to trouble you this time. Things are a bit tricky. I need to make sure everything is safe. Sumo picked up the wine glass and thanked John. Tony's life was important and he didn't want any accidents to happen. Ding tilde I owe you. John clinked glasses and said in a deep voice, he wasn't much help last time at Petter Ross. This time consider it a return of favor. Are you interested in working in our company? There are many beauties, the environment is good and the treatment is first class. I only need to be responsible for security work. Sumo seriously extended the invitation. He is eager to take John under his wing and plan for the future. John was silent for a moment and then said, I haven't thought about it yet. He adopted another little black dog and lived a monotonous and repetitive life. No plans for the future. Okay, my invitation is valid forever. The Umbrella Company is always open for you. Sumo said with a smile. He was not in a hurry. John's blood contract is a hidden danger that will explode sooner or later, and he has a way to solve John's blood contract, landed in the Middle East and got into a jeep under the escort of Team 7 of the Umbrella Crisis Management Force. Alice and JAR. VIS quickly locked the location of Tony's signal and sent it to Sumo. Alice, erase all traces of my leaving New York. JARVIS, if anyone wants to locate and track me, just hack them. Sumo calmly issued the order. He will not let the Military Territorial Strategy and the Bureau of Territorial Affairs pick the peaches. Alice, okay, master. JARVIS, yes, Mr. Hamilton. 8 off-road vehicles rushed towards the location of Tony's signal. They finally stopped near a mountain ridge, leaving the guards behind while the rest moved forward on foot. Didi tilde, Sumo held the signal receiver and found 2 silver little Spider-Mans basking in the sun. It seems Tony said that mechanical command, hey. Sumo smiled strangely and the silver little Spider-Man climbed into the signal receiver. Next moment, a clear line appeared on the screen and was uploaded to Alice. Combined with the satellite map, it directly locked the valley where Tony was. Sumo, John, and everyone in Team 7 continued to set off and soon arrived at the outskirts of the valley. Boss, this is Raza's territory. They are called Freedom Fighters. They come from a mysterious organization called 10 Rings. They are very brutal and have strong firepower. Adolf, captain of the 7th team, introduced the terrorists in the valley to Sumo. He has stayed in the Middle East for a long time and has a good understanding of local forces. Well, contact the remaining team members and move the equipment over. Use the drone tonight to determine the situation inside and formulate a combat plan. As soon as Tony's location is determined, act immediately. By the way, let the nearby helicopters move closer to this side and stay silent. Sumo quickly formulated a combat plan and asked Adolf to contact the remaining members of the convoy. He picked up the satellite phone and dialed Ah Fu, answered in seconds. Ah Fu, Master, are you okay? I'm fine, Ah Fu, the plan can be implemented. Sumo replied calmly. He spent so much thought and energy on more than just saving Tony. He wants to build momentum, take everyone's eyes away from Tony. He will become the brightest boy, then, emotion points plus 866. Emotion points plus 1355, emotion points plus 6888. The system prompt tone is crisper and sweeter than ever before. Sumo rubbed her hands and smiled. Afu used the media owned by the Umbrella Company to whitewash his trip to the Middle East to save Tony and wrote a tearful report for publicity. As soon as Pepper asked Stark Group to repost it, his popularity immediately exploded. Hey, this time is the correct posture to harvest emotional points. Sumo opened the system panel. Host, Sumo, emotion point, 12,900. Extraordinary ability, Moonlight Beast, blue quality, extremely strong regeneration ability, comprehensive strengthening of body functions, can transform into a white giant tiger. Extraordinary ability, perfect crime, blue quality, perfect destruction of all criminal evidence. Extraordinary ability, Gene Lock level 1, green quality, awakening human combat instinct and danger perception, greatly improving physical fitness and nerve reaction speed. Normal skills, biology medium level, firearms specialization elementary level, fighting elementary level. Inventory, Mask of the Faceless 1, golden legend. Emotion points instantly exceeded 10,000. If this means rescuing Tony, stand in front of the camera again, emotion points are at least 100,000 plus. Save up 100,000, get a red bait and try your luck with Tony, Gwen and John, stack up the buffs and bet on the golden legend. Sumo thought secretly. Currently his only combat ability is Moonlight Beast, which is blue quality. If you want to further improve your strength, at least do red fishing. Boss, it's time to eat. Adolf handed the heated can to Sumo. Thanks. Sumo took it and ate it with big mouthfuls. John was checking the equipment and whispered, I'm good at killing, not protecting. If he is allowed to infiltrate, it will be easy to kill Stark but difficult to rescue. I'm responsible for infiltrating and rescuing Tony. You lead a group of people to interfere from the side. Adolf leads the team to attack from the front and attract firepower. Remember, the satellite map shows that there are a large number of arms stored in the valley. Do not use heavy firepower weapons. Sumo put down the can and briefly described tonight's battle plan. John nodded silently and continued to check the equipment. Boss, all equipment is ready and ready for action. Adolf smiled. There is nothing more reassuring than firepower. Well, it's still early, let's study the satellite map. Sumo nodded, wanting to ensure that the knight's actions were foolproof. Boom, bang, 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 bang. Chirpaheha, gunfire suddenly rang out inside the valley. There are also bird songs that Sumo doesn't understand. Shet, Tony, can't you wait until night? John, Adolf, act as planned. Sumo directly cursed and issued combat orders. Everyone nervously picked up their firearms and prepared for battle. Sumo ran toward the valley with a medical kit in her left hand and a Glock pistol in her right hand. Gene Lock, open, the heart beats violently like war drums and thunder and the blood pulses. He turned into an afterimage and rushed into the valley occupied by the terrorists. Shet, is he still human? Adolf held the submachine gun and said in shock. Action, John reminded. Put the equipment on your back and lead the people to run towards the side of the valley. Inside the valley, Sumo lurked behind a boulder at extremely fast speed to peek at what was going on underneath. A broad and fat man in iron armor stood at the entrance of the cave. The densely packed terrorists armed with firearms suppressed the situation with firepower. The sound of crackling steel was heard. Tony's Mark prototype was so suppressed that he couldn't stand up. Damn, where's Tony's brain? Kicked by a donkey, standing there motionless and being a target for terrorists? Sumo couldn't help but secretly cursed. Tony has too little combat experience. With his extremely fast speed, he quickly approached the bottom of the valley and lurked behind a batch of munitions. Adolf began to exert force. A crisis management unit from Umbrella, Team 7 is composed of mercenaries and veterans who have been stationed in the Middle East for a long time and have rich combat experience. The terrorists suddenly became confused, hurriedly found bunkers, and began to fight back. A bearded man carried an RPG rocket launcher and shot Tony directly. Boom! Tony wanted to run, but his escaping posture was very strange, with his legs folded between his legs. He was directly blasted into the sky by an RPG. The steel armor hit the mountain wall and then fell heavily to the ground. "All right, you win." Sumo was helpless. He still wanted to see the Mark prototype killing everyone, but film art is art. In the real world, there is no doubt about the ferocity and firepower of terrorists. He raised his Glock and took aim. Boom, 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 boom. After unlocking the genetic lock state, his shooting skills are like a god and he can kill a little Kayla with one shot. After changing the magazine, Sumo walked out of the bunker and ran towards Tony quickly. "Wow, suck it faster. The chicken bee **ch flies the plane." Wow, incomprehensible birdsong. The terrorists were horrified and their companions were shot in the head one by one. They hid in a hurry and temporarily gave up their pursuit of Tony. "Hi Tilda, you are finally here." Tony raised his mask, looked at Sumo running towards him, and smiled. He was too arrogant and didn't follow the plan. "Take off your armor quickly, I can't carry this big guy." Sumo changes the magazine in seconds. With his precise shooting skills and amazing hand speed, he can withstand the firepower of 10 people. The terrorists were suppressed and unable to raise their heads. Okay. Tony untied his steel battlesuit and climbed out in embarrassment. A faint smell of blood drifted away. "You are hurt." Sumo dragged Tony and retreated into the cave. He looked at Tony's bloody legs and asked in a deep voice, "Tony?" The unshaven face was suddenly full of mixed emotions, making it difficult to express. "Sumo, I brought a medical kit just in time." Tony exclaimed, "No." He subconsciously covered his butt. F***K, you've been F***ed. Sumo was stunned and cursed directly. "Do terrorists have such strong tastes? If you can't find a woman, take Tony." Hiss, shudder. He finally understood Tony's pain and why he didn't go according to plan. Shet. Tony's face turned red. "This is a disease. Hemorrhoids, do you understand? Hemorrhoids are a disease. It's not what you think." "I wasn't. Shet, it's so damn disgusting," Tony explained angrily. It was a matter of innocence and he had to explain. Sumo was stunned and her brain was a little confused. "No, it's not possible. Tony is delicate and expensive, imprisoned by terrorists, living in a harsh living environment and suffering from hemorrhoids. It makes sense, right?" Sumo patted Tony's shoulder sympathetically and said with relief, "Don't worry, the first thing I will do when I return to New York is help you cure your hemorrhoids. I will definitely hire the best doctor for you." Tony looked hopeless and roared, "Is now the time to talk about hemorrhoids? We need to escape. Now we are all trapped here, what should we do? By the way, there is also Ethan." Tony suddenly calmed down, crossed his legs, and walked into the cave. Sumo picked up an automatic rifle on the ground and repelled a group of terrorists. Adolf and John were exerting their strength, and the situation became complicated. The terrorists felt that there were enemies on all sides and could not take care of them in the cave for a while. Sumo retreated carefully and found Tony inside the cave. And Ethan was lying on a pile of debris, lifeless. "It's all my fault, he can live." Tony gritted his teeth, tears filling his eyes. Sumo stepped forward to check and found multiple gunshot wounds on the surface of Ethan's torso, bleeding a lot. He stretched out his fingers and felt for Ethan's pulse. "He's still alive," Sumo exclaimed in a low voice. "I know, they deliberately gave Ethan a breath to let me." Tony explained, feeling down. As a result, Sumo got a slap in the face. "What are you doing? If you had told me that he was not dead, I could still save him." Sumo opened the medical kit she carried with her and pulled out special hoses. "Jesus. Can you save?" Tony ejected directly, crossed his legs, walked to Sumo in small steps and asked with shock and expectation, "Don't get in the way, whether he can survive depends on luck." Sumo inserted needles into Ethan's wrists, chest, abdomen, neck, and other parts and started the first aid procedure. The nano first aid kit newly developed by Dr. Zhao Heilun is equivalent to a miniature nano medical warehouse. As long as you have a breath, you can save someone. It's just that the technology is not mature yet. In the medical box, bright silver liquid was injected into Ethan's body along the hose. Moment. The bullet was squeezed out of Ethan's gunshot wounds to his chest and abdomen, and the skin and flesh healed on their own to stop the bleeding. Sumo reached out and felt for her pulse, which was stronger and more stable than before. People have rescued him, but we still need to go back to the company to check the specific situation, he explained as he put the hose back into the medical kit. Tony reached out fearfully and tried Ethan's breathing. "Oh God, I'm really alive, I'm alive." Tony jumped up and down happily, wishing he could hug Sumo and kiss her. K, Tony, you are a pervert. Go away, it's been so long since you took a shower, you're all rotten. Sumo felt a chill all over her body and pushed Tony away, who was about to make contact with her. The machine password he set up as a prank might have turned on some unknown switch in Tony, right? "Sumo, you are my best friend, best brother. I love you," Tony shouted happily. Ethan, who was doomed to die, was saved, and he felt that his heart was also alive. "Got redeemed. Put on your bulletproof suit, we're going to rush out." Sumo took off her suit jacket and threw it to Tony. What about you? Where's the rescue? We can wait for reinforcements to eliminate the terrorists outside," Tony asked, a little confused. "There are a lot of arms piled up in the valley, and Adolf and the others cannot free their hands and feet to fight. As for me," Sumo glanced disdainfully at Tony, who was crossing his legs, and said, "My body can withstand bullets. This overindulged body can be knocked down with just one shot. I'm just thankful that I wasn't accidentally injured." Tony, shame, he used to laugh at Sumo for not being good enough and not understanding women. Now, as angry as he is, he can't refute. "How can the human body withstand bullets? What a fool!" Tony defended in a low voice, putting on his bulletproof suit. Sumo raised her sword eyebrows. "Moonlight Beast plus gene lock level 1, isn't it easy to block bullets?" He didn't take it seriously. He reached out and pressed the headset. "Alice, let the helicopters come in and give them a little deterrence. Adolf, John, cover fire, buy me time to break out." After moving his shoulders, he picked up Ethan with one hand, threw the medical kit to Tony, and then picked up Tony. "Ameka, you are so strong. What are you doing? You have to calm down, rush out now, we are all living targets." Tony screamed in panic, holding the medical kit with his teeth and claws. "Be honest, be careful if your butt gets exploded by a stray bullet," Sumo warned in a low voice, and Tony suddenly became more honest. Now is his sensitive word. Sumo was in no mood to rush into a pile of arms and eliminate all the terrorists. If someone blinded himself and accidentally set off a large amount of ammunition, he would be the one who got blown away. Buzz buzz, bang bang bang. The sound of helicopter propellers echoed across the valley. "Chicken hucka monster bass. 888, ah!" a crowd of birds exclaimed. Sumo's pupils shrank, holding one in one hand, and rushed out of the cave. Gene lock level 1. The beast transforms into a tiger under the moon. Fine hairs appear on the body's surface, the muscles swell, and the power of the wild beast is surging. He turned into an afterimage and rushed out of the valley. Woo-la-la-la-la. The strong wind poured into the mouth, making a roaring sound. Tony was holding the medical kit and couldn't close his mouth at all. "Grandma has legs. Is she human at this speed?" Outside the valley, Sumo threw Tony and Ethan to the ground, reached out and pressed the headset. "Fire, use heavy fire coverage." He looked at Tony, who was stunned, smiled slightly, and said, "Tony, watch it. I'm coming to save you with planes and cannons." Tony, buzz buzz tilde tilde. The helicopter hovered and RPG rockets were shot out one after another, falling deep into the valley. Adolf and John, who were occupying the high ground, ignored the situation and directly attacked the stacked arms, whose good man's arsenal is stacked in the open. Grenade launcher, FGM-148 individual anti-tank missile. One shot down. Boom, boom, there was a thunderous explosion, and orange-red flames tens of meters high rose into the sky. Explosions, shrapnel, flames, shockwave, destroyed everything in the valley. The air wave formed, rushed out of the valley, and rushed towards everyone. Tony's mouth formed an O shape and then, knocked down by strong airwaves, just like the Jericho missile field weapons warrior, the general's hat was blown off and he became him. Oh shit. Ouch, Maya ***. Tony was no longer surprised when his butt, which had been carefully protected, came into contact with the uneven ground. His unshaven face looked like an overturned condiment bottle, extremely sour. Hey op, help, I need help. Tony's face was distorted and his hands were clenched like a little girl's. Hey, ha. Sumo stood still and witnessed Tony's miserable condition throughout. He didn't want to laugh, but he couldn't help it. Tony, I promise you will find the best doctor, trust me. Sumo smiled and lifted Tony upright. Hey, Tony sucked in a breath of cold air, it hurt so much. It was so sour. Slow down, Tilda. He lifted his legs tremblingly and tried to stand up. Well, I'd better carry you back to avoid further harm. Sumo was speechless. Let Tony walk back, they'll have to walk until eternity. Thank you, Sumo, you are my best brother, no one else. Rod has to be the second best brother. Tony burst into tears of gratitude. Oh my God, who can tell him, why is this disease so painful? John and Adolf led the team and rushed back. Close the team. Sumo waved his hand and gave the order. Adolf asked the team members to take out a portable stretcher and lift Ethan. 7 helicopters landed one after another. Sumo, Tony, John, Ethan, and several helping team members boarded the helicopter. Adolf, thank you for your help. Come to New York when you have time and let's drink together. Ha, boss, we will do it. Adolf laughed, very satisfied with this big boss. He is calm, thoughtful, very tactically savvy, and possesses some extraordinary power. Such a person will definitely be able to run the umbrella company very well. If the backer remains strong, they will be better protected. The helicopter took off and took Sumo and everyone away from the land. Hey man, who are they? Where's the military's Delta SEALs? Tony finally realized that his situation was different from what he imagined. Logically speaking, if he was kidnapped, the military should come to rescue him, but this group of people, them, my people. Sumo proudly patted John next to her and several members of the crisis management team. As for the military, they are probably looking for you. If they hadn't blocked the news, I probably would have found you earlier, right? Sumo smiled and patted Tony's head. With the help of Alice and JARVIS, the military and the Bureau of Homeland Strategy and Bababa were unable to pinpoint his location. He, Sumo, wants to enjoy the fruit of Tony's victory for himself. Tony, who was sticking his butt out, was trying hard to digest the information given by Sumo, and his eyes suddenly widened. Shit, are these armed forces yours? What on earth have you done? Founded an armed group? Are you crazy? This is a typical villain route with private armed forces with strict rules and regulations, strong capital support, and a glamorous shell company. Thicket, what did you do to Martha's company? I don't allow it. Ow. Tony was filled with righteous indignation and reprimanded loudly, saying that he could not let Sumo go all the way. Sumo slapped Tony directly and made Tony lie down. You talk a lot. They were recruited by Martha to protect the company's hospitals. This is the Middle East. Doctors, women, medicines, and all kinds of supplies are scarce. How can we open a hospital without armed forces? Sumo explained in a deep voice. He suddenly realized that Tony was too idealistic. Wrapped in countless flowers, women, money, and applause, Tony cannot see the real appearance of the world. Therefore, after being attacked and imprisoned by terrorists and seeing the harm caused by the Stark Group's weapons, he chose to become Iron Man. Tony held his butt and fell into silence. He learned from Ethan that the Umbrella Hospital is an absolutely neutral hospital that belongs to the ceasefire zone and can accept any patient for treatment. He maintains contact with many forces but is still deeply loved by the local people. Look at the Stark Group again. In the eyes of local people, it is synonymous with devil, violence, and massacre. Tony was lost in thought. Get on the plane back to New York. Sumo temporarily found a doctor to check Tony's butt. Ouch, ah. From inside the curtain, the screams of the famous playboy Tony Stark could be heard. I wonder if his ex-girlfriends have heard of it. However, Sumo was lucky enough to hear it. John held the newspaper and whiskey, frowned, and glanced in the direction of the curtain. The disgust in his eyes was unconcealed. The yelling was so loud that it made him drink. Afu, you can proceed with the next report. Tony, do you need a reporter to pick you up at the airport? Sumo asked Afu loudly on the phone. Tilda. Yes, definitely. I want people to see that I am still handsome and handsome, Tony said through gritted teeth. Wasn't it just for the moment he got off the plane that he was treated in advance? Prove to the world that terrorists cannot defeat him. Okay, let the reporters from Umbrella and Stark be present as well as the official department. Don't have too many people. Strengthen security to avoid accidents. Sumo said a few words and hung up the phone. Tony gritted his teeth and screamed, echoing in the cabin. Alice has been recording and Sumo will not let go of this dark history. Hey, moment. Emotion points plus 1110, emotion points plus 5666, emotion points plus 12223. The system prompt sounded crisply. Sumo glanced down at balance, emotional points 32,000. 18,000 emotion points were recorded. The wallet instantly bulged and Sumo was one step closer to 100,000 emotional points. As Tony's screams gradually stopped, the plane docked at the New York airport. The cabin is open. Sumo supported Tony and got off the plane. Oncoming was Pepper in a professional suit. People from the military and the Land Bureau, several reporters and photographers under the Umbrella and Stark group. Paramedics from Umbrella Company rushed into the cabin and brought the unconscious Ethan back to the company. The nano first aid kit is only for emergency use. To really cure Ethan, Dr. Zhao Heilun is needed. Tony watched Ethan leave and looked at Pepper, whose eyes were reddish with complicated eyes. Are your eyes red, crying for your long-lost boss? Pepper smiled with tears in her eyes. It was tears of joy. I hate job interviews. Tony had a lump in his throat. Thank you, Sumo, for bringing him back safely. Pepper looked at Sumo and thanked her solemnly. Definitely, we are good brothers. Sumo smiled and patted Tony on the shoulder. Colonel Rhodes, the military representative, stepped forward and apologized to Tony. Sorry, Tony, our mistake. Yeah, I know, Rod. Tony nodded with a decision in his mind. The military's operations are top secret and terrorist attacks are premeditated. Then someone must have leaked his whereabouts or even deliberately sent terrorists to kill him. Mr. Hamilton, thank you for saving Tony. Colonel Rhodes looked at Sumo and thanked him sincerely. You're welcome, he is the chairman, I should save her. Sumo nodded politely. He stayed in the laboratory for a long time and was not familiar with Colonel Rhodes. Okay, the vacation is over, it's time for us to go. Tony waved to the photographer, struck a few poses and urged. The three of them got into the car. Tony was immediately relieved. Tilda relaxed. How did I just behave? Tony looked at Sumo aside and asked with some anxiety. This. Sumo raised his thumb in affirmation. None of his insiders noticed anything unusual about Tony, let alone anyone else. Shet. Don't lift your fingers in front of me. Tony became a little angry and cursed. It is easy to have bad associations. What happened to you guys? Pepper asked confusedly as she didn't understand what the two were talking about. Haha, Tony was R***D by a terrorist. Sumo chuckled and said without hesitation, make your kid arrogant, pretend to break up, just rip your crotch off. God! Pepper was startled and her body subconsciously evaded to the other side, facing the livid-faced Tony in horror. Tony's tastes have changed. Don't like women but like men instead. What should she do? Thick and greasy's it. The driver happy trembled and turned to look at the boss in shock. Be good, the boss was R***D. Isn't he a very incompetent bodyguard? You won't be fired, right? Sumo, I want to duel with you. I didn't do anything like that. It's a disease, hemorrhoids, a disease in the butt. Tony gritted his teeth and roared angrily, his momentum getting stronger and stronger. Damn it, I feel so ashamed to say it. Pepper sat up straight and reminded Happy in front of him to drive. Based on her understanding of Tony, no, this guy likes women, which has been proven countless times. Even if he is really R***D by the 5 big and 3 rough terrorists, then just experience life. It's also because I have too many ex-girlfriends and I'm getting retribution. Thinking of this, Pepper was actually a little happy. After this lesson, Tony should be honest, right? Tony, I want a United States cheeseburger. Okay, Pepper agreed with a smile. Besides, Pepper's smile disappeared. No, yes, right. And does he still want to? I want you to hold a press conference immediately, Tony said solemnly. He wants to make up for his mistakes. Why? Pepper was surprised. Reporters were already taking photos and the news of Tony's return spread throughout New York in an instant. Why even hold a press conference? Happy, drive faster, let's go find the burgers first. Tony changed the subject, not wanting to reveal his thoughts in advance. Because Sumo and Pepper will definitely stop him. Okay, boss? Happy, the bodyguard and driver responded. Aside, Sumo browsed through the company's operating conditions and various reports during this period. Pick out a few of the more important ones and look at them in detail later. Personnel transfer, you are the chairman, do you still need to manage personnel? Tony glanced at Sumo's tablet and asked in confusion. Is there no one to help you with these trivial matters? He also gestured triumphantly to Pepper to show that he had his right-hand man. I care about the company's personnel changes so there will be no arms reselling. Sumo stabbed Tony in the heart without mercy. Tony, it's so heartbreaking, old man. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should laugh at Sumo for making a fuss out of a molehill or reflect on whether he didn't take the company seriously enough. Also, a check for 10 million USD, mail it to John. I'm not going to pay your wages. Sumo reminded while reading the report he will not pretend to be a big-tailed wolf and help a billionaire settle accounts. Okay. Pepper, by the way, give Adolf and the others a bonus of 30 million. Tony nodded and asked the assistant beside him, Pepper, he would not be stingy with money for his savior. Employment payment? Pepper took note of the matter and asked in confusion. Why is the employment fee so expensive? Yes, John is a retired legendary killer who cannot be hired by ordinary people. He owed me a favor, so he took action. Sumo explained, the effect is really good, a sniper rifle cuts the battlefield into pieces. If there was a close-quarters gunfight, John would kill more. Legendary killer? Really? I'm going to spend a lot of money to hire him as my bodyguard. Call him quickly. Tony's eyes lit up and he urged. Who doesn't want to have a solid, reliable, and powerful killer bodyguard? And it was chosen by Sumo, so it must not be simple. Happy driving, what about me? Go away, he is a killer, good at killing people, not a bodyguard. Sumo laughed and cursed. His big drama hasn't even started yet and Tony seems to have snatched the protagonist away. How is that possible? Talking and laughing along the way. After buying a few cheeseburgers and a dozen beef burgers, they finally arrived at the Stark Corporation Tower. A group of media reporters at the door pointed their cameras and microphones at the vehicle. Happy parked the car steadily. Obadiah Stane opened the car door enthusiastically and cheered to the reporters. Look, Tony Stark safely back. Tony got out of the car and the two hugged. Sumo gnawed on a beef burger and walked out of the car. Welcome back, master. Ah Fu said excitedly in a unique British accent. He stretched out his hand to tidy up Sumo's clothes and took the hamburger bag. Fu, I'm not a reckless man trying to be a hero, I have a brain. Sumo wiped her hands, looked at the reporter not far away, smiled and waved. There's Umbrella's crisis unit, there's retired killer John Wick, there's air support from gunship helicopters. How could he not take down a group of terrorists? I know, master. Ah Fu smiled happily and nodded vigorously. The death of the husband and wife did not make the young master depressed. Instead, he grew up quickly and became able to stand on his own. The two followed Tony to the press conference hall. Standing on the podium, Sumo looked at the bald man with a kind smile. Obadiah Stane. He is tall, has a kind face and talks humorously. Tony and the outside world think so. Okay, let our big star Tony talk to everyone. Obadiah made the opening remarks. Tony held a cheeseburger in his hand and looked at the reporters and photographers below, feeling like he was in another world. First of all, I should thank my best brother, Sumo Hamilton. He saved me so I could stand here. Tony said seriously, turning around and hugging Sumo. Click, click, click. Flashlights and shutter sounds continued. This was a live broadcast and countless people saw this scene. Sumo's handsome appearance and her heroic feat of single-handedly saving the playboy Tony Stark were deeply engraved in their minds. Emotion points plus 61000. Crisp and pleasant system prompt tone make the smile on Sumo's face more sincere. At this moment, he harvested the fruit of Tony's victory and earned 60,000 mood points. Sumo glanced down at balance. Emotion point, 92,000. Wait for the public opinion to ferment overnight. Tomorrow morning, when he opens his eyes, he will be able to see the balance of 100,000 emotional points. Save a game tomorrow, call Gwen, Tony, and John. Try your luck and catch red bait. Sumo arranged her plans for tomorrow in her mind and restrained her body's excitement a little. What can you catch with a red bait worth 100,000 emotion points? The other side. Tony began to talk about his feelings about the weapons produced by the Stark Group being used against his own people. Therefore, it is effective. I'm going to shut down Stark Group's weapons production department until I decide the future of the company. Tony said with a serious look on his face. Wow, the whole place was in an uproar. The reporters stretched out their microphones in shock and excitement and asked loudly why. Obadiah hurriedly pushed Tony away and bluntly smoothed things over. Sumo picked up the beef burger in his pocket and started to eat it. The scene was chaotic and he and Tony were escorted out of the reception hall by security personnel. Pepper looked at Tony helplessly. The Umbrella Bio building, outside the treatment room door. Ouch, ah. Damn it, ouch. Sumo leaned against the wall, holding a tablet to learn about the company's recent experimental data. Ah Fu stood aside and explained in a low voice. Pepper, is he really okay? The scream was so miserable it didn't sound like nothing was wrong. Pepper felt like a cat scratching her heart, wanting to go in and take a look. Definitely, the best doctor from the Dragon Kingdom can definitely cure Tony's hemorrhoids. Sumo replied and paused. A smirk appeared on the corner of his mouth and he said, Are you worried? You can go in and have a look. Tony has received the best treatment. Can I come in? Pepper was full of curiosity and wanted to see what happened to Tony. To be able to make a proud playboy scream like this doctor must be extraordinary. Definitely. Ah Fu opened the door. Okay, master. As Ah Fu opened the door, Pepper carefully walked into the treatment room. Pepper, God, shet. Get out. Why did you get in? Get out. Sumo, I'm going to kill you. Ouch, tilde. Tony made a series of swear words and curses. Pepper walked out of the treatment room in a daze, a look of disbelief. Be good. She has seen naked Tony. It was the first time she had seen Tony with his butt sticking out. For a moment, Pepper was completely stunned. The ultimate mental shock made her constantly think back to the scenes in the treatment room. Sumo snickered on the side. To enhance Tony's feelings for Pepper, start by being shown his bare butt. You're welcome, they are all good brothers. Ah Fu smiled helplessly. After Tony went through a round of treatment, he still needed to undergo various physical examinations, especially the chest injuries. Dr. Zhao Heilun was more cautious and prepared to wait for all the test results to come out before formulating a surgical plan with a professional cardiologist. He is Tony Stark after all. She had just escaped from death in the Middle East and could not die on her operating table the next day. Pepper and Happy were with me the whole time. Sumo returned to the manor, washed and tidied up and put on a brand new suit, getting ready for an evening date. Master, Obadiah tried to break into the umbrella company many times but was stopped by security personnel. Ah Fu hung up the phone and asked, Well, notify the UTS team to quietly enter the company building to prevent accidents. Sumo thought for a moment and reminded, reporters, the FBI, the military, the Homeland Strategy Bureau, and the Bureau of Homeland Security. All the people were blocked outside. If it interferes with the employee's work and life, let the lawyer directly sue. He wouldn't give the outside world a chance to learn about Tony's physical condition, so he was maintaining his brother's final dignity. He is indeed Tony's best brother. Sumo thought in his heart. Ah Fu nodded. Okay, master. Fark. Damn Sumo, why is he so difficult to deal with, just like his damn dad? Thomas, Martha, even if you die you will not be safe. And you still have such a son left behind. Boom, wow, desktop clutter swept away, creating huge amounts of noise that echoed throughout the office. Obadiah was like a rage brown bear venting his anger. He was stopped by security personnel again and again, which made him lose face. The most important thing is that Sumo never showed up from beginning to end. How can this make Obadiah Stan, the second largest shareholder of Stark Group, not angry? Ding ding tilde. The phone rings. Tony called. Obadiah quickly collected his emotions, looked for a clean corner, and started the video connection. "Hi Tilda Tony, how do you feel?" Obadiah asked with concern, his eyes full of worry. "Oh, I'm fine, I've always been in great shape," Tony replied with a normal expression. "I heard Umbrella Security kept you outside. I'm sorry, Obadiah. This is Sumo's company and I need to abide by the rules here." Tony's apology shocked Obadiah. To make the arrogant Tony Stark bow his head and apologize, he underestimated Sumo's position in Tony's heart. "Definitely, Tony, I'm not angry. I'm happy to see you back healthy," Obadiah replied kindly. "After an exchange full of love and concern, we agreed to meet at the company tomorrow." After hanging up the phone, his expression suddenly darkened. "You don't need anyone else around, Tony." On the other side, Tony hung up the phone and lay on the bed with Pepper's support. "When I get better, I will have a duel between men with Sumo, wash away today's shame. Pepper, find me a fighting coach, the best one," Tony muttered, preparing to avenge his shame. How had he ever suffered the humiliation of today? Pepper actually saw her naked buttocks. "Ah, the society is dead. Okay, I will choose a suitable fighting coach. Male." Pepper smiled. It was rare to see such an honest and quiet Tony. At this moment, she suddenly understood why Sumo asked her to enter the treatment room to observe. "Tony, Sumo helped you stop all the reporters, paparazzi, and people from the Military Bureau of Investigation. The outside world is very curious about your physical condition. Maybe on the podium you should respond publicly instead of catching us off guard," Pepper said quietly. The weapons production department was closed and Stark Group's stock price continued to fall. Various public relations crises, public opinion flying everywhere, various speculations and essays about Tony's attack in the Middle East. "Haha, this is what he should do," Tony said loudly while sitting on the bed, "but I silently recorded this favor in my heart, his butt. If you visit any hospital in the United States within 3 minutes, the news will be spread throughout the streets of New York. From now on, behind his series of titles, there will be a young man with hemorrhoids. Only in the Umbrella Biological Building, all his illnesses and physical conditions will be controlled within a limited range. Tony, the only thing about my body that is hard is my mouth." Trident, black braised egg. Nick Fury staring at a thin piece of information with one eye. "What the hell, is this all Sumo's information?" He couldn't believe it and looked at Commander Hill. "Hill, yes, all the information we have collected so far." Fury touched his bald head in disbelief. "Tony's information is comparable to 10 Oxford dictionaries. His information is just a few pieces of information. Not even the most basic medical information is complete. Are the Hamiltons spies or agents protecting this kid so well?" As the king of agents, Nick Fury is a little ashamed of himself. If Phil Coulson hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have noticed Sumo Hamilton at all. His target is always locked on Tony Stark, the proud man of heaven. Umbrella Company should have recorded Sumo's medical information, but our technicians were unable to break through Umbrella's artificial intelligence. Hill explained. Nick Fury was silent. Ever since Umbrella Corporation announced that Sumo went to the Middle East to rescue Tony, the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Agency's satellites have been trying to locate Sumo. However, Alice and JARVI's teach them a lesson. What is artificial intelligence? Several servers in the Bureau were burned out and the satellite did a Thomas maneuver, but they couldn't even find Sumo's hair. Fark, Fury slammed the table angrily to vent his frustration. A little-known second-generation rich man actually tricked them all, even faster than they and the military could locate Tony. Make arrangements to have Natasha Romanoff sneak into the Umbrella. I need to know how much Sumo knows about us. And how he locked onto Stark faster than we did. Fury gave the order with a sullen face. He reasonably suspected that all of this was directed and performed by Sumo. Hill nodded and immediately contacted the Black Widow on the mission, Natasha Romanoff. Outside a well-known private restaurant. "Tomorrow, remember to acquire shares of Stark Group to increase the shares in our hands." Sumo fiddled with the rose bouquet and warned. Ah Fu straightened Sumo's tie and nodded. "Okay, master. I'll return the dog to John and the car will be parked here." Afu bent down, touched the little black dog's head, looked at Sumo and said meaningfully, "Master, enjoy your date. I hope I won't see you at the manor tonight." After that, he led the cheering little black dog in the direction of John's house. Again, am I that kind of beast? On the first date, Sumo secretly scolded the old housekeeper for his dirty thoughts and the car sped up, a hum. His house in Star Tower is closer than Hamilton Manor. Moment. On the other side of the street, the slim and slim Gwen appeared in front of him. An off-white windbreaker wraps her delicate body, and her lower body is a gray hip-hugging short skirt, and she wears a pair of khaki high-heeled boots. The fair and beautiful little face shines in the dark night. The moment I saw Sumo, my eyebrows were filled with surprise and happiness. Gwen, Sumo smiled and handed the bright bouquet of roses to the girl. Wow, the moment Gwen saw the rose, her pupils were shocked. Is it so direct? Gwen knew exactly what the roses represented. For you, Gwen. Sumo saw the surprise in Gwen's eyes and said warmly, his purpose is very clear. Gwen is his and only his, thanks. Gwen smiled, took the bouquet of roses and held it in her arms. The two walked into the restaurant and started ordering. Gwen took off her beige windbreaker, revealing a white, slim-fitting sweater that outlined her slim figure. Accompany the waiter to serve the meal. Sumo picked up the wine glass and spoke first. I left the last family dinner suddenly. I'm sorry. Moreover, the way he and George were at war with each other must have made it difficult for Gwen. I understand, and both George and Helen understand very well. Gwen nervously picked up the wine glass and clinked it. You personally traveled to the Middle East and rescued Tony Stark, leaving George and Helen stunned. They don't even stop me from joining Umbrella anymore. Speaking of this, a smile appeared on Gwen's pretty face. Being able to go to the turbulent Middle East and rescue Tony is enough to prove Sumo's character. The Stacys also lowered their guard and let Gwen make her own choice. In fact, excluding Osborne Group, Umbrella Biotech is the best choice, bar none. Tilda, you don't need me to cosplay anymore. Sumo took a sip of red wine and joked. Playing the role of a big boss of a company with whom she is not familiar, looking at Gwen's serious look is quite addictive. He is ready to cosplay for the second time. Haha, first things first, George is very excited. I'm afraid of irritating him. Gwen smiled sheepishly. George is very irrational when it comes to relationships. A classmate once confessed his love to her, but the next day George appeared in front of the classmate's house wearing a police uniform and carrying a gun. People were so frightened that they peed on the spot. From then on, when I saw Gwen, I always took a detour. With a director and father escorting him, what blind boy would dare to stroke a tiger's beard? Understood. If I show up in front of your house with roses, I'm sure George will just shoot me and close the door. Sumo nodded in agreement. George's love for Gwen is unspeakable. The two of them were eating and chatting. Sumo talked about her experience in the Middle East and how she rescued Tony Stark. Gwen listened with rapt attention, her beautiful eyes sparkling again and again, the end of a nice and normal date. Sumo and Gwen got into the black Lamborghini sports car parked on the roadside. Wait, we are all drunk, it seems we can't. A trace of blush appeared on Gwen's pretty face and she suddenly woke up. Hiss, wait, don't say it. Sumo was shocked and took a breath of cold air. The dead memory suddenly attacked his brain. Not so unlucky, right? It can't be so unlucky. Gwen also realized it, covered her mouth and subconsciously looked around. The streets were sparsely populated and the lights were bright, which was normal. There were no mafia thugs, no black holes pointing guns at them. Tilda, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief, looked at each other and smiled. It seems we were too nervous. Sumo started the sports car and smiled. Drinking, fast cars, the mafia and guns, just an accident. Alice, plan a route for me without police checks. Alice, okay, master. The electronic map changes and a clear route is planned. Gwen was still frightened. As long as no one checks, they're not drinking. Hiss, Tilda, it seems to make sense. It's all technology and hard work. It seems that Afu shouldn't. Sumo muttered and started the sports car. Boom. A pickup truck parked in front suddenly reversed and collided closely with the face of the Lamborghini. Grass and mud horse competition. Sumo's face suddenly became gloomy and she cursed. They say the car is a man's second wife. This black Lamborghini was carefully maintained by him and was very affectionate. Sumo was angry after being hit like this. Ah! Gwen let out a yelp and tightened her grip on her seatbelt. The door of the pickup truck in front opened and a tall, muscular man stepped out. He had a short head, a sinister face, and a ferocious expression. "Sumo Hamilton," the man looked at Sumo in the car with a malicious smile on his face. Stretching out his palm, the 5 fingers suddenly swelled and the fingers grew yellow claws flashing with cold light. "Sabretooth!" Sumo's pupils shrank and she shouted in a low voice. "The famous mutant Sabretooth, a madman who loves killing, Xyla." The sharp claws pierced the hood of the car and made 5 deep gashes. Sabretooth Victor stared at Sumo with malicious eyes like looking at a mouse in a cage. "Gwen, sit tight," Sumo reminded, stepping on the accelerator. Gwen quickly grasped the handle to steady herself. "Buzz Tilda," the Lamborghini engine hummed and pushed away the pickup truck in front of it. "Press the accelerator to the bottom, brake, and turn the steering wheel." The sports car spun and drifted rapidly, and the dented front of the car slammed into Sabretooth, who was laughing maniacally. Boom! The tall and broad body was instantly knocked away and hit a wall heavily. Passers-by on the street screamed and fled in panic. "Gwen, hide inside the restaurant and don't run around." Sumo put the phone into Gwen's arms and warned, "Alice, shake people." "Okay, master." There was a vibration in her arms and Gwen quickly pulled off her seat belt and ran to the restaurant where she had just eaten. Sumo got out of the car and looked at the shriveled and dented front of the car and the scratches on the hood. A long-lost anger burned from the bottom of his heart. Open the system panel. Host, Sumo, emotional points, 96,000. Extraordinary ability, Moonlight Beast, blue quality, extremely strong regeneration ability, comprehensive strengthening of body functions, can transform into a white giant tiger. Extraordinary ability, perfect crime, blue quality, gene lock level 1, green quality. Inventory, Mask of the Faceless One, golden legend, Tusk. I still have 4,000 mood points left, so I can't go fishing. Sumo pulled off his tie, took off his suit jacket, and threw it into the car. He won't ruin his fishing plan just because of a wild cat that disrupts the situation. The pupils shrank and trembled, turning into a round of silver-white pupils. His black hair was dyed white, and a thin layer of white fuzz appeared on the skin of his cheeks and the back of his hands. The ferocious beastliness and power originating from Moonlight Beast rolls and expands within the body. Sumo looked at Sabretooth, who was getting up not far away, and sneered, "Where did the stray cat come from? It's so disgusting to poop and pee here." Roar! Sabretooth's body is hunched down like a cat on the hunt. The veins on his forehead popped out and his eyes turned yellow. He stared at Sumo and shouted in a low voice, "Are you a mutant too? This makes me even more excited." A high-ranking, rich second generation or mutant is wailing and begging for mercy at my feet. Sabretooth twisted his neck and let out a cry of enjoyment. "Tilda, it's so pleasant. Go make noise to your mother, you be ****D, also F***K, you mutant. Your whole family is mutant bastards." Sumo raised her middle finger, making an internationally accepted insulting gesture. "Are you excited? Who wouldn't?" Roar! Sabretooth rage, running with both hands and feet like a cat, pounced on Sumo. A strong wind came and a pair of sharp claws clawed at his face. Gene lock open, his blood was surging and his heart was beating violently like war drums and thunder. The air was as heavy as flowing liquid. Sumo clearly saw Sabretooth Rage's ferocious face and bulging veins. The fingers have white claws, puff, fast, ferocious. It was like a cannonball that escaped the barrel and penetrated directly into Sabretooth's broad chest. Boom! Ah! The forward body was pushed hard to the ground and Sabretooth let out a shrill scream. His chest was pierced by 5 fingers, the severe pain was transmitted to the nerves and the sharp claws rubbed his ribs, torturing his spirit. "Say, who sent you?" Sumo's silver-white pupils were wide and her teeth were proliferating as she asked. "The same plot, the same script. Last time it was the Eroth Mafia who was chasing him, this time it's mutant Sabretooth. Damn it, no matter whether the mastermind behind the scenes is the same person or not, he will definitely kill him. Don't I have a temper? Or was it that the Eros Mafia was cleaned up too clean last time so no one knew it was him?" Sumo was stunned for a moment and suddenly discovered such a bug. Ha 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 ha, what an amazing power, I didn't expect that there would be such a strong person. Sabertooth Victor grinned, the eyes looking at Sumo are full of eagerness and desire. So your soul must be very delicious, right? The malicious voice stopped. A hot sulphurous smell hit his face. Whoosh, 5 thick and ferocious claws pierced Sumo's chest. Sumo felt the piercing crisis, and the palm inserted into Sabertooth's chest seemed to be burned by a branding iron. The curled legs exploded and the body suddenly retreated, opening a safe distance. He looked down to his right hand. The skin is red and the mottled burns heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. This, Sumo raised his head, his silver-white pupils shrank suddenly. The tall and generous body expands, raise it up, the lower jaw protrudes, revealing jagged fangs. The muscles all over his body swelled, his skin turned sandy yellow and the strange dark red magma spread all over his body. The bones of the legs crackled and transformed into the form of animal bones. Human faces disappear. At the moment, Sabertooth is more like a beast crawling out of hell. Noisy hell, Ancient One, what the hell do you do for food? Such a big pile of hell creatures, can't you see it? Sumo was shocked and shouted to the sky. Is this not Blacken's Sorcerer Supreme? Let hell run wild and harvest souls, the Ancient One who is peeping through magic. This guy is so brave, how dare you scold her? She won't show up until Hell Sabertooth beats you half to death. As the Sorcerer Supreme, her status in the extraordinary world is equivalent to a large-yield nuclear bomb. Her main job is to resist dimensional invasions, extra-dimensional Mephistas, etc. like this. Slipping through the net with the Hell contract is all the work of some magicians. Modo magician who had just left for New York to handle the case suddenly stopped. Ancient One message, let humans figure it out on their own. Mordo, Walter, let humans figure it out on their own, how can it be? The guns and cannons that humans are so proud of are like scratching their heads in front of the demonic power. Can't hurt the devil at all. What's more, this is Sabertooth who has escaped from him several times. The strength is extremely terrifying. Modo Magician was puzzled and went to the tea house to find the Ancient One to solve the puzzle. The other side, Sumo, who looked up to the sky and cursed angrily, did not wait for the Ancient One to appear. Shet, did she make a deal with Hell? Sumo couldn't help but suspect that Ancient One borrowed a lot from Hell. Only then would he tolerate the devil being so presumptuous. The peeping Ancient One, how did he know? Roar! The brutal tiger roar spread around like a roaring mountain and a tsunami. Crack! The glass on the high-rise building shattered instantly and fell. Panic was spreading and the panicked crowd didn't know what was happening, so they just ran away. Sabertooth lowered his body, looking like a beast burning with hellfire. Sumo, I will tear your body apart and drink your blood. Sacrifice your soul, increase my power. Vague and hoarse voice. Sumo understood. Make a deal with a demon in hell, sacrifice your soul and gain power with such a big body. How many people has he killed? Sumo's face suddenly turned cold. Gwen, who was hiding in the restaurant, quietly poked her head out and looked at Sabertooth, who was huge and not resembling a human being. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Is this the mutant from just now? Next, Sumo ran to help with a cold face and rushed towards Sabertooth. Roar! Tiger claws as big as a casserole came down from the sky. Sumo greeted them with both hands and her whole body was full of energy. Boom! Terrible power came out of his wrists, his body trembled and his feet sank deeply into the concrete floor. Sumo's face turned red and a large amount of white hair suddenly appeared on her body. You're stronger than Beast and Colossus. I really look forward to how much power your soul can bring. Sabertooth, whose head completely transformed into a tiger's head, said excitedly with a hoarse voice. Yeah, I am looking forward too. Sumo's hair is all white, he gritted his teeth and smiled. His arms were completely transformed into tigers, his muscles were swollen and his tight white shirt was torn, revealing his perfect 8-pack abs. Covered in thin white hair, the bones of its legs transform into a tiger's leg bone structure. The ferocious animal nature emerged. Sumo showed his white tiger teeth and smiled ferociously. Boom! He released his hands, wrapped his body with huge strength and directly threw down the shocked Sabertooth. Ho, how could you? Sabertooth's pupils shrank and he shouted in disbelief. How could he, who signed a contract with the King of Hell, be overthrown by a human? For strength, he killed thousands of people, or tens of thousands, can't remember. Possessing unprecedented power, he was actually outmatched by a human, Gila. The white tiger's claws grabbed it and 5 bloody wounds suddenly appeared on Sabretooth's chest. "What the hell, why is it impossible? Dare you seize my car? You deserve it, a wandering bee *****D. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Sumo's mouth and the tiger's claws fell, tearing open a hideous wound again. "Roll!" Sabretooth roared and hellfire erupted. He flew Sumo away and stood up in embarrassment. Looking at the bloody scratches on his chest, they haven't healed. Are you the magician of Camertage?" Sabretooth looked at Sumo, who got up from the ground and asked in horror, "Only the magicians of Camertage can heal wounds that cannot be healed." "Bah, bullshit magician, a bunch of idle things." Sumo raised his head and sneered unceremoniously. "Are you curious why your wounds can't heal despite your powerful self-healing ability?" Sabretooth lowered his body and said in a hoarse voice, "Why, ha 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 ha." Sumo laughed and explained, "There is a devil from hell behind you, don't I have one behind me? This universe is huge, there's more than just hell. Mask of the Faceless One comes from the power of the old god Nyarlathotep. Although there is no increase in strength, self-healing ability and immortality are as if they are nothing in front of him. In a simple sentence, real harm, Sabretooth's eyes flicker, he is murderous but not stupid. Having escaped capture from Camertage many times, his perception of danger is extremely keen. He desperately wanted to kill Sumo and sacrifice his soul, but the wounds on his body reminded him. "Will die," the flashing yellow beast eyes revealed a peeping gaze. Sabretooth turned his head to look and immediately opened his mouth full of fangs. People all have weaknesses, and he is very good at taking advantage of people's weaknesses to torture humans who would rather die than surrender. Gwen hiding behind the wall. Suddenly I felt a coldness that penetrated deep into my bones. As if being targeted by some kind of terrifying hunter, his body began to tremble slightly. She looked away from Sumo and looked at the hideous and ugly Sabretooth. Boom. The gigantic Sabretooth, burning with blazing hellfire, suddenly pounced on Gwen, who had a dull look on her face. "Are you bothering me?" Sumo's face changed suddenly and a trace of panic emerged from the bottom of her heart, as well as endless anger and animality. Run to Gwen, faster than Sabretooth. The clothes all over his body were torn, his body swelled and changed, and a lot of white hair sprouted out. In the blink of an eye, a ferocious giant tiger that was all white opened its fangs and slammed into Hell Sabretooth. Boom! It was as if a truck had been blown away. Sabretooth was caught off guard and was knocked straight away, his body plowing deep ravines on the cement floor. Roar! Sumo transformed into a giant white tiger, twisting its body. The huge tiger head looked at the confused Gwen and growled in warning. "Gwen. Don't dare to move at all. Is this Sumo? This must be Sumo. He. Turned into a big tiger. Fear and the aftermath prompt the body to secrete a large amount of adrenaline. A trace of blush appeared on Gwen's pretty face. She mustered up her courage and asked tentatively, "Sumo? Roar tilde." Sumo pushed Gwen with her tiger head, signaling her to stay away from the battlefield, then turned and walked towards Sabretooth. "Gwen, it's really Sumo." Sumo turns into a big white tiger. This is not a partial transformation of the body but a change in the entire life. The CPU in Gwen's little head burned out, the other side. The white giant tiger Sumo looked at Sabretooth, who got up from the ground, obviously a little scared. How could you?" Sabretooth asked in horror. How could anyone be so similar to him? The same power of tiger, the same sharp claws and self-healing ability, the same transformation into a giant tiger. It's like a replica. What he couldn't accept the most was that Sumo was more powerful than him. Hulong. Sumo's throat twitched and she wanted to speak. However, Moonlight Beast does not come with the ability to speak, but Mask of the Faceless Man gives the ability to speak. "You will die miserably, I promise." Sumo's silver-white eyes were full of violent animality and destructive desire. "The moon in New York City tonight is very white, very round." The power from the moonlight was mixed with the anger burning in Sumo's heart. The giant white tiger's body is even bigger than Sabretooth. Roar! A roar filled with anger. The violent sound wave swept across and spread to all directions very quickly. Sumo took a step forward and rushed towards Sabretooth. Roar! Sabretooth roared unwillingly. He couldn't tolerate the fact that Sumo's power was similar to his but stronger than him. Two huge beasts collided. The tiger's claws tear, the fangs bite, and blood spurts. The asphalt road trembled frequently, and the cars on the road were crushed and torn like Lego toys. The white giant tiger transformed by Sumo was torn open and healed in an instant. Sabretooth's body burned with hellfire, covered with scratches as large as file size, and sticky plasma was constantly left behind. The gray color is invisible to the naked eye and clings to the wound, suffocating the body's self-healing. Ouch! Sumo roared to the sky, jumped up wildly, and pressed down with his tiger claws. Gila, the ferocious force directly tore open Sabretooth's chest and abdomen, make a huge amount of a hole, expanding and contracting organs, peristaltic organs, and viscous liquid poured down. Ouch! Sabretooth howled in agony and agony. He has never been so frustrated. The body cannot self-heal and its strength is fading little by little. What he couldn't accept the most was that the devil's power could not harm Sumo. Why? Sabretooth roared wildly, opened its big mouth full of fangs, and bit Sumo's tiger head. Bass! A white shadow flashed across like a flash of lightning across the sky. The sharp tiger claws instantly cut Sabretooth's throat and hot blood sprayed out like a high-pressure water gun. Ahem, haha. Sabretooth made a cry of unknown meaning. The unwillingness, fear, anger, and violence in his eyes were entangled into a complex emotion. How could he lose? By signing a contract with the King of Hell, he should be invincible. Why did he lose? Boom. Sumo's silver-white pupils were full of violent animality. Step on Sabretooth. The tiger's claws tore at Sabretooth's body crazily, blood splattered on him, and the brutal beastly nature was unleashed. Sumo, who has never been so free to transform into a giant tiger and release his animal nature, was indulged in the bloody and brutal catharsis and could not extricate himself. Gwen, who had fled far away, could still see the ferocious fight between the two behemoths. Sabretooth fell. The giant white tiger wins, but Sumo seemed to have lost control, still brutally dismembering Sabretooth, tearing Sabretooth into defective pieces. The white tiger body was stained with blood, which was particularly dazzling under the bright moonlight. Gwen covered her mouth in horror, her delicate body trembling slightly. The streets were in shambles with blood and flesh everywhere. A terrifying, invisible spiritual energy fell from the sky. Sitting straight in the center of the battlefield, the violent and manic white tiger, is Xavier Academy for gifted youngsters. Professor X is sitting in a wheelchair with his eyes closed. Wolverine Logan, Storm Ororo, Cyclops Scott, Beast Hank, and Phoenix Jean Grey, looking at Professor X intently. Mental perception falls on the street where Sabretooth is located. Sabretooth, who was able to penetrate the X-Men, was extremely miserable at the moment, with his limbs torn off, his chest and abdomen torn apart, and a large number of organs and fluids flowing out. His mental activity was unusually weak, but he was still alive. Professor X was shocked by Sumo's strength, but he had to make a choice. A terrifying, invisible spiritual energy invaded Sumo's mind. Roar! A tiger roar containing rage's majesty suddenly sounded. The violent sound waves are like substance, like thunder exploding in the ears, Professor. His head tilted and he fainted. Professor! Professor! Ororo, Scott, and others shouted anxiously. Jean and Beast Hank stepped forward to check and immediately pushed Professor X into the treatment room. Camertage, tea room. Madhu was stunned. This, it's not magic at all. Hell, the terrifying thing about Sabretooth lies in its powerful self-healing ability and hellfire. Madhu was shocked. How could he ignore the damage of hellfire? Even he must avoid the fire of hell. Ancient One's eyes are warm as if the blue sea is peaceful under a clear sky. Nyarlathotep. The name came to mind again. She asked the eternal god, but I have never heard of eternity and I don't know why Time Gem can't view the timeline. Magician, is he a druid, or is he a spirit of nature? Mordo looked at Ancient One and asked respectfully. Being able to transform into a ferocious beast and ignore the fire of hell must be some kind of supernatural power of nature. Ancient One came back to his senses, gently shook the wooden fan and explained, a believer of the old gods possessing divine power and immune to the damage of hellfire. Modu's expression suddenly changed and he asked doubtfully, "Old god, is it the gods from the past or the gods that have lost their power?" Ancient One shook his head slightly with unknown emotions in his eyes. "I don't know what the old gods are." She was also curious about the existence of the old god Nyarlathotep who could crush the fire of hell and swallow the magic of Emperor Wyshan. Madu's eyes widened. Even the all-knowing and all-powerful Sorcerer Supreme, the level Godfather and the powerful Ancient One don't know about the old gods. This is too magical, right? However, he can defeat Sabretooth. I underestimated him. Ancient One picked up the teacup and said slowly, "I was thinking in my mind about how I could regain my place without losing my identity. Now that she heard Sumo scolding her, she couldn't let this matter go easily." On the street, Sumo, who was roaring like a tiger, lowered his head slightly. After dispelling the spiritual power, chaos consciousness became somewhat clearer. Abandoning the remains of Sabretooth at his feet, he ran to Gwen, who was smelling fragrant. Whoosh! The distance is fleeting. Gwen just blinked and the huge and majestic tiger head appeared in front of him. Silver-white eyes looked at her. "Gwen, don't dare to move, don't dare to move at all." The hot breath hit her face and her delicate body tensed nervously. She mustered up all her courage and whispered tentatively, "Sumo, roar tilde." There was a growl in response. The giant white tiger turned around, rolled up Gwen with its thick and slender tail and threw it onto its broad back. "Ah, Sumo!" Gwen exclaimed, subconsciously hugging Sumo's generous waist. Buzz tilde. The white giant tiger runs, Sumo runs wantonly on the city streets, releasing the nature of the beast. The mask of the Faceless One disappears in a flash. The giant white tiger hugged Gwen, sparkling in the moonlight like an afterimage. Next moment, transform into a breeze, pass through the layers of buildings and streets in the city and come directly to the Star Building. Bang! Gwen let out a cry of surprise as she was thrown onto the soft bed. The giant white tiger's body began to shrink, gradually revealing the appearance of Sumo. The white hair disappears and the bones return to their original positions, revealing clean and smooth human skin, well-defined and muscular abdominal muscles, and Gwen's pretty face turned red. The beautiful eyes subconsciously moved away and then peeked unconsciously. Sumo transforms into a giant white tiger and wears a lot of clothes. Therefore, when you regain your human body, you will have no clothes. Well, the power derived from the beast faded, and the emptiness brought by it made Sumo's mood even more violent. The bright moonlight filtered through the curtains and reflected on him. The black eyes instantly turned to silver and the canine teeth protruded slightly. He raised his head and met Gwen's curious and shy eyes. Boom, like a hunting cat he tackled Gwen down. "Ah, Sumo!" the girl shouted in panic. Gila, the thin windbreaker was taken off and the white slim-fitting sweater turned into pieces. There was frightening animality and struggle in Sumo's eyes. He can perceive everything that happens, he knows what he is doing, even he can stop at any time. But he didn't. Gwen clenched her teeth tightly, curling up like a frightened docile rabbit. The bright moonlight fell on the delicate and fair skin like the finest white jade, radiant and translucent. Silent bedroom. The air was stagnant and the heavy breathing became the white noise of the world. A strong and violent heartbeat sounded like the Kui-Niu war drums on the ancient battlefield, rumbling. Another tiny heartbeat slowly subsided. Sumo was frozen in place, her hands almost piercing through the bedding board, contains irritable blood and nerves. Gwen was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. It had been a long time since she felt the pain of a knife and axe, and she couldn't help but open her eyes in confusion. A pair of silver-white pupils full of violence and struggle. Sumo tried hard to maintain her sanity. In the past, every time he incarnated as a giant white tiger, he had to release his ferocious beastly nature and destructive desire before he could regain his human body. This time he thought he had perfect control over the moon beast, so completely transformed into a tiger. This is true, but Sumo unlocked the genetic lock while transforming into a giant white tiger, further exploring the potential of Moonlight Beast. The mask of the Faceless One has become the best catalyst and promoter. Ancient information and genes awakened and more barbaric power emerged, along with more violent and bloodthirsty beastliness. Sumo is completely addicted to it and can't extricate herself. The three abilities come together to form a wonderful chemical reaction. White tiger teeth popped out, his back was as low as a big cat's, and his silver eyes looked at Gwen. Sumo regained her sanity but didn't want to stop. The tiger descended from the mountain, covered in blood, star building. The pale golden sunlight passed through the gaps in the curtains and fell on the sunken bed. Sumo slowly woke up from her deep sleep, gradually regained consciousness and opened her eyes. What came into view was a delicate and beautiful face, her eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she fell into a deep sleep. Last night's memory review. Hiss, a bit outrageous, but Sumo has no regrets. He has two choices, a beast or worse than a beast. Sumo chooses to follow her own nature. Do I have the god-level ability of a crow's mouth? Well, it's true when it comes to the first date. The first time is really a beast. Sumo thought secretly and decided to be careful with her words in the future. Carefully hugging the sleeping Gwen, she closed her eyes and opened the system panel. Don't forget about business, we have to go fishing today. Host, Sumo, emotion point 110,006. Extraordinary ability, Moonlight Beast blue quality. Extremely strong regeneration ability, comprehensive strengthening of body functions, can transform into a white giant tiger. Extraordinary ability, perfect crime blue quality, gene lock level 1 green quality, normal skills, biology medium level, firearms specialization elementary level, fighting elementary level. Inventory, Mask of the Faceless One golden legend. Sumo suddenly opened her eyes, her heart racing. Tilde, a small hum. Gwen shook her head uncomfortably with a tendency to wake up. Accidentally fired the gun. Sumo realized that she was too excited. Immediately calm down and recite Amitabha silently. There was no disturbance from the outside world, and Gwen continued to sleep without noticing anything unusual. My dear, what a big surprise. Sumo couldn't help but sigh. The last time I looked at balance was last night. It was 96,000. This morning, it was 110,000. Overnight, there was a surge of 14,000 emotional points. How could this not surprise Sumo? Not impulsive, therefore it is normal for the gun to go off. It's strange, it shouldn't rise so fast. According to the normal growth rate, it should be just over 100,000 this morning. Could it be that the battle with Sabretooth last night was spread by some people? It shouldn't be. Alice will erase all surveillance and the crisis management team will clean up all traces. Sumo secretly guessed and opened the history record. Emotion points +1 +1 +1. Emotion points +8 +16 +49 +169. Emotion points +10000. +1 is the emotional points gained from the public opinion spread caused by him saving Tony. The ones behind, based on time, should be Sabretooth and the disruptive X-Men. As for the 10,000 emotion points that were just harvested, Sumo's eyes slowly widened. F***K, tilde the gun accidentally slipped into the holster again. Gwen twisted twice uncomfortably, and Sumo was so frightened that she quickly comforted her. Be good. Playing with P***C, right? Sumo murmured, a little absent-minded and unwilling to admit this fact. The harvest time of 10,000 emotion points coincides very well with the end time of Sumo Gwen. What does this mean? These 10,000 emotional points come from Gwen, exercise in bed with him. So, what is this? Income from labor, income after sleeping. What the hell? Sumo buried herself in Gwen's delicate collarbone, unable to admit this fact for a while. He thought he had found the right posture to harvest emotional points. But the truth told him, no, you didn't. Riding on the popularity, manipulating public opinion, becoming a hero. Harvesting 100,000 emotional points while keeping your feet on the ground. One shot, one night. Harvest 10,000. What if it's 10 nights? Isn't it just 100,000? And relaxed and happy. It can also enhance your relationship with your girlfriend. Isn't this delicious? Sumo, the brain CPU is burning to the point of smoking. Cool, the system is cool enough. He didn't expect this anyway. Emotional points originate from the emotions that creatures have towards him. Bed yoga, yin and yang harmony, it's the closeness and in and out of two people's souls, and the emotions caused by each other are deep and strong. Is this 1 + 1 2? It's not a quantitative change, it's a qualitative change. Sumo gradually understood the meaning and sighed quietly. You are no longer a serious system, you are a Alexander Dumas system. According to this harvesting mode, he doesn't know whether he is harvesting emotional points or harvesting. Ahem. Don't think too much, he is still holding Gwen. Be pure. Fishing, yes, fishing. The 100,000 emotion points he had been thinking about had finally been accumulated. System, make red bait and go fishing, Sumo called the system in her heart. 100,000 emotional points flashed away in an instant, condensing into a ball of scarlet light. There is a void fishing rod in his hand. The fishing line is connected to the scarlet light group and the void is rippled like water. Just before Sumo was about to go fishing, he hesitated. According to the original plan, the three Destiny protagonists, Gwen, Tony, and John, should be gathered together to try their luck before fishing. Now, Sumo looked at Gwen in her arms with unknown emotions in her eyes. Quietly, carefully, holstered the rifle. Since the quantity is not enough, he just, negative distance and luck, the same thing, right? Fishing. The scarlet light group fell into the endless void. Sumo holds the fishing rod in hand and waits quietly. For a moment, his palms sank. Finish. Ripples appeared in the void and a dazzling golden light appeared like the golden sun breaking through the night. Sumo's black eyes reflected the golden light excitedly. Gwen moved uncomfortably in her arms as if she felt something unusual. The plain hand reaches down to grab it. Hiss! Sumo took a breath of cold air, her whole body tensed up and she didn't dare to move. Sumo, Gwen, I was wrong, please let me go. It seems that I heard Sumo's inner monologue. Gwen pushed and continued to sleep. Sumo carefully exhaled a breath. Not too frivolous, not too frivolous, not too frivolous. I warned myself in my heart that if I keep going off like this and wake up Gwen, he will really die. The golden light group melted into the heart and the system prompt sounded. Disqualification in the human world, invalidate all abilities that come into contact with your body. A very brief system prompt. What the hell? Have I come into conflict with the literary world? Sumo gritted her teeth, her expression was mixed and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. Holding Gwen, asking for support. Coming from the world of literary giants, Osamu Dazai's Unworthy of the World, Atsushi Nakajima's Moonlight Beast and Kaguri Mushitero's Perfect Crime, he had gathered all three powers. But, I want to be a god, I don't want to be a bug. Sumo felt a deep sense of powerlessness and absurdity. Disqualification in the world is awesome, but Sumo is looking forward to getting stronger on the physical level. Because he currently has the only offensive supernatural ability, Moonlight Beast, it was still the Destiny lottery at the beginning and I won it. Alas, golden legend, I must be content. Sumo buried her body on Gwen's delicate collarbone and rubbed it gently. The fragrant and refreshing body fragrance made him intoxicated. Today's free fishing hasn't been used yet, let's go fishing together while it's hot. Sumo suddenly remembered the free fishing once a day and while the gun was still in the holster, they went fishing together. The white light group fell into the endless void. Moment. A ball of emerald green light emerged. Sumo's pupils dilated and she couldn't believe it. 10% probability of being hit by him twice in a row. Red bait caught a golden legend, white bait caught green stuff. Possessed by the European Emperor, Gwen is his destiny. Did you succeed by luck? Still, Sumo felt the restlessness of the little tiger, took a deep breath and stayed calm. If you can try it next time. Quietly. A green light ball fell on Sumo's palm and a ball of information emerged. Red Queen Alice, Superman Artificial Intelligence Core Service Unit, carries all the research and development results and experimental data of the Umbrella Company. Sumo's pupils contracted, her blood surged and she was completely excited. Red Queen Alice, the soul of the Umbrella Company, carry all R&D results and experimental data. White W***** Re-T virus. Sumo's blood was surging with excitement and she stared at the green light ball in her hand in ecstasy. Is the Umbrella Corporation finally coming to his rescue? Without any notice, Gwen's abnormal behavior woke up Gwen from her deep sleep. A pair of hazy and confused beautiful eyes opened and looked blankly at Sumo, who looked excited. Sumo came to her senses and found Gwen, who was awakened. Sumo, what to do? I was secretly using negative distance to try my luck and was discovered by Gwen. What should I do? Sumo's brain was working rapidly. She put away the green light group and slowly approached. Gwen's beautiful eyes widened and the fear remaining in her body reminded her. Last night this man was a beast that never tired. Ahem. Sumo coughed twice, raised her arms and looked at Gwen below. What are you doing? No, it can't be done anymore. It really can't be done this time. A hint of fear appeared on Gwen's pretty face. The painful lesson last night reminded her that she could not continue. Don't think about it, I don't mean it. Sumo explained sincerely. Sorry, I got a little out of control last night and caused today's situation. I'm sorry. But I don't regret it. Gwen, I like you. Since Gwen's body was taken away, she must be held responsible. Sumo is not the kind of person who pulls up his pants and pretends nothing happened. He looked at Gwen with sincere and fierce eyes, proving his determination. Quietly and soundlessly, the little tiger ran out of the valley. Gwen's nervous heart beat violently and her fingers couldn't help but clenched. Being too nervous, I ignored the abnormality of my body. Last night, unbearable scenes came to mind. Blush climbed onto her pretty fair face. Gwen couldn't help turning her face sideways, biting her thin lips tightly and saying nothing. What? Explain now, we have no clothes on, how should I answer? Sumo saw Gwen's shyness and smiled slightly. Go take a shower first. There is a huge bathtub here, enough for 2 people to take a bath, Sumo said meaningfully. Perfect. The tiger returned to the mountain, but Gwen didn't notice anything unusual. So dangerous, so dangerous. Sumo's nervous mood relaxed instantly and she breathed a sigh of relief. He was so excited this morning and one surprise after another made him unable to support it. Otherwise, Sumo, who is usually serious, would not be able to do such a thing. Immediately afterwards, Sumo hugged Gwen directly. What are you doing? I haven't put me down yet. Gwen let out a yelp, yelling in horror. What's the situation? Take a shower, shouldn't you go out first? Let me get dressed first and then take a shower. How do you? It's just the 2 of us here, I promise. Sumo comforted her in a low voice, glancing at the collapsed bed from the corner of her eye. It was really crazy last night. It seems that we need to change to a batch of sturdier big beds. In the bathroom, water mist is steaming. Sumo behaved himself. Gwen was nervous and quickly cleaned her body. Then, an embarrassing thing happened in front of the 2 of them. Gwen's clothes were torn to pieces. There are no women's clothes in Sumo's home, let alone women's underwear. So, Sumo's slim-fitting sweater was worn loosely on Gwen. A pair of black shorts exposing her slender white calves, like a bad girl who is not doing her job properly. Eat first, I will go out to buy you clothes later. By the way, where did you buy the clothes you wore yesterday? Sumo put the prepared breakfast on the table and asked. It's broken, stay out all night, George will kill me. Gwen woke up suddenly, covered her face with her hands and shouted desperately. She rarely stayed out overnight, and when George noticed she hadn't come home, would he, thinking she is missing, directly mobilize the New York Police Department to search for her throughout the city? It's over, it's over. Gwen had already anticipated the social death and volcanic eruption she was about to face. Alice, Sumo put the hot milk in front of Gwen and shouted, Master, good morning, Miss Stacy. Alice's clear voice sounded. I have informed Director Stacy that Gwen has decided to join the umbrella company. Dr. Helen Zhao temporarily proposed a test to assess Miss Stacy's experimental ability and knowledge level. Because Miss Stacy was so focused on the experiment that she lost track of time. So Dr. Helen Zhao explained to Mr. and Mrs. Stacy that Gwen will go home safely when the experiment is over. Also, Dr. Zhao Helen reminds you that you owe her a favor. A crisp electronic female voice fell. The air fell into silence. Gwen's beautiful eyes were a little dull and she looked at Sumo opposite her in disbelief. Forge a copy of the experimental records and data and print them out. Sumo picked up the sandwich and started eating breakfast. The whole show must be done without leaving any clues to George. Alice, okay, Master. Gwen shook her overloaded little head and asked in surprise, have you already thought of a countermeasure? No, you didn't lose control at all last night. Gwen suddenly realized that she seemed to have been cheated. Her beautiful eyes glared at Sumo across from her. She needed an explanation. I lost control, that's true. I asked Alice to shake people last night and Umbrella's crisis management team has already cleared the scene. Sumo put down the sandwich and explained seriously. You had my phone, so Alice knew the whole story, went into crisis mode, and developed and implemented a solution. Then, this is it, tilde, he picked up the sandwich again and started to chew on it. It is not unreasonable for Alice to become an artificial intelligence second only to JARVIS. Gwen was a little confused. Alice, is she really that smart? They will find reasons to lie to Sumo. Definitely, Miss Stacy, I can think like a human, have deep learning ability, and can make decisions independently when the young master is unable to give instructions. Alice answered neatly. Gwen, amazing, no comparison, no harm. Compared with Alice, Osborne's artificial intelligence is an artificial R*****D. Let's eat. Sumo reminded. Only then did Gwen notice her growling stomach and quickly picked up the sandwich on the table and ate it. I exercised too much last night, I was exhausted and hungry. After a hearty breakfast, Sumo cleared the table and took out a bank card from the safe. He handed it to Gwen, who was at a loss, and said, "There are 500,000 in it, which is a compensation for you." Snapped. A slap on Sumo's face without any hesitation. Anger grew in her heart. Gwen's fingers trembled slightly, eyes full of anger, looking at Sumo in disbelief. 500,000 to make up for last night's mistake? Gwen's heartbeat accelerated and the anger in her heart almost burst out. As expected, rich men are all rubbish and only know how to spend money. Even Sumo touched her cheek and felt it, but it didn't hurt at all. Is it because Gwen is too weak, or is it the mask's facial defense max? He saw Gwen's delicate body trembling and realized that there was something problematic with his expression. He threw the bank card on the table. Sumo stepped forward, her tall and straight figure completely covering Gwen's body. "You, what are you doing?" Gwen raised her head unyieldingly and looked at Sumo, who looked strange. He stretched out his slender hands, trying to push away the man standing in front of him. He exerted force, but it seemed like he was pushing against a wall. Sumo's body remained motionless, with a frightening light flashing in his eyes. He suddenly took a step forward and pushed Gwen against the wall. He grabbed Gwen's hands and crossed them on top of his head. Her body was controlled and a look of fear appeared on Gwen's pretty face. "This man won't get angry, will he do it again?" Sumo reached out and gently touched Gwen's fair and pretty face. Gwen turned her face stubbornly, suppressing the fear and anger in her heart. Gently twirling her thin lips with her fingers, Sumo smiled softly, knowing that she couldn't play anymore. "I didn't make it clear." Sumo lowered his head, looked directly into those beautiful eyes filled with anger and unwillingness, and explained, "Last time you were involved in the Eros Mafia and even offered to help. I apologized to George, but not to you." Gwen was stunned, and the scholar's brain instantly understood what Sumo meant. Turning his head, his beautiful nose almost touched Sumo's tall nose. "This time mutant Sabretooth is chasing me and you are involved again. So 500,000 as compensation, isn't it enough?" Sumo asked in a low voice, stretched out her hand to hold Gwen's chin and raised her fair and pretty face that did not dare to look directly at her. "Gwen, danger, what should I do if I accidentally hit my boyfriend?" Surprised, guilt couldn't help but arise. Gwen's eyes drifted and she said harshly, "I didn't say I wanted you to compensate. Although being chased is unfortunate, it is also exciting. John has employment fees and the crisis management team has wages and bonuses. You also helped and you definitely have them too. I originally planned to give you 1 million, but I was worried that you would refuse, so I took this 500,000 card." Sumo explained that this was his original intention. If he wasn't worried that 1 million was equivalent to George's salary for more than 10 years and worried that Gwen would refuse, why would he get the 500,000 card? It's all George's fault, he's not living up to expectations. Sumo's eyes flickered, a smirk appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she said meaningfully, "Or, do you want a more direct approach?" Gwen had a confused look in her eyes. "What's a more direct way?" "Is there any more direct way to compensate than giving money?" Sumo let go of Gwen's hand. "Move your hands down and hold them up." Sumo feels the benefits of loose shorts, very convenient. "You!" Gwen subconsciously stretched out her hand to stop him. Since there were no women's clothes in the Star Building, she only wore a sweater and shorts. Sumo easily lifted Gwen and leaned against the wall. No, put me down. Gwen trembled. The intimate contact made her heart beat faster and a blush appeared on her pretty face. There are many ways to compensate, such as salary and bonuses from the umbrella. John and I have the same goal and help each other kill people. There are also criminal ledgers and evidence given to George, which are all a way of compensation. But I feel like you don't want the above compensation. Sumo analyzed seriously. This is a fact. Last time we had to take into account all aspects as well as perfectly solve the mafia and find out the murderer behind the scenes. There were so many things on my mind that I forgot to compensate Gwen. Fortunately, this time it was all done. What do you want to do? Gwen sensed the danger and her voice trembled slightly. Sumo carried Gwen and walked to the second bedroom. Get ready to try the correct way to harvest emotional points. Rest, Sumo said softly and placed Gwen on the soft big bed in the second bedroom. Star Tower is very close to Umbrella Corporation and Stark Group, making it convenient for work. Hamilton Manor is far away from the bustling downtown area and prefers quietness and privacy, so Sumo often lives in Xingqian Building. The room is cleaned by dedicated personnel and always maintains a clean and fresh mint scent. Sumo took a short rest and felt extremely energetic. At the same time, with his extraordinary vision and perception, he discovered Gwen's injuries. After strengthening your physical fitness, you need to pay extra attention in the future. Sumo warned herself seriously. Moonlight Beast gave him the strength and physique of a ferocious beast. Every time the gene lock is opened, it will bring about a considerable improvement in physical fitness. Unknowingly, Sumo's sheer physical strength was enough to crush Captain America, who was injected with super serum. Correspondingly, some small troubles in life come as promised. Sumo found a medicine box and various special-purpose ointments. Fortunately, he is not only a big CEO sitting in an office but also a scientist with real talents and knowledge. The ointment is specially developed in the laboratory to treat skin bruises, subcutaneous congestion, and other conditions. Finish the medicine? Sumo once again picked a piece of clothing from the closet and placed it on the bedside. At the moment, Gwen, who was wrapped in a quilt and cocooned, turned her back to him. I'm going to buy you some clothes, wait until I come back. Gwen, you'd better never come back, beast, abnormal, shameless, Gwen during social death undergoes a drug application. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Sumo's mouth and she went out to do shopping. A shopping spree, buying a few more pieces of the same style of clothes just in case. Afternoon. After a good sleep, she tidied up and returned to Gwen with full health. Head to the Umbrella Creature Building with Sumo. After entering a series of information and signing the contract, Gwen received her identity work badge. Then, it is an examination material that is nearly 1 meter high. Gwen's eyes were a little dazed and she murmured, "Are these all for exams, Mom? It's a bit scary." For a moment, she thought New York University had started early. Sumo put the test materials into the trolley and explained, "Yes, you need to take the exam. I mean, every book has its own exam." Gwen, outrageous, what a departure. Which company recruits employees who don't work and take special exams? This is the information for the first round of exams. There are 3 rounds in total and there will be more after that. Sumo explained, pushing the trolley and walking towards the lounge. Martha perfectly borrowed the examination system from the Dragon Kingdom and applied it accurately. The entry manual, rules and regulations, routine laboratory operation precautions, etc. will all be tested. New employees must wait until they pass 3 rounds of study and examinations before they can officially participate in the work. Gwen, it's numb, people are numb. This was different from the Umbrella biotech company she knew. Recruitment at Osborne Group is simpler, just submit your resume, interview, and answer some professional questions over. Look at the small cart full of knowledge. Gwen accepted this fact, even a little excited. In Zhongcheng High School she is the god of study and what she is best at is taking exams. I will definitely pass the 3 rounds of exams. Gwen nodded vigorously and said seriously, "Definitely, I believe you." Sumo nodded and said softly, "It doesn't matter if you fail the exam, you can retake the exam. As the president and chairman of the board, you still have this right, you can refill it as many times as you want." He can even provide personal guidance to ensure that Gwen successfully passes the 3 rounds of assessments. Sumo opened the door to the lounge and put all the exam materials into the bookshelf. This is your private lounge. These books cannot be taken out of the company, so you can only learn in the company. The strange rules Martha set up prevent some people from rushing away. Gwen looked at the lounge that belonged to her. Single bed, desk, bookshelf, wooden cabinet, and small bathroom. She looked at Sumo faintly and asked, "Are you going to let me live here? George won't agree." Gwen began to suspect that Sumo abused his power and opened a separate lounge for her, used to do some bad things. Although I have this idea. But this is part of the entrance exam and staying up late studying is the norm. Sumo touched her nose and explained, "I found a partner for you to prepare for the entrance exam with. Do you want to meet him?" Gwen was startled and asked curiously, "Is there anyone else who wants to join Umbrella? Who is it?" The two left Gwen's lounge and came to the newcomer's study room. Very easy to understand name. Open the door. The S*****Y Tony Stark sitting on the table. Ethan, who was facing the Mediterranean Sea, was sorting out exam materials. Ethan, the doctor who saved Tony's life in the Middle East, received an invitation from Dr. Helen Zhao and is ready to join the Umbrella. Sumo stretched out her hand to gesture to Gwen beside her and introduced, Gwen Stacy, also ready to join the Umbrella. Gwen politely greeted Ethan and introduced herself to each other. Tony raised his eyebrows, looked at Sumo ambiguously and said, "So you like this taste? If you had told me earlier, I would give it to you. Say one more thing and I'll let you experience the long-lost ninjutsu, 1,000-year kill." Sumo looked Tony up and down dangerously and warned, "George hasn't ruined their relationship yet." Did Tony lead the rhythm first? Can this be tolerated? Tony's anus tightened and his whole body felt cold. Under the knowledge imparted by doctors from the Dragon Kingdom, he understood what ninjutsu, 1,000 years of killing, was. There's something wrong with his best brother. Thoughts about his asterisk. Tony moved his butt subconsciously and stopped teasing Sumo. Boom. There was a knock on the door of the study room suddenly. Ah Fu opened the door with a solemn expression and looked at Sumo. "Master, trouble is coming. A group of mutants want to see you," Ah Fu said in a deep voice with a serious face. "Walter," Tony looked at Sumo in surprise and asked, "How did you get into that group of trouble? Mutant doesn't have a good reputation." The strong strength and various negative news as well as human beings' rejection of aliens have led to the mutant group always living in a dark corner. Being able to show up openly is enough to prove the strength of this group of mutants. Is that mutant's accomplice from last night? Gwen looked at Sumo with a hint of worry in her eyes. For some reason, Sumo always gets assassinated for no apparent reason. Go and see if they're looking for death. I don't mind sending them on their way. Sumo straightened the folds of her suit and said easily, "The human disqualification I just fished this morning came in handy." Mutant? No. In Sumo's eyes, this is a group of special ordinary people. Everyone came to the hall at one end. A strange group of people were watched eagerly by the security personnel. The bald professor in a wheelchair spotted Sumo immediately. "Hello, Mr. Hamilton, Professor Charles Francis Xavier." Sumo nodded and looked at the people next to him. Red-haired, tall and slender Phoenix with a cold and indifferent face, chin gray. Beast Hank has blue skin, a wild face and muscular bodies. Wolverine Logan with messy hair, stubble on his face and fierce eyes. This lineup. He was a little scared. Gwen, Tony and Ethan looked at the group of mutants curiously, especially Beast Hank with his dark blue skin and strong muscles bulging out of his black suit is very eye-catching. "Wow, are you the legendary werewolf? The skin is so cool, like Smurfs. I like this color," Tony exclaimed, looking Beast Hank up and down. "Learn more, living mutant." "Thanks, I'm not a werewolf, you can call me Beast Hank." Hank smiled kindly. Compared with the insults and evaluations of him by the world, Tony's words are not very good at all. Teacher X's heart sank slightly at the long-lost full name. "How many years have you not heard this?" Sumo knows his full name, which proves that she knows him very well. "First of all, a reminder, Professor Xavier. If you try to hack into the brain of anyone here, I will kill you." Sumo looked at the gentle-looking bald professor and reminded him kindly, No one likes their memories to be peered into by outsiders. Professor X, who has powerful telepathy and mind control ability, likes to invade people's brains. Gwen and Tony's expressions changed slightly and they subconsciously stepped back. Looking at the bald old man in the wheelchair, his eyes were filled with surprise and uncertainty. Hack their brains, peeping into memories. Mind control? A terrifying suspicion formed from the bottom of my heart. Everyone has dark thoughts. One can appeal to an emotionless, superior god, but it cannot be spied on by outsiders. Professor X smiled slightly and explained kindly, I respect people's privacy and will not use ability arbitrarily. Last night you tried to invade my brain, there will be no next time. Sumo didn't believe Professor X's nonsense at all. A mutant with level 4 mental ability, will he not use his own ability, Mr. Hamilton? You are killing Victor and I have to stop you. Professor X said seriously, they came for Sabretooth to save a powerful member of his kind. Ha, I can kill if I want, do you need to take care of me? Sumo's eyes were cold and she sneered, he wants to kill me but you don't care. I wanted to kill him but you jumped out to stop me, what kind of bullshit is this? How dare a group of hiding mutants come up to him and teach him a lesson? Sumo didn't do anything, she was already very polite. We are the same kind, Sumo, I need to unite and help each other instead of killing each other. We're tired of logging. Professor X looked at Sumo sincerely and said slowly, like a life mentor looking at lost students. He witnessed Sumo transforming into a giant tiger and believed that Sumo, like Sabretooth and Beast, was a mutant. Hold the sun. Sumo was stunned and fell into silence. What does this bald professor mean? Similar, are gods the same kind as you? Still tired of cutting wood? Cut down your grandma. If you're an empty nester and you're lonely, just go to the street and find a street girl. Don't try to build relationships here. Sumo yelled angrily. Have a relationship with him? Is Professor X worthy? You. Phoenix Chin Gray, with a gloomy, pretty face, wanted to stop her. In their minds, Professor X is like a father and a life mentor, majestic and loving. She did not allow Sumo to insult Professor X like this. Chin, he doesn't know his identity yet. Professor X reached out and took Chin's arm and said softly. He understood that when Sumo discovered his true identity, he would not be able to accept it, especially the truth about his parents' death. Walter, you're a mutant, how come I didn't know? Seeing the serious look on Professor X's face, Tony believed it. He looked Sumo up and down and sighed, no wonder my strength has increased, it's not a transformation but a mutation. Boom, Sumo didn't hesitate and hit Tony's smart head with a steel head. Ah, hissed tilde. With a cry of pain, Tony bowed down like a shrimp, covering his head and gasping for air. Gwen couldn't help but smiled. This playboy is somewhat seriously ill, he actually believed what others said. Ethan touched the shiny Mediterranean Sea and considered whether to wear a woolen hat to cover up. Too bright and easy to target. Professor X said seriously, I'm very sorry, Sumo, but you have to accept reality. The teenage years are a period of frequent awakening of the X gene. It is difficult for you to control your ability, which led to the Hamilton couple's accidental car accident. I believe you have a certain understanding of your own ability, but we can help you better control your ability. Tony covered his head, widened his eyes, and looked at Sumo in disbelief. Oh my God, Thomas and Martha were killed by Sumo. Accidental car accident due to mutant gene awakening. Ah, Fu's head is itchy. Is he going to grow a brain? Sacrifice to the evil god, he hasn't figured it out yet. Now there's another mutant, who should he trust? Gwen looked around, indifferent. Regardless of whether Sumo is a mutant or not, it does not affect the relationship between the two. Sumo as the protagonist? This time I was really silenced. For a moment he believed he was a mutant. But he knows that his ability comes from the system, from the world of literary giants, from Atsushi Nakajima, Osamu Dazai. Do you think that one of the world's top biotechnology companies doesn't know about the existence of the X gene? Sumo looked at the badge symbolizing the umbrella and said in a cold tone, we also studied mutants, so I know I'm not. In one sentence, the expressions of the X-Men present suddenly changed. Research mutants. They have encountered many organizations and conducted cruel experiments on mutants in an attempt to crack the secret of super ability. Professor X felt cold instantly. He couldn't perceive Sumo's thoughts, but in those cold and ruthless eyes he saw the surging murderous intent. This person is deeply hostile to mutant. Sorry, maybe we were a little hasty. Professor X lowered his stance and pleaded, I would like to invite you to Xavier Academy to conduct some more detailed examinations to determine whether you are a mutant. I believe you are also curious about where your ability comes from, right? Sumo crossed her arms and looked down at Professor X. How dare you to show up at my company openly and ask for a test on me? I really don't know what to say. Afu, send them out, call the police directly next time. There was a trace of anger in his heart, and he was very disappointed with the famous Professor X invade his brain, think he is a mutant without permission and want to conduct experimental tests. This old man's mental ability is so strong that he has a cerebral thrombosis, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do such an outrageous thing. Please leave, Ah Fu said politely. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding security personnel gathered around and looked at the X-Men with eager eyes. Sumo, we have no ill intentions. Beast Hank used his strong and broad body to block Professor X. He looked at Sumo and said very seriously, I believe that with the strength of Umbrella biotechnology we can detect the existence of the X gene, but we've been chasing Sabretooth and he knows Logan's origins. I want you to give Sabretooth to us, cleverly changing the subject and easing the tension, compared to Professor. Sumo looked at Beast Hank and stretched out her hand. Mind shaking hands, Beast Hank. Even the brightest brains hit a wall. I ask you for Sabretooth. You want to shake my hand? What kind of scientific truth is this? Is it unreasonable? However, out of a friendly attitude, Beast Hank stretched out his big dark blue hand and shook hands with Sumo. Disqualified from the world. Open. Sumo's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light, trying the newly acquired golden legend. Beast Hank froze, his strength fading away like a tide. Endless weakness and heaviness crept up his body and brain, and his vision became blurry. In full view, Beast Hank's strong and broad body is like a deflated balloon shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. The muscles collapsed and contracted, and the dark blue skin returned to its normal color. In a blink of an eye, a skinny science geek wearing a baggy black suit appeared in front of everyone. Tony, thick and greasy, muscular guy turned into skinny science geek. This is because I haven't recharged my money. Has the skin expired? Hank. Chin covered her mouth in shock, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Is this? Erasing the X gene, ability invalidated, the brain is too shocked to think properly. But in the closed heart, a glimmer of hope quietly emerged. Professor X, who was sitting in a wheelchair, had his pupils suddenly constricted. Seeing the true appearance of old friends from the past was shocking. He has never seen such a weird ability. Not only can it transform into a giant white tiger, but it can also nullify the abilities of other mutants. One person has two abilities. Is it like White Queen? Professor X had a lot of thoughts in his heart and his eyes flickered. Hank looked at his palm and subconsciously reached out to touch his face. Smooth skin to the touch, a normal human face, not Beast Hank. He looked at Sumo and thanked her seriously. Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. I don't know how long it will take before I can go back to the way I used to be. This is the uncontrollability of variant ability. For most mutants, after awakening, the body will often experience abnormal proliferation and animal signs which are still uncontrollable. This makes mutants ostracized and hunted by humans like a medieval witch trial. You're welcome, it's just a small experiment. The world is very big and there are many unknown entities. Sumo let go and said calmly. Disqualification in the human world, if it is effective on mutants, it will also be effective on aliens. I don't know if it's effective against magic, demons, or Mephisto from another dimension. There is a lack of experimental samples. Sumo thought secretly in his heart to be labeled as a golden legend by the system. The potential for human disqualification is more than that. Disqualified from the world. Hank's body swelled like an inflated ball and his skin turned dark blue. In a moment, the skinny science geek transformed into a muscular blue man again. I've changed back again. Beast Hank looked at his big dark blue hands and murmured, yes, this is only temporary. You can understand the mysterious power that comes from camouflage. Sumo said with a smile, naturally blaming Ancient One. take revenge for last night. Professor, you may not necessarily have heard of the name Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, but you may have heard of Camertage. There was doubt in Professor X's eyes, and he felt vaguely that this word was familiar. I heard it somewhere, but I can't remember it. Sabretooth is an important experimental product of our company, and it is impossible to hand it over to you. Sumo looked at Professor X, who looked thoughtful, and said, "You are welcome to call the police or notify other special departments to enforce the law. Then, I will release Sabretooth in public so that the people can see the harm and terror of mutants." By the way, live broadcast and harvest a wave of emotional points. He has already written the script, and as long as the X-Men dare to take action, he will take over. As for mutants' safety and situation, Sumo can only say that the matter has nothing to do with him, just hang it up high. There is a great saint, Professor X, and a radical hawk, Magneto. Do two fourth-level mutant bosses need to be worried about by a small company owner like him? Professor X's face darkened slightly, and he instantly understood the threat in Sumo's words. He took a deep look at Sumo, his mind wandering. Finally, he whispered, "I understand, Mr. Hamilton. Hank, let's go." "No." Wolverine Logan, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. He looked at Sumo with fierce eyes and said solemnly, "I want to see Sabretooth. He knows my past. He wants to restore his memory." Sumo shook his head and decisively refused. "Standing next to you is Professor X, who has the strongest psychic ability in the world. He can help you. As for Sabretooth, he has contracted a hell demon and is extremely dangerous. I will not let him go easily." Okay, the plot is split in the womb again. Logan and the X-Men's hunt for Hell's Sabretooth is not the plot of any movie series. As for the comics, if this were the Marvel comic universe, this little wrecking ball would have exploded hundreds of times. Logan stepped forward, his whole body full of energy. His restless instinct made him like to use force to solve things. Sumo raised his sword eyebrows. After the three abilities were blended and strengthened, Moonlight Beast sensed the aggressive aura of Logan in front of him. Boom. Sumo suddenly stepped forward, the through-hole flashing silver light. The invisible beast's pressure surged out, colliding with Logan's aggressive aura. Bang bang, his vision was blurry, as if a giant white tiger was roaring up to the sky, and a terrifying pressure swept through his body. A long-lost fear came over my heart. Wolverine Logan looked at Sumo in shock, her heart beating rapidly. A stronger beast than him, in terms of momentum alone, he can be completely crushed. "Logan, we need to go," Professor X reminded him at the right time. He took one last deep look at Sumo and left with all the X-Men. "Wow, are these all barbarians? If you don't give people to them, will you rob them?" Tony scratched his head, disappointed with this group of mutants. Except for the muscular Smurf, who was very interested in him. "Tony, that's all you see?" Sumo suddenly turned around and looked at Tony. This was a great educational opportunity to help Tony grow. What did you see?" Tony spread his hands in confusion and said, "You said you were a mutant, looking for someone from you?" Sumo waved his hand and asked the security personnel to disperse. He looked at Tony seriously and explained, "Professor X wants to bring the Umbrella Company into mutants' power. Let Stark Group stand up for mutant." "Do you know what this means?" As soon as he finished speaking, Tony, who had been carefree just now, suddenly felt cold all over, full of horror and vigilance. Yes, if Sumo is a mutant and joins Professor X's mutant organization, then the Umbrella Company will naturally serve mutant. In addition, Sumo is the third largest shareholder of Stark Group and is a good friend of him, which has a huge influence. If Professor X manipulates public opinion, the support for mutant will surge, can promote legislation in Congress. This will push Stark Group and Umbrella Corporation to the forefront and become the public enemies of mankind. Tony whispered, shivers running down his body. In the current international situation, mutant is not accepted by the public. People fear mutants. If they support it, they will be boycotted by everyone, including the United States government, military, senators, secret organizations. All do not want mutant to become stronger. Sumo patted Tony on the shoulder and sighed. "You're right, they are just a bunch of trouble, we can't afford to cause them." When he realized that Professor sure enough, the bald person is either a strong man or an old yin coin. How bright your head is, how dirty your heart is, now. A group of SHIELD agents wearing black suits led by security personnel appeared in front of everyone. "Boss, they claim to be from the Territorial Strategy and Ba Bureau and they want to see you," the security captain explained. The beautiful agent in the lead extended her hand in a friendly manner and introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Victoria Hand, the head of the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency in New York. I want to tell you about what happened last night." Sumo's brain hurt a little, so she shook hands with a smile. "Hello." Just after expelling Mutant, the National Bureau of Investigation came to visit again. One by one, like hounds that smelled the fishy smell, they rushed towards me. "Can we come to your office to talk it over?" Victoria Hand looked around and said politely. According to witnesses last night, SHIELD tracked down 2 giant tigers and eventually found Sumo, who appeared on that street last night. "No, I know why you came." Sumo smiled and nodded, looked at the serious-looking SHIELD agent and asked, "I just want to ask you one question. Do you have any evidence?" Sumo did not use her powers and deliberately left some evidence which was discovered by these intelligence organizations. Avoid cleaning up too much and causing some people to constantly assassinate him. Victoria was silent, her eyes falling on Sumo's natural and calm face. There was no trace of panic, as if he had expected it. He even waited for her to come to his door. "We are a secret department and we don't need those. Please come with us," Victoria gritted her teeth and said. Now that it is confirmed to be Sumo, routine inquiries and tests must be carried out. "Haha, secret department, go back and tell Nick Fury to return the relics that Howard Stark left to Tony. He shouldn't want me to expose your existence, right?" Sumo chuckled and said unceremoniously, "Use the secret department to suppress him. If he were an ordinary person, he might give in. However, behind him are the Umbrella Corporation and the Stark Group. If the National Bureau of Land and Resources wants to move him, they must consider the consequences later." "Walter, he is one of yours." Tony's pupils shrank suddenly. He was extremely emotional and he asked loudly. That father who often traveled on business and didn't care about him was actually an agent. Also, how did Sumo know? He doesn't even know. Victoria looked at Sumo in surprise and was immediately silenced. "Howard Stark is the founder of SHIELD. It's a secret? Sumo is an ordinary person. How did he know?" "Sorry, I can't tell." Victoria looked at the emotional Tony and said slowly, "Shet, then let someone who can speak explain it to me. Otherwise, I will expose you too." Tony directly borrowed Sumo's threatening tactics and said anxiously, "That old guy, how many things are still hidden from him?" "I will report it to the director," Victoria said helplessly. The investigation was interrupted and even got into big trouble. She didn't dare to stay any longer and left in despair with the agents. Tony, with an angry face and red eyes, looked at Sumo and asked in a deep voice, "How do you know Howard is a SHIELD agent?" "Maybe this is the difference between school education and family education. I've met him and learned some things from Thomas and Martha," Sumo explained. Tony was thrown into school since he was a child and grew up alone, rarely accompanied by his parents. Sumo was taken along and educated by Thomas and Martha. Not only did she inherit the knowledge of the 2 scientists, she also inherited the connections of the previous generation. Tony, a cold knife was inserted firmly into his heart from the good brother's hand. Hiss, heartbreaking. "It hurts so much." Territory strategy and Tony clutched his chest, slowed down the fatal blow and recalled carefully. He wanted to investigate this organization and see what the old guy was doing after abandoning him. The Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, an international intelligence organization. Sumo put her arm around Tony's shoulders and said as she walked, "The chief is Nick Fury, a black braised egg, literally. They withheld Howard's belongings. He left you his last gift. Anyway, the plot is split in the womb and Sumo doesn't mind a little more juggling. Instead of letting Black Braised Egg attack Tony with Howard's relics, he might as well flip the table over first. See how the Black Braised Eggs respond." Tony gritted his teeth and said angrily, "I don't need his gift, I want to know what he is hiding." Cheating is a very serious crime for Tony. Sumo shook his head secretly. Obadiah is not dead yet and Iron Man has not officially announced his debut. He threw Howard's relics out, not knowing whether they were good or bad, but he couldn't be impatient. Only Tony can crack the new elements, and the new arc reactor will fall into his hands sooner or later. Trident. Nick Fury looked solemn after listening to Victoria Hand's report. After closing the video link, his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Fark, what on earth did Howard do? Let an ordinary person know of our existence even. Fury's black face was startled and he suddenly woke up. No, how does he know that Howard's relics are in my hands? Howard has many friends, why is it him? And he happens to be the director of SHIELD, have the right to deal with Howard's belongings even. He is planning to use these relics to do something. Fury's spine felt chilly, as if he had a pair of invisible eyes that watched his every move and even knew the secrets in his heart. Suppress all the dark speculations rising in my heart. Fury looked at Commander Hill on the side and asked, Natasha Romanoff sneaked into the umbrella, how was it? There was a hint of weirdness in Hill's eyes and he said, the situation is very bad, Natasha Romanoff said, and it is expected to take a month to pass the entry assessment. Walter, Fury's one eye widened, wondering if he heard correctly. The world's top spy, his most powerful agent, actually needs a month to pass the entrance examination. Did he hear it correctly? This is a biotech company, not a military base, Hill reluctantly explained. Sumo has the butler Alfred Pennyworth by her side, so she doesn't need an assistant. Natasha Romanoff has no shortcuts. Moreover, the entry protection umbrella. The assessment is very difficult and requires 3 rounds of examinations. Fury scratched the shiny black braised egg and asked, where is the training instructor? Did you get some information out of the training instructor? If there is an exam, there must be training, right? Hill looked even weirder and said, the training instructor, assessment officer, is the artificial intelligence of the umbrella Alice. So there are no shortcuts for Natasha Romanoff and she can only go through the normal process. Hill silently lit a candle for Natasha Romanoff. The world's top spy faces an emotionless artificial intelligence. Only Natasha Romanoff knows the despair and helplessness, right? Fury pressed his throbbing forehead. I wanted to curse but held back. I have seen the king of agents, Nick Fury, who has seen great storms, but I have never seen an artificial intelligence as a training instructor. This doesn't give them a way to survive. Tony, how's it going? Fury was a little dizzy, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. The Howard relic that SHIELD held in his hand was exploded by Sumo. Tony was very excited. The original plan was disrupted and he wanted to recruit Tony to join the gang, so this crisis must be properly handled. Hill, Tony Stark is using all his connections to investigate us. He has already found some clues and I believe he will discover our existence soon. Fury was silent, thought for a moment and said, keep a close eye on Sumo Hamilton, I'm going to New York. Even though the timing was wrong, he had no choice but to do it forcefully. Tony Stark is an important part of his Avengers plan. New York University officially opens. Gwen demonstrates superb time management skills while preparing for the Umbrella Biotech entrance exam, while adjusting to life and study at NYU. The schedule is packed with no gaps. Sumo, who has always wanted to experiment with intimate harvesting. Is he being time managed by Gwen? Gwen was too busy to keep her feet off the ground, so it was hard for him to force herself on him. Fortunately, he is not a simple rich second-generation, top-floor office. A laboratory that is physically isolated from all signals. Several large servers are stacked in the center, and the computer screen is filled with dense data. All research materials and experimental data on the T-virus have been transferred to an encrypted USB drive. Coming from the world of Resident Evil, Red Queen Alice reminded, "Thank you, I will keep my promise." Sumo nodded with satisfaction. "Mr. Hamilton, the T-virus is very dangerous, please be careful," Red Queen Alice reminded. She doesn't want this world to be like the Resident Evil world where the population is extinct and enveloped by countless zombies. Definitely, I am a biologist and know the dangers of the T-virus. And where can I find the T-virus original solution or the sun's staircase flower? Sumo suddenly became melancholy. He has complete experimental data and information but no samples. make bricks without straw, he can't rub the T-virus with his hands, right? I can only try my luck when fishing. Maybe if I try too much, I will be lucky one day. Sumo sighed helplessly and left the Red Queen laboratory, sitting on the boss's chair, tapping his fingers on the table, thinking about the next plan. Open the system panel. Host, Sumo, emotion point, 13,001. Extraordinary ability, disqualification in the human world, golden legend, which invalidates all abilities that come into contact with one's body. Extraordinary ability, Moonlight Beast, blue quality, extremely strong regeneration ability, comprehensive strengthening of body functions, the ability to transform into a white giant tiger, and the ability to transform into the breeze. Extraordinary ability, perfect crime, blue quality, perfect elimination of all criminal evidence, including but not limited to fingerprints, footprints, body dander, body fluids, video recordings, and memories. Extraordinary ability, Gene Lock Level 1, green quality, awakening human combat instinct and danger perception, greatly improving physical fitness and nerve reaction speed. Normal skills, biology medium level, firearms specialization elementary level, fighting elementary level. Inventory, Mask of the Faceless One, golden legend. Sumo raised his eyebrows and Moonlight Beast gained a new ability. When you transform into a giant white tiger, can you transform into a breeze? He recalled that night taking Gwen with him and arrived at the Star Building in an instant. Extraordinary abilities are not fixed and can be improved. When different extraordinary abilities are paired together, a wonderful chemical reaction will occur, which is interesting. Sumo recalled the feeling of the three abilities blending together, which was very strange. He picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and looked at the balance. 13,000 emotion points can make 13 green fishing baits. Gamble on your luck and try fishing for the T-virus, otherwise I won't be able to use the research materials I have. Just do it. At the same time, test whether he is a European emperor or a non-chief. System, make 13 green baits and go fishing. Sumo shouted in his heart, and suddenly a void fishing rod appeared in his hand. The emotional points were scratched away, condensed into 13 emerald green light groups, and suddenly fell into the endless void. Little ripples appeared in the air. Sumo lay on the boss's chair, drinking wine and waiting quietly. This will test the true level of the fisherman and face his own strength in the most natural state. According to professional terminology, this is considered nesting, right? With 13 baits, will you be able to catch a big one? Sumo thought secretly, and her hands sank. Finish! Violent ripples appeared in the void and balls of white light poured out like falling leaves floating in front of Sumo. Sumo, again, his face couldn't be any darker. Green bait has a 40% chance of catching white trash, but he ran into it. Is he so unlucky? Then Thanos snaps his fingers and he must be the half who disappears. Sumo thought this, looking at the white light group absent-mindedly. Finally, a strange light emerged, 4 emerald green light groups guarding a blue light group breaking through the void. Cow, how can you still appetize people? Sumo's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, her disappointment was swept away, and she looked at the blue light group excitedly. He felt that he could do it again. He may not be the missing half. There is a 10% chance of being hit by him, although it was built after 13 fishing trips. Gene Lock Level 2, Super Recovery, Reaction, Physical Toughness and Strength. Ability to freely control 90% of one's body and bring out 100% of potential power. The blue light group merges into the body. Sumo felt the shackles of genetic locks. He had a vague feeling that by activating the second-level gene lock, he could tear Sabretooth apart without completely transforming into a tiger. The most versatile extraordinary ability, there is no one, danger perception, fighting instinct, physical strengthening, and a perfect fit for any ability. Sumo drank the wine in the glass with satisfaction. Just one blue quality gene lock level 2 has already paid for itself. 4 green light groups, little gifts landed on the desk. A ginseng with lush roots. Centennial ginseng, a great tonic loved by men. A slap file-size gold badge, golden badge, blessed by the sun, it drives away evil creatures. 1,000 rounds of silver bullets of various types. Holy silver bullet, blessed by the Red Archbishop, it possesses divine power and has considerable lethality against evil spirits and demons. A tube of potion? T-Virus Original Solution. As we all know, if you smash it, you can start the craze of Resident Evil. Sumo, be obedient. Give me a pillow when you feel sleepy. T-Virus Original Solution. That's the T-Virus Original Solution. Sumo stared at the small tube of T-Virus solution with wide eyes. If this breaks, don't dare to think, don't dare to think. If everyone dies, who will provide him with emotional points? Are a group of irrational zombies considered living beings have emotions? Sumo carefully sealed the T-Virus solution into a medical suitcase and then placed it in a safe. He needs to calm down and calm down. The surprise came so suddenly that he was not prepared. If we fail and the T-Virus is leaked, the protective umbrella will really become Umbrella. Holy silver bullet blessed by the Red Archbishop. Sumo picked up a silver bullet on the table. The bullet head was cut into small crosses and complex patterns were engraved on the surface. The whole thing is made of holy silver and contains sacred power. Bless, God bless, can I? Sumo felt the sacred energy of God and subconsciously mobilized the power of mask of the faceless man. The silver-white bullet dimmed and was stained with some kind of gray. The power of God disappears and is replaced by the power of the faceless ones. As a scientist, experiments are indispensable. Sumo's eyes lit up and she suddenly became excited. He grabbed a handful of bullets, pressed them into the magazine, took the private elevator and came underground. The cell where Sabretooth is imprisoned in hell is a box made of special metal. No windows, vents, or gaps of any kind, completely airtight. Anyway, Sabretooth won't die, so he doesn't need to be treated well. Alice, open the cell door. Okay, master. The metal prison door suddenly split and turned into countless small pieces, moving and joining together in an intricate manner. Psst, tilde woo tilde tilde, the ventilation system was turned on and Sumo stood far away, waiting for the stench inside to be exhausted. After all, it has been sealed for many days. God knows what Sabretooth was doing inside the cell. Sabretooth was wearing a rumpled hospital gown and was dirty with a broad and muscular body. There was a sudden movement and he slowly opened his eyes. Contracted to the king of hell with demonic power, he no longer needs oxygen. Sumo Hamilton! Sabretooth's face was pale, his hospital gown was stained with blood and his exposed skin had gray wounds. The wound left by Sumo continues to this day and still has not healed. Sabretooth, who sent you to kill me? Sumo asked without any nonsense, checking the Glock pistol loaded with sacred silver bullets. He didn't expect Sabretooth to reveal the murderer behind the scenes, he just wanted to find a reason to shoot the experiment. That's right, it's very important. Haha, who sent me here? Sabretooth chuckled, his eyes fierce and filled with deep hatred. You'll die soon, soon. Imprisoning me is your worst choice, he already knows your secret and you will die. Boom, Sumo looked calm, raised his hand, took aim and fired. His palm was very steady and the silver bullet drew a clean and straight line, accurately hitting Sabretooth between the eyebrows. Blood flowers bloom. Sizzling black smoke came out. Sabretooth fell to the ground in pain, covering his head and wailing in pain. With amazing willpower, he used his fingers to dig out the sacred silver bullet stuck in his skull. A large amount of black smoke and blood spurted out. Sabretooth's face became even more ferocious and twisted. A pair of yellow beast eyes stared at Sumo and he gasped. Are you connected to the church? Bullets with divine power can only be produced by the ancient church. No, I bought it and checked it on you. It seems to have average effect. Sumo said lightly, green quality bullets can only reach this level. Can really hurt Sabretooth but not kill. Bang 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 bang. Sumo was not polite and emptied a shuttle of sacred silver bullets. Sabretooth gritted his teeth with a ferocious expression on his face and blood spurts burst out all over his body. Wisps of black mist steamed and the bullets embedded themselves in the flesh and bones, burning the flesh and blood like a red-hot iron. Sabretooth trembled all over and struggled to pull out the bullets one by one. This situation. Sumo wanted to have a drink but unfortunately there was no wine here. Going upstairs to get the wine would be a bit out of character. Afu went to pick up Gwen, he should be back soon, right? Sumo watched Sabretooth struggle with relish while pressing the bullets that had been blessed by the faceless man into the magazine. Dare you threaten him with Gwen? Without experiencing extreme pain, Sumo would not let Sabretooth die easily. If you don't tell me, I'll be relieved. Sumo smiled, loaded the magazine, and checked the firearm with deep eyes. If it was the devil who instigated it, you would have been eager to tell their names. If you don't say it, it proves that the one who instigated you is someone, then things will be simple. Sabretooth's expression changed slightly, and he lowered his head subconsciously to hide the shock and panic in his eyes and did not dare to speak again. His hope of survival rests entirely on the mastermind behind the scenes, let me guess. Sumo didn't care about Sabretooth's reaction, raised the muzzle of the gun and took aim. I did something big recently. I went to the Middle East to save Tony. Boom! The yellow-orange bullets were stained gray and pierced directly into Sabretooth's heart. Well, no blood splattered. Sabretooth groaned feebly, subconsciously covering his heart that gradually stopped beating. A faint gray color stained the wound. Mutant self-healing ability. The power from hell can't heal the wound. Then the masterminds behind this are probably the people who don't want Tony to come back alive. Obadiah, 10 Rings, Hammer Group, other competing companies and people Tony has offended. While talking, Sumo had a toothache. All of them, Tony's enemies, had a reason to pay to hire Sabretooth. Thinking about Killian, who was left hanging on the rooftop, the mysterious guest who was ignored, God knows how many people Tony has offended. Alas, Tilda, it's a miracle that Tony can survive until now, Sumo sighed. From behind, a wooden fan suddenly appeared and hit Sumo on the head. Sneak attack. Danger perception, slight tingling in the back of the head. The second level of genetic lock instinct is turned on. Sumo lowered her head subconsciously and leaned forward to avoid the attack from behind. Turn around, raise the gun, and aim at the sudden appearance. Noisy, ancient one, wearing a yellow robe with a round bald head and holding a wooden fan. Ancient One looked calm and nodded slightly. With a slight shock in her heart, she appeared quietly, ready to teach Sumo a lesson and let him know how to respect the elderly and love the young. Unexpectedly, Sumo actually dodged him. Is perception so sharp? What are you here for? Sumo looked at the Ancient One who suddenly appeared and suddenly had the urge to shoot her. Try the Faceless Men bullets to see if they can hurt the Ancient One. Although, at the speed of the bullet, it would be impossible to hit level Godfather's Ancient One under normal circumstances. Ancient One, I want to take revenge on you, but you avoided it, which makes me very embarrassed. I watched your fight, it was wonderful. You were able to defeat Hell Sabretooth beyond my expectation. Ancient One changed the topic and looked at the dying Sabretooth. Gray power, the power of the old god Nyarlathotep? I knew it, you old yin. Sumo gritted his teeth and said, Hell, Sabretooth killed so many people and caused quite a stir. How could Camertage not know about it? The air suddenly became cold. Sumo stopped at the last word. After all, the Ancient One is the Sorcerer Supreme and the level Godfather. It is better not to provoke this woman's anger easily. Hundreds of years old, this menopause is getting angry. He really couldn't bear it. What are you doing here? Are you here to pick peaches too? Sumo put down the Glock pistol and asked. After all these days, tonight I was experimenting with Faceless Men's bullets and I suddenly showed up to pick peaches? He didn't believe it. There is a conspiracy inside, a big conspiracy. He made a contract with a Hell King, so be careful. Ancient One said slowly, Mephisto. Sumo asked subconsciously, the most famous king of hell in the Marvel Universe is probably Mephisto, the man who created Ghost Rider. Do you know him? The old god told you. Ancient One looked directly at Sumo with gentle eyes as if he could see through his heart. Knowing Mephisto but not knowing that Sabretooth contracted Mephisto are two different concepts. It seems that the relationship between Sumo and the old god is not close. Sumo. Suddenly, I felt a little panicked. That, Sabretooth is for you, deal with it as you wish, don't worry about me. Sumo decisively threw the blame and handed the hot potato to Ancient One. Who knows, when Mephisto pays attention to Sabretooth, becomes aware of his existence, and insists on signing a contract with him, he is still developing. Are you scared? Ancient One stared at Sumo closely and discovered for the first time that Sumo was also scared sometimes. As long as I'm here, there's no way Mephisto will cross the line and land on the blue star. She looked proud and said calmly, Sumo, if you don't borrow the dimensions of the heavens, I can still believe a little bit. Where did Ghost Rider come from? Aren't they the human incarnations of Mephisto, created one by one? Even the Witch Heart demon has a way to cross dimensions and come to Blue Star, let alone a king of hell. I don't ask for much, just take Sabretooth away and crush him to death. Anyway, his anger has subsided and he is close to killing the person. Sumo frowned and said slowly, as long as people don't die in his hands, Mephisto probably won't trouble him. He will guide you to your enemies. Ancient One chuckled and said mysteriously. She enjoyed Sumo's panicked look and eagerly wanted to get rid of Sabretooth. Golden fireworks burst out and the portal opened. The somewhat delightful Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One returns to the tea room without mercy. Sumo. I don't need to find the mastermind behind it, I just want to get rid of this time bomb as soon as possible. Ancient One, you old yin coin, deliberately told me about Sabretooth's contract partner just to mess with my mentality. Sumo was so angry that she gritted her teeth. This Sorcerer Supreme was a bit unprofessional. He walked to the dying Sabretooth, reached out and pulled out the bullet in his heart. The hint of gray was withdrawn. Sabretooth's broken heart quickly self-heals and restores strong and powerful beating. He stared at Sumo and said, "You should let me go if you know the Hell King I contracted. Otherwise, your soul will suffer the burning of hellfire forever." Sumo raised his sword eyebrows, his expression suddenly calmed down and he could not see the panic and urgency just now at all. He withdrew the power from the bullet and said with a smile, "You have a tough mouth, why don't you show me the fire of hell, the flame from the King of Hell to prove your identity?" Sabretooth's yellow beast eyes flashed, making it unclear what Sumo was thinking. However, according to the conversation just now, he will not be in danger of his life for the time being. How could he use Mephisto's name to intimidate Sumo? He might even have a chance to escape. Well, I don't know why you're not afraid of hellfire. But the fire from the King of Hell can burn the soul, Sabretooth said in a deep voice, and balls of deep orange-red flames rose up. There was suddenly a strong smell of sulfur in the air and the temperature suddenly rose. Sumo directly stretched out his blood-stained right hand and placed it above the fire of hell. Disqualified from the world, open, without the blessing of the power of the faceless men, it is purely the power of the physical body and supernatural powers. Sumo's palms were burned by the fire of hell without feeling anything. Well, it's stable. He pressed his palm down and pressed heavily on Sabretooth. Poof tilde, the blazing fire of hell suddenly went out. Sabretooth's face turned pale and there was a look of fear in his eyes. He opened his mouth wide and wanted to scream, but he couldn't even make a sound and passed out from the pain. The power of hell and mutant ability were eliminated at the same time and the gray wound left by Sumo burst out with unprecedented pain. Sabretooth's vital signs declined rapidly. Sumo quickly let go and saved Sabretooth's life. Stable. Disqualification in the human world can clear away the power of hell. It can also clear away magic and the power of other dimensions. The golden legendary quality may not be able to defeat Mephisto's true form, but it is more than enough to deal with a duplication. Sumo is satisfied and has a better understanding of her ability. How naive! Are you really going to be obedient when I ask you to use the fire of hell? Is the brain all muscle and sulfur? The prison door closed, splitting into intricate plates again, disrupting the reorganization. Sumo laughed and put her hand on the cell door. The faint gray spreads, outlines strange and weird lines, and covers the entire metal box. The power of the faceless men permeated the cell, imprisoning Sabretooth and cutting off all contact with the outside world. It is estimated that even Mephisto originally could not locate Sabretooth. We can only roughly know that the person is not dead. And the Ancient One, an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years, a proper old yin coin. Sumo shook his head and sighed. Fortunately, he didn't reveal all his cards, as long as Mephisto doesn't come in his true form. Sumo directly used disqualified from the world with one hand and mask of the faceless man with the other, ensuring that Mephisto's duplication will never come back. Two golden legends can't beat Mephisto's duplication. The panic Sumo showed was specially performed for the Ancient One. If being out of place piques the Ancient One's interest, she wants to try it for herself. Sumo shook his head, threw away the unsightly picture and shouted, "Alice, highest level of confidentiality, don't let anyone get close except me." "Okay, master," Alice responded. Back in the top floor office, Sumo washed her bloody hands, started processing the fishing proceeds, keeping all the sacred silver bullets in a safe place and making a batch of faceless man bullets at the same time. The century-old ginseng was left to Gwen to replenish her body. She has been very busy recently and must take a good replenishment. Sumo analyzed it carefully and started to deal with it. There is also the sun badge, which is left for Gwen for self-defense. As for the T-virus, the experiments must begin. With the stimulation of the King of Hell Mephisto, Sumo is ready to develop the perfect serum for the T-virus as quickly as possible, used to enhance the strength of Gwen, Afu, John, and others. Sumo picked up the suitcase and went directly to the secret laboratory on the 6th floor underground. Dr. Zhao Heilun, wearing a white special laboratory coat, was waiting at the entrance of the laboratory early at Alice's notice. "Finally have time to go into the lab." "Where is your little girlfriend?" Helen Zhao teased and opened the laboratory door. "I'm here to return the favor to you lest you threaten me with this matter." Sumo gestured to the medical suitcase in her hand and walked into the secret laboratory. Helen Zhao is Martha's student, the best and closest student, excluding her biological son Sumo. The two studied and experimented together, spent a long time together under Martha's guidance, and became very familiar with each other. Definitely, pure classmate and friend relationship. "It's absolutely confidential and currently only the two of us have the authority." Sumo inserted the encrypted USB disk into the computer and gave up the position to Zhao Heilun. Zhao Heilun opened the experimental information on the T-virus and read it carefully. For a moment, her pretty face became more solemn and a hint of panic appeared in her eyes. "Sumo, where did this thing come from? This virus?" Helen Zhao was trembling all over. With her knowledge, she instantly realized the horror of the T-virus. This is an RNA virus that can infect almost all living things in the world, including humans, mammals, and even plants. In addition, the virus can be transmitted through the air, biological media, physical contact, etc. Which is called a bug. Once leaked, the whole world will be ruined. "Calm down, I bought this from a mysterious guy." Sumo told the prepared excuse to comfort Zhao Heilun, who was a little panicked. "All experimental data have been processed to eliminate all umbrella signs and sensitive names to prevent misunderstandings. The research history of T-virus is very long. Although it is used to make viruses, it is also a genetic virus that can enhance the vitality of human cells. You can understand it as super soldier serum," Sumo said solemnly, opening the suitcase and revealing a tube of T-virus in the center. The data records a successful experimental subject who has a physical fitness comparable to Captain America and even possesses superability thought waves. "There are complete experimental materials and research data here. How do you like it? Are you excited?" Sumo whispered seductively with an unknown light appearing in her black eyes. Helen Zhao's hands and feet were numb from nervousness. She glanced at the complete experimental information displayed on the computer and then looked at the T-virus in the suitcase. "It would be a lie to say that I am not moved. Since the death of Professor Erskine, Captain America Steve has become the last super soldier. All biological groups, official or unofficial organizations in the world are reverse engineering, trying to restore Professor Erskine's super soldier serum. This has been the case from World War II to the present, but no one has ever succeeded. Now another successful experimental case is placed in front of Zhao Heilun. Can she not be moved? You want to make a super soldier serum?" Helen Zhao's voice was slightly hoarse and her eyes were complicated with enthusiasm and hesitation. "That's right," Sumo nodded and admitted. "This virus has the property of strengthening and reorganizing human DNA, but the process is uncontrollable. This causes human cells to be unable to survive, and part of the cerebral cortex becomes necrotic, becoming something like a zombie. But we have nanorobots that can strengthen and reorganize uncontrollable genes into controllable ones." Sumo looked at Helen Zhao with a deep gaze. Her eyes were eager and focused. While studying Red Queen Alice, he gradually developed mature ideas. Helen Zhao panicked in her heart, unable to bear such a scorching gaze. She thought hard about the possibility and said, "This will consume a lot of money and is equivalent to private customization, and mass production is impossible. And some volunteers are needed to conduct experiments and calibrate the nano program." Sumo pressed her hands hard on Zhao Helen's shoulders, startling her. "Money, I have plenty of money, make whatever you want. As for volunteers, I have a better idea." A frightening smile appeared on the corner of Sumo's mouth. Helen Zhao's heart was beating wildly. Could it be that he wanted to buy people in the Middle East for illegal human experiments? "I'm warning you, Martha asked me to take care of you, you can't do something bad?" The corners of Sumo's mouth turned up and a figure suddenly appeared from behind. Black hair, black eyes, stern face, oriental face. A Sumo duplication with a changed appearance appears in the secret laboratory. Sumo let go of her hand and moved away. Helen Zhao slowly opened her mouth and looked at the stranger who came out from behind Sumo in stunned silence. He started from you." Sumo reached out and rubbed Zhao Helen's head and explained, "My duplication can be used as an experimental subject. His adaptability is stronger than mine. Alas, he even said he wanted to wear a vest. The vest was not developed and duplication became a test product. The world is getting worse." Helen Zhao was silent, her eyes burst out with bright and fiery light and her pretty face was excited. "Go ahead and check the authenticity of Sumo duplication." "Hey, Helen Zhao, what do you want to do? Don't be so stingy. You already have duplication and you're still hiding it. Damn it, you are such a female hooligan." Sumo and duplication grabbed Zhao Helen's arms, one on the left and the other on the right, and pressed her down on the chair. "Sure enough, which scientist is not crazy? You're not crazy, it proves that you haven't stimulated her excitement yet. Is he genetically identical to yours? If he dies, will you be harmed? Also, if he dies, will his body disappear or will it always be there?" Helen Zhao's little mouth was like a Gatling gun, constantly asking various questions. "PFFT tilde," Sumo directly reached out and covered that annoying little cherry mouth. The world suddenly became clear. "Genes are similar but not identical. Some of my genes are out of the human category, you know." Sumo explained. Helen Zhao nodded and reached out to take his hand away. Sumo's nano program to control her transformation into a giant white tiger was created by her. Duplication is just an ordinary person. After death, it will disappear directly. "I won't suffer any real damage, I'll probably have a headache for a while." Sumo did not let go, looked at Dr. Zhao Helen, who wanted to speak, with a smile and asked, "Do you understand?" Helen Zhao nodded hurriedly. Only then did Sumo let go. "You should read all the experimental data on the T virus first and you can do some basic virus analysis. This experiment can only be conducted by the two of us and is strictly confidential," Sumo warned in a deep voice. He didn't want a researcher to have the idea to recreate the famous scene at the beginning of the Resident Evil crisis. "I understand, I know the dangers of the T-virus better than you do." Helen Zhao quickly calmed down her excitement, locked the medical suitcase and put it in the laboratory safe. "Sumo, no, you do know, I've watched all the Resident Evil movies and you're saying I don't understand the dangers of the T-virus? Joke." Sumo pouted but did not take off Dr. Zhao Helen's arrogant disguise. He thought of Tony and asked, "How's Tony's surgery plan going? He's been calling me 3 times a day to urge me. I blocked him directly if I was annoyed." Helen Zhao sat on the chair, thought for a moment and said, "The palladium element experiment of the nanorobot is almost over and physical testing can be carried out next week. If there is no problem, the operation can be performed next weekend," and Dr. Strange agrees. The shrapnel in Tony's heart was easy to deal with, but the palladium in his body became a thorny problem. Surgical drugs, nanorobots, and various surgical instruments all need to be tested for palladium, lest the famous playboy Tony Stark really die on the operating table of the Umbrella Corporation. "Okay, I'll let Tony know." Sumo arranged her clothes, stood up, and prepared to go upstairs to tidy up. "What are you going to do? You finally entered the laboratory once and now you're leaving?" Helen Zhao turned her head, looked at Sumo warily and asked, "If you have a little girlfriend, you won't do experiments anymore? This is not okay. I made an appointment with Stacy's family for dinner tonight to celebrate Gwen passing the first round of assessment." Sumo adjusted her sleeves and explained, "I am coming too." Helen Zhao immediately became energetic. As a family member, it wouldn't be too much to go with her, right? Looking at your experimental data, why are you causing trouble? Sumo slapped Zhao Helen back on the chair. What a joke, Helen Zhao is going to tell the story. Is he still alive? Is Gwen still alive? When the angry George comes online, he will clear the magazine in 1 second. The picture is simply too beautiful, too catchy. Helen Zhao rolled her eyes beautifully, supported her chin helplessly, and read the experimental information. In an instant, she was obsessed with the analysis and research of experimental data and was swimming in the ocean of knowledge. Sumo returned to the top-floor office and left duplication in the secret room to prevent accidents. 7 o'clock in the evening. A private restaurant. Sumo and Gwen sat opposite each other. On both sides are George, Helen, and 3 small transparent ones. Come, let's raise a toast together to celebrate Gwen passing the first round of assessment. Congratulations to Gwen for starting a new college life. Sumo raised the orange juice, looked at Gwen, who was smiling opposite, and said, "Definitely." George and Helen raised their glasses together to celebrate Gwen. "Sumo, this is a private occasion, you can drink." George glanced at the orange juice in Sumo's hand and joked he would not imprison Gwen's boss in the New York Police Department at Gwen's celebration dinner. "Haha, I don't drink, I like orange juice." Sumo's eyes were sincere and she replied seriously. If George knew that he and Gwen were together, would he still say this? Sumo muttered secretly, suddenly feeling something strange in her calf. He raised his eyes and looked at Gwen opposite. Her pretty face was slightly red, her eyebrows slightly raised, and she was holding a red wine glass in her hand, looking provocative and teasing. George actually allowed Gwen to drink. At the dining table, it was just him and the 3 little guys drinking juice. It damages my image as a great CEO, but he is a law-abiding and good citizen and cannot be caught by George. Sumo picked up the knife and fork and viciously cut the tomahawk steak in front of her to vent her frustration of not being able to drink. The strangeness on the calf did not disappear. With a touch of delicate smoothness, he opened his trouser legs and gently stepped on his calf.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.